Welcome along to the Hankook 24 hours. The beautiful surroundings of the Autodrome here at Dubai, and a packed grid. Somewhere at the front of that is our very own Nick Damon. Good afternoon, Nicholas.
Hello, welcome to everyone. Welcome to the grid. Now, those of you who are veterans of these little grid walks I do will know that I sometimes manage to mince down the entire grid. But there are so many people on the grid today, an amazing uptick in the audience. It's fantastic. That might be more of a challenge. We're going to give it a go. But we're going to start right at the front, and we're going to start with a man in one of the cars at the poles. I'm going to have to go. You can get on your camera. That's fine. It's Khalid Al-Kabazi. Khalid, you're starting in the right place. Very competitive. What are your thoughts to the race?
Yeah, I mean, starting on pole compared to the race is an easy thing to do, to be honest. Staying out in front is the most difficult, and staying out of trouble, and that's what we experienced the last 3 years, crashing out and having incidents. So we're going to take more care rather than risk and try to finish and hopefully finish first.
How important are these events, and of course the 12-hour Abu Dhabi a month ago, to the growth of motorsport in the UAE and the surrounding area?
It's really important, to be honest. Other than Formula One, this is what we have. This is the grassroots of motorsports. So the Creventics guys are really doing a great job. This has become now a spectacle rather than just a race. And we hope to build on it in this platform, and hopefully something similar maybe in Abu Dhabi and the other tracks in the region.
And also congratulations on winning a couple of rounds WEC as well.
Thank you very much. That was fun.
So we go past that. That's our pole-sitting car, the lovely slate grey. Now, slight surprise on the other side of the pole line. In second place, it's a very lovely bright green Lamborghini, and one of the new drivers here, it's Rolf Inaichen. Rolf, are you surprised to be so far up the grid?
Well, yeah, you always have to be surprised. We know that we should be very competitive here, but if you look at the grid, there are so many good cars, so really good lineups in all the cars, and you always have to be happy when you can start out of the front row. And Mirko, who did the qualifying, did a great job, and but now it's a long race to go, and we'll see where it ends up. But we're very well prepared, and we're looking forward for the race, and yeah, we will enjoy it for sure.
What's the key to a good lap round here, a good consistent lap?
The key for a good lap is to manage the traffic, to be honest. It's there are more than 90 cars now with quite big speed difference, and so you have really to take care that you manage to come through without any contacts, and this will be the key for the whole race. Not to have any contacts and stay out of trouble, and then we will see after 24 hours where it ends.
Rolf, thank you very much. Well, the key is to stay out of trouble with 90 cars on the track. Let's have a look of a lap round the Dubai Autodrome.
Well, the circuit is just over 3 1/3 miles long, down the front straight, over the top of the brow, into the turn 1-2 complex. Tricky downhill braking. Get yourself gathered up through 3 and 4, and then straight line through 5. 6 and 7 come up very quickly. 7 easy to get on the power too early, end up on the wrong side of the road. Through 8 and 9, there's a bit of banking there. Pick any line you want, really, but get off that corner quickly because you're down the long back straight. All the way down through the gearbox to 10 and 11. The left-hander at 11 is a little more difficult than it looks. Then you climb up to 12. Coming out at 12, got to get the car settled down because, again, it's over the top of the brow. 13 is flat in everything. And then 2 corners in 1, really, at 14. Be careful coming over the top of the brow just before you turn right into 15. Down through the gearbox. Get your braking right because you want to be beautifully coming out of 16 on to the front straight, and that hopefully will give you a perfect lap at 5.3 kilometres, or just on 3 1/3 miles.
And down on the grid, we've got a refugee from a minor race series. It's Brendan Hartley. Brendan, how's your experience of GT3 Porsche going so far?
Yeah, it's been good. First 5 laps on Wednesday were interesting, but I got to grips with it yesterday, and the car's quick. Yeah, they put on the grid, P3 on the grid yesterday. So yeah, well, BOP all looks very even. I'm looking forward to the race. Although Wednesday, I said, look, the traffic's not too bad. I think actually you came and spoke to me. I said, it's not too bad, but Wasn't until free practice 3 when 100 cars rolled out that I realised it was very hectic out there. But it's going to be good fun.
Good question. You know, I'm sure our listeners and viewers want to know, why is someone who's a factory driver for Porsche in an MP1, why are you here?
I was very keen to do it. I mean, I actually pushed to get some experience in a 911. Yeah, and I think it's a bit weird as a factory Porsche driver. I've never actually driven or raced a 911, so I was keen to get the experience. A few years down the road, I'm keen to do the Nordschleife as well, so I guess it was the first little opportunity, and I jumped at it. They won quite a few races last year in this team. I got good great lineup, so that, yeah, it was silly not to take up the opportunity, and I love racing, mate. So, you know, it's before our season started, and it just made sense.
Robert's starting the car. When do you get in?
I'm in third.
We look forward to it. Thanks, Brendan. So that's third place with a superstar. Now moving across to a team which is very familiar to those of you who follow Radio Show Limited races. It's the wonderful Optimum Motorsport. And shall we talk to the fast driver? No, let's talk to the manager. It's going rather better than you thought, isn't it?
Yeah, because I didn't do qualifying, I guess. No, Hassi did a great job. First time we've had him in the car, but he's already like a really good friend of ours, so he's done perfect. Top Audi, great credit to Optimum. Got some big teams here that we've already got behind us.
Joe Osborne, of course, those you don't know. You tried really hard in qualifying. You kept throwing tyres at it.
Yeah, we want to look like we're trying. Yeah, we threw 3 sets at it, but Hassi, by his own admission, said that he'd already done his best on the second set, but we just wanted to be covered, really. We don't think the BOP is perfect for us, but we're definitely somewhere near the sharp end.
Where do you feel you are overall with the team? You've got a very strong team. Your gentlemen or gentlewomen drivers are pretty strong. Do you sit down and look at the other lineups and go, yeah, we'll match against those, or just concentrate your own job?
No, for sure. We look at the other 10 GT3 cars that we think have got a chance of winning this race along with us. Yeah, Flick's really, really quick as an AM. The only problem with the rules out here is that the AM doesn't have a minimum driver time, so there could be potentially that the other WRT Audi potentially only puts her in for 1 stint, and Flick's going to do 4 or 5 because she wants to have some fun.
How important is this race now in your programme?
Yeah, I think it's only a second behind Spa 24 Hours for me in a GT3 programme these days. You've only got to look at the grid, how quickly it's grown in the last 5 years. You've got Grasser, WRT, Black Falcon, all factory associated teams, and it's a good way to kick off the season, I guess.
Thanks, Joe. And in fact, Joe didn't know, but the amateur drivers have to do 2 hours each. So they won't just do 1 run, but of course those 2 hours could be under code 60. Let's meander a little bit further down the grid. They're helping me slightly by clearing, and we're going to try and find some of the other slightly interesting cars that we haven't seen before. I think we've got one of the... just over here, that's one of the Belgian WRT teams. That's the car that won last year. Actually, this is the winning machine from last year, the winning team, the main one. That's starting, I'll tell you now, that is, who's starting the car? It's Chris Mees. Chris, chance of a repeat win this year?
Well, we try. It's not easy, obviously. You know, so many cars around here. Very good lineup, very strong cars, teams. Well, it can just get better. We are P9 now. We had a bit of a messed up qualifying. But from that point on, it can just get better.
Are you the busiest man in motorsport? A voice in my ear just told me you did 44 or 45 weekends last year.
I did, yeah. It was a bit too much, actually. I'm trying to do a bit less this year. You know, it's always good to have some time at home. But for sure, I'll go back to Daytona from here, from there straight to Bathurst, Australia. So I'm busy all the time, which is quite good. But sometimes you also need some time off.
Chris, good luck. Put your helmet on as we need you to. So, try and avoid falling over an air jack. No, I need to speak to someone from this team. Unfortunately, they've all run away because there's a story on these 2 lovely bright yellow RS01s in that they've played a very expensive game of musical chairs. Sitting in the car, who's sitting in the car at the moment of this? Is it Jean-Eric Fern? It might be. Or is it Jordan Groger? I can't tell by the eyes. Is that Jordan? Jordan, tell us about the musical chairs for your team.
It's a bit of a surprise to all of us, I think, but hopefully that's the last of the surprises for the next 24 hours, and we can all celebrate it with a few laughs at the podium.
What happened? Why did you need to swap Nicky to the other car, for example?
I think that's a question Kraventic should answer.
Okay, thanks very much.
Nick Damon down there on the grid, along with rather too many people at the moment. For those of you here listening on 87.6 and on the PA, can we please clear the grid? Clear the grid now. We have a motor race to get underway in a very short order indeed. Thank you very much for coming in and getting close to the stars and cars of the Hankook 24 hours. Our deal is we let you on the grid moments before a major international event, as long as you leave safely and quickly when we ask you to, and we are asking you to now. Hello to our listeners and viewers around the world, from Australia, the Americas, Hong Kong. Chris Jordan listening in there at the moment. It's the Radio Show Limited collective as we bring together the biggest audience of endurance motor racing fans. Let's head back down for the atmosphere on the grid with Nick Damon.
And some of the variety, because to my left, it's the unbelievable new Vortex machine, which is a fantastic car. Not only is it in a marvellous light blue silver, it's got huge holes, they've filled things in, they've drilled things out, it swoops in every angle possible. It's as modern as a car can look. And then, Seb, if you turn round, we've got Grandad car. It's the Dodge Viper, which is in a selective, lovely orange colour. So you just give you an idea of the variety of machines. Going further back, because we are trying to catch up with where they've kind of cleared people off, because as they clear people off, all the other drivers get off, which is very unfair. 92 or 93 cars starting. Just want to grab a quick word with Stewie Hall, who's also involved in the other RS01. Stuart, are you sure you're in the right car? Give her the changes.
Yeah, I'm with the boss. I'm happy being with the boss.
What happened? Because Jordan didn't seem to know why there had to be a sudden swap.
Basically, I'll tell you, a load of other teams have thrown their toys out the pram. They don't like the lineup in that car. So they've tried to get it changed. And they've succeeded, but it's a long 24 hours and we're all on the circuit together.
Thanks indeed, Stuart. Better get the car. There we are. That's good. We like people who are prepared to tell us as it is. That's what we particularly like, in fact. So, continue moving down, past now the phalanx of various Porsches. This is the, what was it, Silver Storm Streak of Light or something, isn't it? This car, apparently, and this is a unverified statement, was designed in 2005, tested only in the only wind tunnel in Hungary, and test-driven by the current world champion of F1, Nico Rosberg. Some or all those facts might not be true, but it's a fabulous story for the Silver Wing, which sounds more like a dangerous insect than anything else. Ah, the Mutrons. This is the new start for the Mutron team. There's Natasha trying to... Natasha, come on a second. You are the champions in Creventing, of course, in the TCR class. Now you're team manager. Excited, worried, frightened?
No, excited, definitely. Never worried, just excited, looking forward to it, and yeah, let's see how it goes. It's just the start. We've got a long race ahead of us.
Was it a difficult decision to decide to move up and get rid of that lovely little Seat?
It was sad, I'm not going to lie. Sad to say goodbye to it, but no, I think it was an obvious choice for us to move up.
Thanks very much. That's of course, the Ramsey, Sammy, and Neil Mouton, and Phil Quaife, who is also Mr. Natasha, by the way, who we just spoke to. So, look at Porsche. Oh, that's a car that shouldn't be where it is. Hang on a second. It's the Hoffa machine, the championship car. I must have a quick word with Christian Frankenu. I've got one quick word for you. Happy birthday.
Thank you very much.
What are you doing back here on your birthday? Too much cake?
Well, yeah, they wanted to give me some overtakes for my birthday, so we thought, okay, start a little bit from behind.
Thanks, Christian. So that's your answer. Oops, I nearly ran over one of the other drivers. I've nearly run over a driver and I've nearly run over an air jack. So now we've gone a very long way and we're still covered with fantastic high-end cars. There's a car collection Audi RMS. There's one of the MSG Porsches. There's one of my favourite cars. Only because it's sponsored by a cake company. That's the Patisserie Valerie. That means, I've said that now, I must get a free cake, surely, for that one. But we are in Porsche land in the middle. Let's nip down and we can find ourselves now at one of the stalwarts of the Dubai 24 hours. And that is the RJ Nissan, Bob Neville. Bob, another gang of little lads for you to look after.
Yeah, same faces as before, but... yeah, it's great to have them back here again. Yeah, we're very lucky to have Jann with us, of course. He's very high profile these days.
Yeah, Jan Marden are about to get in the car, qualified the car well. You've had a kind of a checkered result here. You've had a couple of podiums and a couple of disappointments. I mean, it's a very venerable old machine, but how do you feel?
Well, I was thinking we've had a podium every time we've been here with one GT4 car, but when we've had two. And with the GT3 in 15, we got podium as well. So this is a great race for us, but it's very, very, very difficult race.
Is this the time you win the class?
This could be the time we win it. We've not.
Oh, it is, Robert. Bob, it is, isn't it?
Oh, all right, it is the time. It is
fantastic. It's all about positive thought.
Nick Damon with Rob Neville, who's the RJN who's the R in RJN Motorsport, who do such a fantastic job. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you're on the grid, please, we must ask you to clear now. We are less than 10 minutes from the start of the 2017 International Motor Racing season here in Dubai, with the Hankook 24 hours about to get underway. The grandstands are open. Take a seat in the shade. You can see almost all of the circuit from underneath our commentary point here, and it'll give you an opportunity to settle down and then maybe have a wander around as it gets a little cooler in the afternoon. Please, for the final time now, we're going to ask you to clear the grid as we head back down to Nick Damon.
A traditional interview that also always happens, normally about this part of the track, as they're clearing the grid. It's Gary Williams. Gary, how are you doing? Of course, the man who runs Creventic. I thought every year I say this, it's bigger, it's better, it's more exciting, and we got a massive crowd.
Yeah, that's great. I really like the crowd. It's finally coming to our race here in Dubai. This is fantastic. I think this is a crown on our work, that even the people, it's not really a motorsport city right now, but we try to make it a motorsport city. We're really, really happy with that.
Coming up in this rest of the year, you've got about, 14, 15 different events over 3 classes. Aren't you going to get a bit tired?
Yeah, it's a really tough schedule we had, really, really tough. But I know all the teams work hard, our volunteers work hard, our crew works hard. So finally we get it done, a little bit stressed, but at the end we are here. Well, look at the podium, really.
And they're going to get more action next year. You've already got the dates out for next year. We've got a 12-hour prototype race on the previous weekend. Festival of Motor Racing. Just goes better and better, isn't it?
Yeah, the prototypes are another new hit from Creventic, and we really like it. But also, the prototype will be for amateur and gentlemen like this. Have a look at the pit lane. People are really happy. I think we have to go on the grid.
We have to go.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
And that's why this series has the atmosphere that it does, because Gary Willems and all of the rest of the Creventic team have that same enthusiasm for motorsport that everyone who is on the top of the pit buildings or standing and sitting beneath us in the grandstands, they are enthusiasts who just happen to run a motor racing series. The FIA International Endurance Series spreading out to more events this year, and this event next year moving to what I'm already calling the Dubai Endurance Festival. We'll have a 12-hour prototype race the Sunday before this weekend. That's going to be Sunday the 7th of January 2018. Now that's forward planning for you, and then we'll run into all of the normal running around and excitement that they are used to leading up to the Hankook 24 hours. So spreading through with some great prototype action earlier on this week that we enjoyed here with the Ginettas, the Ligiers and all of the CN cars, the Radicals. Yes, I'm looking at you, Phil. The Radicals and all of the other cars from 1500cc right up to 6.2 litres of prototype madness going on. And that will be the 7th of January. It's a Sunday 2018 as we then run straight into the GTs and the touring cars. The engines have fired. The grid has been cleared. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for that. And well, settle yourself down. Make sure you've got enough to get you through the next 24 hours in terms of eats and drinks, because this is the last time that we're going to see, hopefully, these cars stationary on the front straight. We are moments away from them rolling off on their formation lap, and what a picture that is now. Looking down the front straight, that is half of the grid. Looking backwards from the start and finish line, looking up from turn 1, the Audi safety car is ready to lead them off around this 3.3 miles, 5.3 kilometres, using the Grand Prix circuit. The event that started with 58 cars in 2006 has come of age in the last couple of 3 years, And the Mercedes-Benz on the left of our picture will lead them out for Black Falcon, and Jérôme Bleekemolen will be leading away the Grasser Lamborghini, the 911 of Robert Renard, the Herberth Porsche, the Optimum Motorsport Audi. 4 different cars on the first 4 positions on the 2 front rows. Behind them, it's Black Falcon Mercedes with Jelmer Burnham. Sven Muller for Manthey Racing Porsche, 3 and 12. Then 964, the second of the Grasser Racing Lamborghinis, ahead of Maxime Jus in the IMSA Performance Porsche. The names that are here: Chris Meese only down at the bottom of the top 10 for WRT. And then we've got Falk Racing's Porsche, the 29 car. Before we go through the field, Jordan Kroger in one of the GP Extreme Renaults alongside the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini. Edex Sport Racing and Cool Racing by GP Motorsports making up a grid further down as well. That's the Vortex, the leader in the SPX category. Don't worry about other classes as it stands at the moment, and it looks like the 172 has not got started. The little blue team Kook Sport, Clio Cup Mark 4, that's one of the British teams, and they had some problems earlier on in the week.
It's got underway now.
A little bit of wheel spin and gets underway. That's good news for that. As we continue to look down through the field, Memoc Ogilvy Dual Racing, Nick talked to Natasha there, and you know, that is going to be a big ask for them to step up from the Seat to the Porsche 991 class. MRS GT got a couple of cars here this weekend. The GTL Racing Teenager boys, very well organised, both on the same row. That's what I like to see. The neat freak in me is what keeps me going. Into the 40s now, into the cars that either have had problems or have the touring car route. Century Motorsport next to the Nissan GT Academy team RJN there. Is it Bob Neville's year? Is it the turn of that Nismo 370 to win its class? Track Club have got the Lotus here. Besserplas, where would we be without teams like Besserplas, who have brought cars here for longer than I like to remember? And the 53 car is with us again this year. Black Falcon also running a couple of Porsches in the minor classes, as well as the cars at the head of the field. Bonk Motorsport traditionally in the BMW class as well. That is the Cup 1 category for M235i cars. The Team Kook Sport car did get away at the end, and potentially some problems for 1 or 2 people at the back there in qualifying, but they've got 24 hours to make it up. A word from Paul Truswell before Graham Goodwin and Johnny Palmer take you through the first part of the race.
Tremendously exciting to watch these cars then going around the 2 formation laps. A bit of a concerning gap in the middle of them, but I think they'll close it all up before they slow down the pace for the final third of the lap. And this is the time when, having been here before, you kind of have the advantage, because those who haven't been before will find it a bit more, the butterflies beginning to go a little bit, and not quite sure what it's going to be like, how long they're going to have before they start catching up with traffic. It'll be about 2 laps, I think, before they start catching up with traffic. So fastest lap of the race will probably be set on the first 2 or 3 laps, we'll see. But this is the sort of time where you're not going to win the race, Graham, but you might make all kinds of decisions which you later regret.
You could, and to give an idea of just how big a field this is, as the lead car was led across the line by the Audi Corse car, the car at the rear of the field was just exiting turn 7. So, I mean, more than half the circuit, these cars streaming round. It looks almost like it could be a race at the moment, but on the second formation lap at the moment, it is indeed the time coming in just a few moments' time, Johnny Palmer, where people are going to need cool heads. Keep it on the island. Take your chances where you can safely. It's win without risk. That's Alina Gay quote, and we're going to be using that one, I think, quite a lot over the next 24 hours.
Just to give you some kind of idea of the length of the circuit and therefore the length of the train, if it was tracked back to turn 7, just under 5.5 kilometres. This circuit, that's a lot of cars, and many of them have already headed towards turn 10, and they're starting now to be side by side. So we have a Mercedes out front alongside a Lamborghini, then a Porsche and an Audi. A fabulous mixture then in the top 4 cars, as John Hindhoff mentioned. The Black Falcon number 3 Mercedes will start from 5th position alongside the Porsche of Monti Racing. But the cars now working their way up to, or out of turn 12, with the black, red and yellow Black Falcon car of Khaled El-Khabaisi, Jerome Bleekemolen, Assenheimer and Metzger. And it is Bleekemolen, perhaps unsurprisingly, to take this opening stint. And although he'll have clear air in front of him, he'll have a whole host of A6 Pro stroke GT3 cars snapping at his heels and ready to pounce should Jerome Bleekemolen make a slight error. I don't think he will somehow in the opening few laps, but once we get onto lap 3 or 4, then it promises to be very, very busy for the race leaders. Mirko Bortolotti will start alongside the Dutchman. We have Robert Renauer in the 911 car and Christopher Haase in the Optimum Motorsport Audi number 14, starting from 4th place. The cars now are at the banked turn 14. And with the Audi pace car out front, a fabulous sight they make at a bright and sunny Dubai Autodrome. We're about to go racing for the first race, for me at least, for 2017. Unless you've been to Dakar, this will be the first motorsport action of your year. We've already been racing this week, of course, with the Proto Series and with 2 TCR races this morning. Short cut and thrust sprint races, but this is the key event of the weekend, and the Dubai 24 Hours for 2017 is about to get underway. There are 5 red lights that are immediately extinguished. The green flag is waved then from the gantry, and it looks to be a good start from the Black Falcon Jerome Bleekemolen driven Mercedes AMG. He has shot away from the Lamborghini of Mirko Bortolotti. It's getting very condensed though in the middle order. Has everyone else got away safely further back down the straight as the leading cars funnel their way through turn 1 then on the opening lap. 5.39 kilometres of the Dubai Autodrome. Clean so far, although we're getting to a more tricky point of the circuit. The pinch point at 2, successfully negotiated. Jerome Bleekemolen building a lead of about 4 car lengths now to Mirko Bortolotti in the green Lamborghini second.
And progress at the start there from Sven Müller, the newest Porsche factory driver in the number 12 Factec Auto. Porsche up from 5th to 4th, going right over to the pit wall, take advantage of the inside line into turn 1, but that was pretty neat and tidy, Johnny, in what could have been a very tricky turn 1.
Yeah, and the leaders already onto the back straight then for this long run down towards turn 10. So the leaders starting to open up a little bit. It'll all get condensed again though down at turn 10 as Jerome Bleekemolen turns sharp right, and the pursuing GRT Grasser Racing car of Mirko Bortolotti with that AMG in his sights. Second position for the moment for the Lamborghini Huracan. The Porsche of Robert Renauer then still in third, but as you say, Sven Müller was really the man on the move in the red and white Porsche, number 12, run by Olaf Mantai's group Mantai Racing, and that car running, I think, now in 4th position, peering out towards turn 12. The cars will come properly back into the sight of our commentary booth in a moment or two. There they go, heading towards the leaders already at 14, and now the kink at 15. And down the hill towards the final corner to complete the first lap of many over the next 24 hours. And yes, the bright orange and white Porsche of Sven Müller up to 4th position and challenging for places just ahead. So over the line, Jerome Bleekemolen leads the first lap by 1.2 seconds from Mirko Bortolotti's Lamborghini. Robert Renauer in the 911 Herbert Motorsport Porsche is third, but Sven Müller in the 4th place 12 car, certainly pressurising the other Porsche in the top 4. Jelmer Berman running 5th in the number 3 Black Falcon Mercedes. So the loser on that lap, Christopher Haase, from 4th to 6th for Optimum Motorsport. Then it's Christian Engelhardt, Maxime Jus, Andrea Remici in the HB Racing number 7 car, which is the Lamborghini Huracan of the HB Racing team. That car is running in 9th position ahead of Christopher Mies in the number 4 Belgian Audi Club car. Remember, those guys won this race 12 months ago.
Already progress being made by that number 1 car. We heard Nick talking on the grid. Christian Frankenhout already up into what is now around 20th place and making further progress on this lap. Streaming around, very clean so far though. but no shortage of wheel-to-wheel action, certainly down in the classes. And I think we're going to see the leader with the little Clios on this lap.
On this lap, you think?
Possibly as early as... No, it could be early the next lap, isn't it? I've just seen the final car coming through. As the leader passed us to complete its first lap, final car in the train, just exiting turn 7.
Yeah, well, indeed. We've made the point that there are so many cars in this race that the distance between the leader and the back of the pack is significantly large now. We thought it was impressive just on the formation lap. Leaders now back at turn 14 for the second time. Jeroen Bleekemolen is probably over a second and a half now out front. We'll confirm that at the line, but the battle is definitely on for second, third and fourth. Bright green Lamborghini versus white Porsche. That's the Herbert Motorsport example. And then the Manthey Racing Porsche number 12 with Sven Muller at the wheel.
Somebody is comprehensively taking out one of the marker boards amongst the lead group at pit-in. I think that was one of the Renault RS01s. So the Porsches are going well, the Lamborghinis are going well, some of the Audis are going well, but the Mercedes at the front of this field, Johnny, is going fantastically well. Under 2 minutes the last time around. 1:59.215 gives Jeroen Bleekemolen a 2.1 second lead over the chasing Mirko Bortolotti.
No change in the order for the top 10 after lap 2. Christopher Mies, though, is under pressure from Lance David Arnold in the number 16 car, and Chris Mies, therefore, needing to keep his eye on the mirrors in the SPS Automotive machine, number 16. Caught a glimpse of that. In fact, those cars go. Heading now for turn 9. So Lamborghini of Andrea Amici is in 9th. Christopher Mies is 10th. 11th position, Lance David Arnold. And Arnold getting a really good run this time on the Belgian Audi Club Audi R8. Pulls out a line, is level, and might actually be able to take the place just before they get to the corner. The problem is turn 10 is a right-hander. No, the Mercedes gets through. Fabulous work under braking there from Lance David Arnold to pick off Christopher Mies. That's 10th position.
Yep, and already a couple of joker laps. We'll explain a little bit about that in a little wee while when this thing calms down just a little. Duncan Huysman in the V8 Racing, the Chevrolet Corvette, has just burned one of his, and unfortunately not by very much, 202.764, and the same for it's Christian Frankenhout has just popped under the 205 mark in the number 1 car. So one of the 10 laps they're allowed under their bracket time effectively has already gone for those 2 cars.
Clios are having now to make way for the A6 Pro cars that are working their way through. So there's the first bit of lappery. The purple and orange Clio sensibly staying off the racing line as charging through on the right-hand side the top 10 A6 Pro cars. It's still Bleekemolen out front, 2.291 seconds now the gap back to Mirko Bortolotti. Robert Renauer and Sven Muller 3rd and 4th. Jelmer Berman is in 5th position. There's a second between Muller and Berman in the second Black Falcon AMG. Christopher Haase from Optima Motorsport running in 6th place. Then Engelhardt, Jus, Amici and Lance David Arnold, one of the highest movers, if you like, having got by Christopher Mies on that lap. There was also some shuffling of the order a bit further back with Marcel Fessler in the number 5 Belgian Audi Club car overtaking Duncan Huysman for V8 Racing. So the 18 Corvette dropping a spot.
So at least 3 FI World Champions on this grid with Brendan Hartley and Marcel Fessler, both FIWC champions, and the FI GT World Cup champion Mara Engel from last year, from 2 years ago rather, also racing here. It's close stuff, isn't it? Jeroen Bleekemolen is trying to get away here, but Bortolotti is having none of it, beginning to get close to matching the times of the Mercedes-Benz ahead. 2.3 seconds, all but a sniff last time around, and then behind him it is a snarling pack of GT3s in very close proximity. One little slip there and there's going to be positional change in the top 10.
SPX battle also one to keep our eyes on in positions 18 and 19th overall, but that's a lead battle in category SPX between the number 24 Cool Racing by GPC Motorsport Vortex and the Vortex V8. So 2 vortices, should we say, together at each other and separated by only 0.6 of a second. But the Mercedes of Jeroen Bleekemolen is leading by just under 2.5 seconds after 3 and a bit laps.
Yeah, we can only hope that some of these little Clios have got GoPros installed, because they're coming soon to YouTube near you. Is going to be some very exciting footage indeed in car, as more GT3 cars than you'll see in a regular season stream by at a ridiculous speed. But very clean start to this race up and down the field.
Jordan Kroger applying some pressure on Mark Basseng in the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini and dives down the inside at turn number 1. Hopefully there won't be any contact at this early stage in a 24-hour race. But Kroger, that was a full-blooded attempt at trying to snatch that place away from the Lamborghini. Didn't quite come off though.
Jordan Kroger, of course, knows this track like the back of his hand. A regular contestant here in past years with Dragon Racing. Now aboard this stunning Renault RS01 Nissan V6 twin-turbo engined car, carbon tubbed, and late of the Renault Sport Trophy, now of blessed memory, but this car running in GT3 specification and is hustling that car along on the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan. Seems to have a bit of an advantage just on traction out the corners at the moment, the Lamborghini, but certainly when it gets to the twisty bits, the Renault closes right up. Under braking there again. That's actually just in the brake. He's on up the inside now. And it's Jordan Kroger. Not quite. And there's contact.
Oh dear. Now that's down at turn 10, isn't it? Yes, with the Lamborghini stuck in the middle of the track. Thankfully it's managed to rejoin without further contact, but Mark Basseng did not want that. I thought they'd come very close to each other at turn number 1 and was really hoping that we didn't get that sort of result only 10 minutes into a 24-hour race. There it is again. Jordan Kroger stabbing his nose up the inside of Mark Basseng. Basseng turning into the corner as he was duly bound to do, and the Lamborghini Huracan of Conrad Motorsport pirouetting. It's rejoined, having lost 5 or 6 places.
Also a spin and recovery for the number 11 GDL Team Asia Lamborghini Huracan. This one of the Super Trofeo cars in the race, but that car has continued as well. So first significant incident, Johnny. It's unlikely on balance to be the last.
You would think not. And Alban Veruti, who had just been overtaken, I think, by Kroger and by Mark Basseng, is now right on the boot lid of the GP Extreme Renault RS01. So that's the EDEC Sport Mercedes in its traditional EDEC livery with the black, white and red colours. Veruti also bringing with him an Audi of Marcel Fessler.
Absolutely. EDEC Sport, by the way, one of the very few teams in world motorsport to contest with prototypes, GTs and yachts.
Really?
Indeed.
I didn't know that.
Absolutely.
Fun facts from Graham Goodwin in the opening hour of this year's 24 Hours of Dubai. RadioLeMans.com bringing you unrivaled and non-stop coverage of this year's Dubai 24 Hours, our first motoring event of the year, which January into February, always a very busy period of our season. And this is a great way to kick things off. Jeroen Bleekemolen on lap 6 has a lead of 2.7 seconds then over Bortolotti. Robert Renauer still third, and fourth place Sven Muller.
Yeah, incident involving those two GT3, or the A6 class cars under investigation. We'll keep you up to date with anything that comes back from race control from that. 2.7 seconds that lead. But just a hiccup or any kind of error in traffic, we'll see those two cars nose to tail again. Just looking for cars making progress up through the field. Actually falling back a little, Christian Frankenhout has actually dropped back a couple of places since that early progress.
Now, an awful lot happening at the start of that race. Thankfully, not a lot of incident, but there is a chance now for us to see that again. So, as the red lights went out, the cars pouring their way out of turn 16 then. And this is the great getaway for Jeroen Bleekemolen, with lots of flag waving up on the gantry there. But Bleekemolen getting the jump on Mirko Bortolotti in the bright green Lamborghini. There's Robert Renauer in the plain white Porsche, and a superb start for Sven Muller, picking off at least 2 cars there in the run down to turn number 1 from the start-finish line, and that kind of got him out of trouble, I suppose. Muller still in 4th position and getting his head just above water to be in front of Berman, Haase, Engelhardt and Lance David Arnold, who's picked off Maxime Juste since we last mentioned him, by the way. So Lance David Arnold really on the move in the number 16, that camouflage liveried SPS Automotive Mercedes.
Top 11 cars still within 10 seconds of the leading car, but the lead had gone just a tad over 3 seconds for the first time for Jerome Bleekemolen. The Black Falcon team, absolute stalwarts of this race down through the years. And this AMG GT3 is proving to be a very potent endurance machine indeed. So V8 powered Mercedes-Benz leads V10 powered Lamborghini, leads flat 6 powered Porsche at the moment.
Yeah, with the engine of the Porsche hanging over the rear wheels of that third placed car. Now, the 2:04 car, its lap time was too fast, I'm told by Paul Truswell, so there'll be a stop and go penalty of 30 seconds. There are no jokers involved in category SPX, and that's the number 19
that's
Dodge Viper,
that's
isn't
the
it?
Dodge Viper, the venerable Dodge Viper. These Viper competition coupes entered production back in 2001, would you believe?
2:04 car, by the way, is the Vortex V8, which is currently running second in SPX, but it's already gone below the Joker lap, Paul.
Yes, that's right. Although I said stop and go on that little bit of paper I just passed you, strictly speaking, it's not a stop and go penalty in the normal way of running things. It's a time penalty that it has to spend in the penalty box at its next pit stop. So not a stop and go penalty in the sense that it interrupts the flow of the race for that car, but it will mean that its next pit stop he'll have to spend some time in the penalty box, which we will come to know and love down here, almost in front of us here.
Yes, almost as if it's been designed deliberately so that we have this crow's nest view of the penalty box that will be visited as the cars make their way in for a stop. And there, theoretically, if a car has to serve a penalty, you might actually see a car stop on 3 separate occasions within the pit lane. Penalty, with the team on the apron, and for fuel as well.
Indeed.
Yes, but on the bright side, if you've got to take 2 penalties, for example, you don't have to do them in 2 different pit stops. You can do them all at once. So you could take 2 or 3 penalties all in the same unit at the pit stop penalty box.
It's an accumulative thing.
Yeah, so effectively you're not losing an additional 35 seconds or so over and above the penalty you've been dealt.
Yeah.
Plus, yes.
Understood. Here are a number of Seats, and also there's the Honda Integra there, the DC5 working its way into turn number 1, car 48.
Going up the inside of the 121 Seat.
Which therefore isn't one of the lap 57 cars. Car 48 is run by ZRT Motorsports, who are an English crew. So they're from the United Arab Emirates, I beg your pardon, but Chris Yarwood is the named man against that team. He is English, along with Graham Davidson, the Scottish driver, Umar Khan from Pakistan, and Jonathan Mullen, who is Irish, although based, I believe, in the United Arab Emirates and running on that licence. So their little Integra DC5 going strongly in the early stages. And fighting in amongst, I reckon, cars from that same class, Class A2.
Well, the class battles are no less fiercely fought. If you're watching trackside here, pick a car in each of these classes and just watch the way they progress through the next 24 hours. It's a fun way to do this, particularly with the more junior classes, just to keep an eye on the progress of a favourite car, whether it's a driver that holds your interest, whether or not it's a crew from a particular country, a colour scheme, or even the make of car. Just do that trackside, and it does add another level of interest. It's a bit like, Johnny, I mean, I know you support a lower-ranked football club in the UK, don't you?
Wasn't always the case. Matches your T-shirt, in fact.
Thank you very much. Come on, you Blackpool.
Yes. The gap between first and second is 0.6 of a second. So Bleekemolen obviously is having to thread his way through quite a bit of traffic at the moment, and Bortolotti maybe is able to judge that better than Bleekemolen, being that bit further back, and has that bit more time, therefore, to decide whether he's going to go left or right. I think that gap, though, between first and second is going to fluctuate quite a bit over the next hour or so.
Just watching that lead battle coming through at the bottom end of the circuit, down by the floral tribute to the Airbus A380, and it is very close indeed. A massive gaggle of traffic for the leading cars at the moment, so anything could happen in the next third of a lap. Keep tuned, I'm sure you will. Here they come, back into our side, up past the pit lane exit. It is tenths the gap now between the two Bs. It's Bleeker-Mullen from Bertolotti, it's the Mercedes-Benz from the Lamborghini. And to complete the lap, it's going to be, I think, about 2 or 3 tenths of a second here, Johnny.
RadioLeMans.com with Graham Goodwin and Johnny Palmer in the main booth at the moment, and Joe Bradley's down in the pit lane. We'll hear from him in just a second, but if you are not only listening to us on RadioLeMans.com but also enjoying us via the live stream, which is readily available on the internet, then we're just going through various numbers of our onboard cameras, currently enjoying the view from Jann Mardenborough and the 123 Nissan GT Academy Team RJN car, 42nd position, and Jann Mardenborough giving us this tour on the live stream. Whilst you enjoy that, going to get a word with Joe Bradley for the first time. Come in, Joe.
I'm not sure.
Not hearing Joe for the moment. We'll sort that out in just a second. Graham, you were about to say?
We've got a car moving slowly. We hear from race control from turn 7. Haven't spotted that car on track. Should have said as well, by the way, this 123 car is leading a much larger GT4 class, SP3 this year, than we've seen in recent years. So that's a healthy sign as well. Not only is GT3 growing, I can now see that car going down the back straight. It is indeed very slow. And from my vantage point, can't quite see what that car is. Picking up speed again. One of the GT cars. So cars continuing to lap this fabulous Dubai Autodrome in the bright sunshine, and why would it be any different? But we have had heavy rain in this race in recent years. 0.6 of a second is all that separates the top two after 40 minutes of the 24 hours of Dubai. We're watching the V8 Racing number 18 Chevrolet Corvette. This is, I believe, the ex-GT1 Corvette, a Spa 24-hour winning car from past years, many past years now. Corvette C6, fabulous beast, and of course balanced back to the GT3 level of performance, and eventually set pole position in the A6AM class last night, Johnny.
Now let's give Joe Bradley another go. That was entirely my fault, Joe, so do come in from the pit lane. Hopefully you've still got your guest.
All right, I'm going to have to explain to
I think he's walked off. He thinks he's jinxed everything. The problem is, of course, with the 19, I say of course, a differential is not a spare they carry. So what they're going to do is they're going to strip the diff off and try and repair it. Heaven knows what's wrong with the thing inside.
Okay, thank you, Joe. And let's just give you an update then on exactly what the issue was. The diff for the Dodge Viper has gone, and they're going to have to try and sort that out if possible, but they're not carrying spares.
And
oh dear.
The TV curse strikes again, I'm afraid, because the number 48 Honda Integra, we were talking just a little while ago about that locally based car, Johnny, that is on pit road and straight into the garage for the number 48 Honda as well. So trouble early on for two of those cars. Let's hope we do see the Dodge Viper out, because amongst the drivers in that car, I'm pretty certain, is Ivo Breukers. So fingers crossed that the Dodge team can get the 8-litre V10 powered Dodge Competition Coupe back on track. Back to the lead of the race though, and down comes the gap, the lead gap again, 0.291 of a second.
Maybe not.
And behind this battling pair, we've got the rest of the group closing in. It's just 2 seconds back from the leader to Robert Renard and the number 911 Porsche 911. The Precoat Herbeth Motorsport car. This is the car that we'll see Brendan Hartley aboard later in the race. Sven Müller in 4th position in close proximity to the identical mechanically identical, visually not, Porsche 911. So Porsche's third and fourth, and here's the lead battle coming through another gaggle of traffic into and through turn 1 in amongst GT4 and touring cars. There, behind the Porsche, is his closest tormentor, Mirko Bortolotti, making slightly more work of passing this group, so this gap is going to come out a little again.
And whilst you enjoy that, let's get a word with Nick Damon, who's the other end of the pit lane.
I'm sure it's pushed because it's illegal to go straight to the garage. Had a problem we've seen before in prevented races, especially with these Hondas, is it went into limp mode. So it has actually got a standard ECU, which they put a racing chip in, but it gets upset. It goes into limp mode, and they have to do a control-alt-delete, and that's what they've done. But I think it was the Ricky Kuma car, the 99 machine, which did this in Brno about 17 times. Hopefully, it's the only time we'll see the 48.
Should make clear, Nick's absolutely right. It's not what happened. The car came in and was perfectly executed. The pit stop. The car came to a halt, an echelon to the pit garage. The guys pushed it backwards into the pits. So he's absolutely right. You are not allowed to drive the car into a pit garage under power. They didn't do that. So fingers crossed. Not too much of a drama for the 48.
The rule is that it mustn't go into the pits using the engine. If it's using momentum, then that's okay. So if he switched the engine off and it then rolled into the garage.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. But he had the engine on. You could hear the engine on, could you?
No. I just saw no. I'll explain. The car came in, went so they could easily push it backwards into the pits. There was no power.
They reversed it into the pits.
They pushed it into the pits. They pushed the car into the pits. The crew.
Oh, that's all right then.
Yes, absolutely.
Good. Oh no, that's fine. Sorry, I misinterpreted what you said.
We thought that little gaggle of traffic, Johnny, might actually cost a bit of the gap that Mirko Bortolotti had grabbed back. It has indeed. It's over 2.5 seconds now as they clear that lot of traffic. Here's a little bit more to play with, and you can see the two Porsches closing in rapidly now. And in fact, Sven Muller going one side, one of the little Clios behind this battle, as Robert Renard went the other side. Might we have a new third place car before too long? The 48 car is back out on track, but not very quick at the moment. I think that car's still in trouble. And unfortunately, that seems to have gone back into limp mode just as he started the lap. That's going to be a long way back for the 48. Coming past us now at, well, trotting speed. I'd say walking speed. I can't walk that quickly, but it's a long way back. And we've gone for a yellow flag at the start-finish straight because it's a dangerous place for that to happen. Drivers concentrating on pit boards and instruments when you hit a long straight, and it's all too easy to miss the fact that the next car along is moving very much slower than you are, as we've seen in recent endurance races, famously at the end of Nürburgring 24 hours some years ago. The little Renault Clio was comprehensively collected by one of the Monti Porsches at the very end of the race, but the 48 car is continuing around and will try to complete this lap, I think, to pit. But my guess is that's a recurrence of exactly the same problem. As Nick Damon told us, car going into limp home mode. Electronics not liking what they're hearing, and that was, look to me, that was a hit from the rear on the 777 car by one of the Seats.
And these are live pictures, by the way. This isn't a replay, so full marks to the truck operating the onboard cameras on the live stream, because we flicked to 777 right in the thick of the action there.
Absolutely.
With Bertram Hornung having to totally use the opposite lock to straighten that thing up. And here it is again. So can't see the other car at the moment, and now it's the 303. I wonder whether it was the car that we saw in action in the TCR sprint races this morning.
Yeah, fantastic pickup there. Thank you very much.
Well, entirely unintentional, but sometimes I suppose things go right, don't they?
Yeah, I think probably good we can't actually hear from in-car audio at that particular moment. Otherwise, the man on the button would be very busy.
So the next job is to work out who was driving the 303 car, and I'm going to have to cycle through various screens here to provide you an answer. It's not on that one. I'll leave that in the capable hands of Paul Truswell, who might be able to tell me. Kane Aston. Okay, well, he was the guy that did both TCR drives, and it might be a bit of strategy to put him back in again then, because he knows exactly how the car behaves around this circuit.
Needs to get out of touring car mode and into endurance mode, maybe.
Mini 7 mode as well.
But yeah, that was unfortunate.
The Treble 7, by the way, is a Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sport, with Bertram Hornung driving that at the moment, sharing with Hans Sadler, Norbert Kraft and Philipp Bethke in the SP3 division. Hopefully that won't have created any long-term damage. There is the Red Camels.nl Seat, by the way, driven by Kane Aston. Can't see any visible damage on the front of that car.
Built like a brick wall, yes. These Seat TCR cars. Gap is coming down again as the lead cars, what am I about to say, getting into clearer air. There's no clear air available here. Less traffic, I think we'll refer to it. 1.5 seconds now. And the Porsches, by the way, stayed in the order they went into that same corner. Robert Renault, the 911, ahead of the 12 of Sven Müller. But they're still just separated by just over a second. It's 4 seconds the gap between the top four. It's just over, just under 10 seconds the gap with the top 7. So the leading group are getting away a little here. The gap's coming out, albeit quite slowly. Top 10, it's Black Falcon Mercedes of Jerome Bleekemolen from Mirko Bortolotti in the GRT Grasser Racing 963 Lamborghini. Then Robert Renault and the Precotte Herbert 911, as in comes the 48, having found a little bit more speed towards the end of that lap. Gets back in after going back into limp mode. Second pit stop for that car. Sven Müller in the Monside 12. Fourth, Jelmer Berman in the second of the Black Falcon Mercedes-Benz AMG GT3s. Fifth, Christopher Haase in the 14 Optimum Motorsports Audi is in 6th. Then it's the number 16, Lance David Arnold in the SPS Automotive Mercedes. Christian Engelhardt in the second of the GRT Grasser Racing Lamborghinis. Next up, Andrea Amici in the HB Racing number 7 car. There's another pit caller, number 111, the Hankook liveried Track Club Lotus Evora. And then Chris Meese in the WRT number 4 Audi completes the top 10.
And Maxime Hughes from the start has lost 1 or 2 positions, currently running around in 11th place. Last lap around was a 2 minutes .285. He trails Christopher Meese by only 0.4 of a second though, so still definitely got somebody to race with. There's quite a gap actually behind Maxime Hughes as well in that IMSA Performance Porsche 991 car, although it's an A6 Pro machine.
And I think that was the 83 Clio pitting as well. Just so I look down towards pit lane. It can't be, because it isn't an 83 Clio.
53.
53.
111 you got in, didn't you? You told us about that, and 53 is the other one who's in the pits, yeah.
Now there's the little Vortex 1.0. Car 24 from Cool Racing by GPC Motorsport in the thick of action, as you can see, just lapping one of the Porsche Cup cars, and this is the class leader.
And 21st position overall, as the number 48 crew take a good long look under the bonnet of the number 48 Honda Integra. We've got another slow car on the back straight. We'll keep an eye out for which car that might be that's in trouble. I can see it's a white. Might be a BMW. Is it the new BMW M4 GD4? It could be.
The V8 Racing Chevrolet Corvette having to work its way through an awful lot of traffic there, down to turn number 1. Got it done, did Duncan Houseman, who is very experienced in the Dutch Supercar Challenge and also the European GT4 series. And of course with V8 Racing, been racing with those guys for a number of seasons now, and Duncan Houseman incredibly quick in this Chevrolet Corvette. Is that still the former GT1
I'm sure that is the ex-Spa 24-hour winning car from what must be a decade ago now. It's not the GT4 BMW, you couldn't quite catch the number, it definitely isn't that car though. It's another all-white BMW running driver's left off the racing surface and now making its way up to the hairpin. We'll be back towards pit road in just a little while, running at some speed, certainly not racing speed.
We will watch the progress of that car then on its presumably in-lap over the next few moments. In the meantime, to Joe Bradley.
You guys just described the number 111 Lotus Evora coming onto pit road. Driver reports being hit by a Clio. They're just checking the right rear of the car, so he's been hit in the right rear. Bodywork looks fine, so it must have been a hard hit. They're checking around the drive shaft area and the rest of the suspension to see if there's been any tweaks. Can we clarify what the plural is for Clio Cup cars? Is it Clio's Cup or Clio Cups?
Anyone the wiser, Graham?
Yeah, Renaults.
Renaults. That's nice and simple, isn't it? Yeah, we'll do that. And the other end of the pit lane is Nick.
And they were having a look at how deranged the suspension was. And there was an awful lot of rubber all over the side of the car. So I don't think it takes Maigret to work out the 111 53 come together.
Okay, thank you, Nick.
And it's the 114 BMW. It's missing a wheel. That car is missing a wheel. The front left wheel has gone from that car and has made it back to pit road and is making its way down there now. The position marker lights in the window put it as 76th position as it crosses the line, is pushed straight into the garage. I'll be clearer this time. We've had yellow flags briefly at turn 14. But they've now been withdrawn, so whoever's had a minor whoopsie, that's now gone. Someone's enjoying herself. Excellent. And that might... Oh, dear me. That's not the required line.
No, it's not. That's at turn 2, isn't it? There are those rather large blocks, which I think are foam or polystyrene, that are sitting on the inside of turn 2, ready to catch out. Only a slight mistake, and you would clean one of those blocks out in rather dramatic fashion, but the Clio that we just caught a glimpse of on the live stream there, dodging to the left and avoiding all of that and rejoining the race. Now, there is a yellow flag on the live stream caption. I can't see that replicated on the timing screen at the moment. That might be an earlier message.
That might be a slightly earlier message for something that's happened at turn 14 and is now gone away. Mirko Bortolotti still under a second back. He's being caught by the number 911 Porsche, which has just got a little bit of an edge now on the 12. Number 3
and Nick's
into the pits, though.
Yeah, Nick's down there.
Because they have completely just changed all 4 tyres and run the thing out as quick as possible. No driver. Let's have a quick look, see if she hangs the right for fuel. At the moment, no. It's trundling down the pits. Going very slowly. There's a lot of dust from the earlier dust storm, so the diffusers are kicking up a load of dust. Yep, he's gone right for fuel as well, so no driver change. Fresh set of tyres. And they're now having a look at, hopefully Seb will be able to give you a look at them looking at the tyres. While I'm on, the 114, the white BMW that came in, that has sheared off its hub. So it wasn't a case of the nut coming undone. The actual conical shaft, because of the single nut selection, had sheared off. No obvious sign of tyre problems, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much. He's full of facts there, isn't he, at the moment, Nick Damon, covering about 2 or 3 cars.
It's a fact machine,
yeah,
Nick Damon.
Starting as we mean to go on.
Not the worst thing at this stage of the race to actually have that early stop, whatever's caused it, because of course what it does mean is they will now come in on a completely different cycle to all the other leading cars, which means they should have a less busy pit lane, Paul.
Well, yes, so less busy pit lane, less important than a less busy refueling area, because it's the refueling area which can sometimes get a bit busy. The problem is we're now half an hour into the race, 36 minutes into the race, and if we would get a code 60 now, that would probably encourage a lot of people to come in and make a pit stop. The rules under Code 60 is you can only put half your allowed fuel amount into the car, so it's not so valuable, but having used half a tankful, which is what they've done, because they've done more than half or they've done more than half an hour, so they've used more than half a tankful, they can get that amount of fuel into the car, so they might as well. So any time up until now, it's kind of 50-50 whether you'd have a pit stop if a Code 60 happens. Now we've got this situation, it is worth coming in as soon as the Code 60 happens. Otherwise, the cars will be running through, I reckon, until about the 1 hour mark, maybe as many as 36 laps, I reckon, because, of course, they'll have been brimmed from the start, so they can go through, so they use the full 120 litres. So any time from about the 1 hour mark to the 36 lap mark, we'll see the routine pit stops. Meanwhile, out on the circuit,
we might be just about to get exactly that, because the 48 car that's already been in trouble has ground to a halt between turns 8 and 9. Yellow flags there. It will require recovery unless that driver can re-fire the engine. And while that's happening, we've got a real lead battle back, because Mirko Bortolotti is right on the tail of Jerome Bleekemolen. I'm going to watch the timing stand to see whether or not there's the sign of a purple flag in hand. But the 48 car is stationary on circuit.
Yeah, to drivers left on the exit of turn 9, and that, as we know in the past here at Dubai, can be a vulnerable place for a car to be sitting, only because the recovery vehicles tend to be based on the other side of the track and need to cross it in order to recover that little Honda Integra.
We've got Code 60.
Yeah.
Code 60 flags are out on the start-finish line.
Well, here are the leaders coming out of the final corner, separated by nothing really at all. And they will immediately back off then to the 60 kilometres per hour that is required under this Code 60. And if you're unfamiliar with Creventic racing and 24H series racing, the Code 60 is effectively a virtual safety car, because everyone now has to stick to the 60 kph speed limit around the circuit, and this enables the Honda Integra DC5 in this case to be recovered safely, but it also maintains the gaps between the various cars. So we had nothing at all at the line between Jerome Bleekemolen and Mirko Bortolotti, just half a second, and theoretically once we restart this race that gap will be very, very similar. 1.7 seconds back to Robert Renauer as the cars slowed for the first Code 60 of 2017. Sven Muller is 4th and Christopher Haase in 5th.
And it's going to get very busy indeed down in pit road now. Paul Troswell absolutely spot on, and a number of cars, including some of the cars from just behind the leading group, the 21 Conrad Lamborghini, the number 5 WRT Audi amongst that group that's pitted immediately.
Set to get very, very busy in the pit lane now, Graham, and our men on the spot, Joe. And first of all, Nick, what can you see?
After a brief full stop, we've suddenly got a slew of cars towards the bottom of the track. First car in was a 69 Black Falcon, one of their 3 Porsches, one of the 911s. But that was already coming in, so that actually probably only gave the chance of a greater amount of fuel. They had what looked like another one of our popular control alt-delete situations there, and then came out. So that wasn't really a prediction, that was already coming in. Oddly, the cars that all come in have gone down to Joe's end.
That's because they've just come in for fuel. They've taken the opportunity of the Code 60. Now remember, they are only allowed under Code 60 regs to take on 50% of their fuel allocation. But that's a very good tactical move. That's just going to stretch everyone's fuel window, stretch it a little bit longer. The only car that I saw peel off to its pit apron was the Lamborghini. I'm just going to get out of its way, as it's the number 21. It's the number 21 Lamborghini that's come in and taken on tyres. Driver, whoever it is in that 21, has stayed on. It's the Conrad car. And now that car has gone for fuel. But the majority of the field that did come into the pits, straight past us and into the fuel station. It's going to be a very, very busy fuel station down there.
It's Mark Basseng aboard the number 21 Conrad car, and it looked to have a slightly muffed kind of rejoin there. I'm not quite sure whether you saw it. The car started, moved forward a couple of metres, then stopped again, or was stopped again by the crew. So I think possibly they hadn't quite got one of those tyres installed correctly, but away and into the fuel area now for the 21 after no further delay. And no real damage in time there for that.
Joe does know a little bit more about that.
Yeah, it ran over its air hose, and then there was a kind of a dual thing went on. They stopped the car because it was about to run over its air hose, and then somebody on the opposite side of the car noticed something on the rear end and put that to rights. While you're with me, the 111 Lotus Exige, the only thing damaged by that contact with the Clio was what I could see was a track control arm, which they've replaced, and it's already back out and in the race.
So not a lot of trouble and not serious for the Lotus, which is good news. The 241 Porsche Cayman, the Alphab car, one of the latest batch in. Still cars streaming in, as of course, it's a long lap under Code 60, so even the first racing lap under Code 60 will take some time for the cars that choose to head down pit road to get there. We're still waiting for the number 48 to come under tow back into pit road, and it gets to pit entry now. I think we'll be going back to green unless there's other things that need to be attended to around the circuit pretty soon. Course car stops at pit in.
5 minutes 24 seconds is a lap for Code 60. So if you were just coming past the start-finish line, as I think Blake Amolan was, he'd just come through across the start-finish line when the purple flag was shown.
That's right, he was, yes.
He didn't have the opportunity to come into the pits, hasn't had the opportunity to come into the pits yet. And by the time he does have the opportunity to come into the pits, A, it will probably have gone green, but B, the refueling station will probably be full.
Not coming into the pits, and nor is Mirko Bortolotti, who appear at the turn 16 exit now on the live stream, right behind that Seat. And we're still Code 60 at the moment.
We're Code 60 because the course car stopped at pit in. One of the officials in the course car got out, waved a yellow flag behind the car. That car's now reversing back.
The 12's in, so Sven Muller's deciding to pit from third position. And therefore, what's happened to Robert Renauer? He's about to cross the line.
Because he could go more quickly in the pit lane on the code
because
60.
It's a shorter route into the pits, isn't it? So Renauer's only going to cross the line. Well, yes, now he's already crossed the line, hasn't he? That's right, and been scored in fourth position because Sven Muller got to the pit lane speed limit line before the Robert Renauer Porsche reached the start-finish line on the track itself.
It's the pit-in board that's been replaced. Thank you very much for picking that up. So that's going off for their extensive polystyrene collection down in race control. A quick question for Paul, because a thought does occur to me. If this race were to finish under Code 60, do you have to finish the race on track?
Yes.
So that stops that trick.
It does,
Otherwise,
yes.
Everybody goes to the pits.
Yeah, exactly, because it's a shorter distance. They've already thought of that.
Yes, it was a trick which has been arguable about who started it, but has been suggested that Michael Schumacher's Ferrari team started it. Whether it was Ross Brawn's idea or Schumacher's, I don't know. Discuss that one on Twitter if you want to. But now regulations are written so that you have to take the checkered flag on the track. You can't come into the pits to take the checkered flag.
Yeah, watching that shredded polystyrene there does remind me, you mentioned Michael Schumacher, an incident in British Grand Prix many years back where Damon Hill and Michael Schumacher came together in Woodcote and lots of polystyrene. You're right, it was Luffield, right where I was standing with my then very young son, no longer that young I'm afraid, and one of the prized parts of his racing memorabilia collections is part of the polystyrene with the tyre mark on.
You referred, well, we've got a Code 60, you referred to the accident at the end of the Nürburgring 24 hours a few years ago. My son has a little bit of the Renault Clio.
You know, this is why we get on so well, ladies and gentlemen. This is how exciting our family life is.
That's the Renault Clio that had a bit of, a full GT3 car wedged in the back of it.
Absolutely. Removing debris from the circuit is a reason for the Code 60 carrying on. The course car has now reversed back to its holding position by race control. So we'll wait and see how long all this takes. The 1-2-3 comes in, Jan Mardenborough from 39th position overall. That was the leading GT4 car, SP3 car, also in the number 33 Audi. On the car collection, Audi R8 LMS makes a pit stop.
Meanwhile, that's the distance between the first and second place cars. So Jeroen Bleekemolen in the Black Falcon Mercedes AMG and the GRT Grasser Racing Team Lamborghini Huracan of Mirko Bortolotti. Those chaps have been on board the cars since the start of the race. We're just over 45 minutes into it now, 46 and a half minutes into the 2017 24 Hours of Dubai.
Well, that's gone remarkably quickly.
Hasn't it just? So, still at code 60 at the moment, and the lights on the starting gantry are continuing to flash as well. There's more action down in the pit lane with the 401 BMW heading past our pit lane reporters and straight for fuel, I reckon, Graham.
Yep, world race debut for that car. That is the brand new, for, would you believe, 2018 customer car from BMW Motorsport. That's the BMW M4 GT4 making its first racing appearance. Has been seen in testing in the latter part of 2016 in full camo livery. Arrived here in that camo livery, but is racing in all over white, apart from using the camo on the rear screen to help the dazzle.
Let's hear from Joe again in the pit lane.
I've walked up, so I've got a great vantage point on the fuel station. It's, you know what, with the 50% fueling, it clears pretty quickly. It's not like the drivers have to get out and walk in to collect their nectar points, is it? It's just fill up 50% and then go. There's only 3 cars at the station now, just being joined by the number 178 Janetta, with 10 pumps, plenty of space up here. Everything's cleared and everything's gone very, very smoothly on this code 60 fuel stop.
The difficulty is for the teams to know how long the code 60 is going to continue, because ideally you come in right towards the end of the code 60. Okay, you can only get your half a tank of fuel, but you get the best value, as it were, from that way. However, what you don't want to be doing is being stuck with the refueling nozzle in the tank whilst it goes green, because then you're losing ground. So it's a tricky one to judge, and all we've been notified from on the screen is just that the code 60 continues. There hasn't been an indication for how long.
Now, I'm not sure what the capacity is overall on these tanks, but if you have got room for another 45% fuel, then why not? Why not pit again? Fill the tank completely and again, once again, stretch that window.
Yeah, the regulations allow that. Nothing to stop them coming in on 2 successive laps to get 2 half tanks of fuel.
Which goes back to the old, under caution, refuelling under caution. It was always a tactic in endurance racing at places like Le Mans, where it's all against the clock, where you will just extend that fuel window constantly and consistently do that under every yellow, pretty much. It's changed now with the multiple pace cars at Le Mans, but fundamentally that's what we used to do. It's an all different kind of tactic on the pit wall that you have to employ with regards to the code 60 ruling on fueling.
Nick's got a thought on this, unsurprisingly. It would have been great if you just come straight in with it, really, but go ahead.
You didn't fade me out.
I did.
Oh, well, who knows what. The point is that the pre-coat Herbert 911 came in just a second ago.
Yes.
Normally, in all last year, they were the first car in every time. But they go green, so they've made a bit of a mistake. They won't get Muller, so a rare early mistake for the 911 car.
That's Nick Damon in the pit lane here at the 2017 Dubai 24 Hours. We're back to green flag running, Graham Goodwin.
We're back to green flag running again, back to nose-to-tail action, and it was nifty trigger feet there. And the number 963 Lamborghini just lost a bit of track space there to another Lambo. Didn't quite see the number on that car. I want to come back to another Lamborghini story in just a moment, because the number 10 Leap at Motorsports Huracan was one of the pit callers under code 60. 911, the guys are quite right, is in the fuel station now, so will not be doing as well out of this this return to green that many of the cars ahead on track did. But Jeroen Bleekemolen and Mirko Bortolotti stayed out. 1.1 seconds the last time they crossed the line. It's still that order. There was certainly some body language from both cars, both drivers, as we got closer to the race going back to green, that indicated that things were about to get exciting. To explain why that went on a little longer, it's pretty clear that race control wanted that shredded pit-in marker replaced.
Yes.
That was what was the delay, so they were sourcing the correct replacement marker at that point. taking a little while to fit that. That's now done. We're back to green flag racing, and we have just 23 hours, 8 minutes and 37 seconds of racing left.
Although another slow car out on the track, the Duo Racing BMW M235 Racing Cup car.
Left rear puncture for that car.
Okay, so that shouldn't mean that it can't get back to the pit lane. Just stay off the racing line, allow everyone else to funnel by, and assuming that tyre doesn't start to disintegrate and eat away at the rear left bodywork, hopefully that Duo Racing car can get back in one piece, and we should be able to stay green, Paul.
Which will be good news. I was going to, just before we went back to green flag racing, just reflect, we said earlier on, I think, that the number 66, Attempto Racing Porsche, had gone underneath the minimum reference lap time. In fact, it didn't. It only went underneath the theoretical minimum reference lap time, and it is only important for non-A6 AM cars. The theoretical, this is complicated, the theoretical minimum reference lap time is important for the SP2s, but not for the A6 AMs. A6 AMs are just reliant upon the actual minimum reference lap time, not the theoretical one.
So no problem for that car?
So no problem for the 66. However,
Excellent.
The two that do have a problem in A6 or have already burnt two jokers are the Hoffer Racing, Christian Frankenhat, we did mention that one, number 1, which was on his first flying lap, and also the number 18, the Corvette of the V8 racing team, which dipped underneath by quite a margin actually on his first flying lap with, I think it was Duncan Huysman who was driving the car still at the wheel of the V8 racing Corvette number 18. Other than that, though,
is this thing about theoretical lap times new for this year?
Yes.
Okay, I don't remember all that before.
To explain the theoretical lap time, that's the fastest collection, the collection of the 3 fastest sector times. 4 fastest sector times, isn't it?
Yes, for that car.
Yes.
3 fastest sector times.
Apologies. Right.
So it's the sum of the 3, which prevents effectively sandbagging, because the idea in the non-A6 classes is that the minimum reference lap time should be the fastest that car can go, regardless of who's driving it. And so that's the design of that rule in SP2, and particularly the SP3 class, and potentially SPX as well. So something to be borne in mind. They are having difficulties from the organisers' point of view implementing it, because it's quite a complex thing to do, but it's so far working quite well, and no doubt, as Preventic have a habit of doing, the rule will be fine-tuned as we go through the season in order to not upset anybody and to keep everybody happy and fair.
Good news for fans of BMWs with the numbers 1 twice and 4 on the side. 114 that was in trouble with that shared hub, I think Nick Denman was saying, is back out on track. So been sorted in good order. Begin to see some smokiness from the wheel arch of that car. Let's hope that Hankook holds together long enough. It's beginning to roll off the rim, but is coming back. Will make it back to pit road, and does so if he can turn the car properly.
Yeah, it's a job, isn't it?
Oh, he's struggling.
Work the car, just coax it towards the pit lane.
Yes.
Well, that's the easy bit. Now there's some 90-degree right-hander, and actually copes with it pretty well.
Well done, sir.
But yes, the wheel arch, and quite a sharp wheel arch of metal there, starting to slice the tyre that is working its way loose, as Graham says. So the chances of that delaminating before pit lane were pretty high, but the driver of it has nursed that car to the pit lane and done a tremendous job.
Well, there's a couple of numbers to look for. 3rd position now, with some of the other cars ahead of it prior to code 60 having pitted, is the number 16 SPS Automotive AMG of Lance David Arnold. Now the top, well, how many of those cars? It's the top 11 have not pitted. The 11th place car now is the first car to have pitted for half a tank of fuel. That's Sven Müller in the number 12 car. So the number 12, that's the Montai car, has profited from that and is ahead now of the 911 Herpeth car that was previously ahead on track. The gap on track between those cars is around 1 minute and 5 seconds. That's Sven Müller from the leader, who will have to pit earlier for fuel. So it's about 1 minute and 5 seconds for the first of the cars in the order that has pitted and now has got a full tank of fuel, from the leader overall that hasn't.
Frederick Schmidt has made it to the pit lane, and we were watching on the live stream the tyre being changed. Nick Damon won't be very far away from that.
Though interestingly, I think he's getting back in the car again. No, it's wait, let's bring someone else's outfit. Oh, it's Marie Demont. Jean-Marie Demont is getting in instead now. So doing a driver change as well. But he did a brilliant job. He got it back. He's not damaged the car at all. Set the car in neutral. They're now sinking and boosting up Jean-Marie, and they'll get out. So interestingly, of course, that is the same. They're in the same garage as the 114. So double BMW disaster in the first hour. But that's a good thing. There's 23 hours to make it up.
Absolutely right, and the recovery begins now with all 4 tyres inflated on that car. It may well call for fuel before it works its way back out onto the circuit.
114, as you say, back out on the circuit as well. The JR Motorsport BMW. Bob Herber has stayed behind the wheel, as far as I can tell, which is not a problem because the time he spent in the pits won't count towards his driving time. In any case, his time spent in the pits was very nearly 21 minutes. And as we said during one of the practice qualifying sessions, in reply to a question, the pit stop time does count as rest time. So whilst Bob Herber was in the pits, he was, in inverted commas, resting. That was sufficient time for him to be allowed to take the car out again. So Bob Herber back out again after a 20-minute pit stop with that BMW number 114.
Trouble again for the number 48 car. Had just got out of the pits for what is, I think, the 3rd time, and has stopped again, I'm afraid, on track. This time at turn 2. Yellow flags there at the moment.
Okay, and that's the area where the 247 car just worked its way through. So past the caution area, the Writer Engineering KTM Crossbow, pursued by, is that Bortolotti?
That's Bortolotti. That is Bortolotti. Yes, he's dropped 5 seconds back in traffic.
Wow. Okay, I missed that.
So what's going to be key here is exactly where that 48 car has stopped. If he stopped on the inside, there is a way back there with intervention vehicle. Intervention vehicle with them now, and that it looks to me to be on the inside of the track.
The car collection, one of 2 car collection Motorsport Audi R8s, was just ahead, by the way, of Mirko Bortolotti, but not on the lead lap. So it's still Blake Molen and Bortolotti first and second, but 5.8 seconds is the gap now. Christopher Haase has worked his way up to 3rd position. Lance David Arnold certainly made quick work as well of some of those cars in the top 10. He was starting to overtake take them legitimately, but of course he's also not called for fuel, and therefore some of the cars around him or ahead of him in the race before that code 60 did stop. Lance David Arnold did not, and therefore he's running 4th in the SPS Automotive Mercedes.
Yeah, those 2 have swapped a couple of times on the last couple of laps, Johnny. The Optimum Motorsport Audi and the SPS Mercedes. Before the code yellow, they were running with 14 ahead of 16, and then after the code 60, the purple period, so the SPS Mercedes got ahead, but now you've seen, as you say, Christopher Haase getting himself back ahead of Lance David Arnold then. So those 2 having a nice little battle out on the track.
Yellow flags to the back straight. The leader is getting away. He's taken another 2 seconds, or almost 2 seconds, out of Bortolotti, but also keeping an eye on that gap back to Sven Muller. He's taken something like 5 seconds out of the leader since we went back to green. So Sven Muller in the number 12 car, having made that stop, and therefore has of course a heavier car, despite that is making progress on the MG. So the yellow flags, of course, in the back straight were for the intervention vehicle taking the shortcut with the number 48 car under tow. So those yellow flags now withdrawn. We're back to green across the full circuit.
And we're exactly 1 hour into this year's Dubai 24 Hours at the Dubai Autodrome. You're tuned to RadioLeMans.com. Thank you for joining Graham Goodwin, Paul Truswell and Johnny Palmer here in the main commentary box. We've got Joe Bradley and Nick Damon pounding the pit lane and giving us all the updates with regard to standard stops, for which we will have quite a collection of those in the next hour or so. We've had cars fueling to 50% of their quota when a lot of them came into the pits for the code 60, the first code 60 of the race. and that accounted for just how long, Paul, in the first hour? Code 60 was
11 minutes and 12 seconds.
Okay, that's not too bad.
Interesting one here for the boys to chase down, and pointed out to us on Twitter by Right Turn Lover. I did notice that Sven Müller had taken track position from the 911. That despite the fact he spent 50 seconds longer in the pits than the 911. So it might be worth finding out what happened in those two stops, whether or not there was any kind of issue for Sven Müller, but he picked up position despite the fact he was on pit road for almost a minute longer than 911. 911, by the way, has just dropped back a further place.
Well, 911, remember, was in the pit lane when it went green again, so it didn't spend as long in the pits, but lost out because everybody else was going at green flag racing speeds whilst he was still in the pits.
So it's been double trouble for him, really, isn't it?
For the 911 car,
it should have taken had he managed to pit that car earlier, they would have taken full advantage.
And he had the opportunity to. He came past the pit lane entrance whilst the purple flag was being displayed, but chose not to come in.
However, what we still don't know is why he was in the pit, while the other car was in the pit lane for longer, or rather why that car was in for shorter, unless they opted to just go when it went green.
Probably, yeah, they just went when it went to go when it was possible to go.
Sven Müller, on the other hand, didn't pit, I think, at the first possible opportunity, because the 12 car...
They were in close proximity. They came in more or less together. No, the 12 car came in earlier.
Yeah.
No, but I'm just trying to work out, because Blancpain and Bortolotti crossed the line as the Code 60 came out. The track back where the 12 was probably didn't have an opportunity to pit on that lap. So the very next time around, Sven Müller came in.
Correct.
And they were quick thinking there for it, Manthey Racing. I shouldn't be surprised about that.
Not really.
Correct.
So the error, if an error was made, is in not pitting the 911 car at that stage. They have lost out. They've got less fuel, therefore, on board than the number 12 car does as well.
Yes. Yes, there is the 911 in question and running now in 11, 12, 13, 14th position and 12th in the A6 Pro category, but there are two A6 AM cars ahead of it now. Duncan Houseman in the class-leading V8 Racing Chevrolet Corvette and Stuart Hall in the GP Extreme Renault RS01. That's car 27 that we haven't seen a great deal of so far. I'm sure our TV director, though, will change that in the next couple of hours. We've got two really smart-looking GP Extreme Renault RS01s that appeared in the Abu Dhabi Gulf 12 Hours last month.
So, next impressive stat is fastest lap of the race at the moment, by the way, has gone to Jerome Bleekemolen in the 1:59.215 in the lead car, 6.2 seconds now ahead of Mirko Bortolotti.
On lap two.
Absolutely. But that's exactly my point. You're quite right, Paul, that those fast laps came before they got into traffic. However, with 90 plus cars on the circuit, the current pace of the quickest cars is well down into the 201s. 201.131 for Bortolotti last time around, so less than 2 seconds slower than the fastest time that car's done, despite the fact there is massive traffic. Latest into pit road is the, I actually think, gorgeous Kodak liveried number 76 IMSA Performance Porsche.
Maxime Jus at the wheel of that.
Came in from 7th position, that one, Johnny.
So will they do a driver change, or are they happy just for Maxime to push on in that 7th place Porsche? We'll see where that re-emerges, but that will provide an opportunity for Jordan Kroger to move up a position in the slightly better placed GP Extreme Renault. Edex Sport and Albert Baruti, number 17, is going to gain a spot as well. Maxime Jus, by the way, is going to stay on board the IMSA Performance Porsche.
Goes for fuel, unsurprisingly.
And there's the 964 Lamborghini Huracan of Christian Engelhardt, which was troubling the top 10 in the early stages. It's fallen out of that now running in 13th position.
But that's because it's one of the pit stoppers.
Yes.
Yeah, that's because it's one of the better placed pit stoppers. He's making pretty good progress. Had a huge gaggle of traffic to deal with at the end of that lap and did it pretty well.
So the best placed pit stopper being Sven Müller for Manthey Racing. And then it's Christian Engelhardt, isn't it? Because we're still waiting for Maxime Jus to feed back into the mixture. Here is Mirko Bortolotti from 2nd position on the road then.
Well, was about to say to Paul, what do we think under those conditions? Of course, with 11 minutes under Code 60, a realistic full stint is. Well, I think we're about to find out. It's about this.
It's very difficult to say what a full stint is because there's two ways
fuel
of...
stints, I mean.
Yes, but there's two ways of measuring it. You can either measure a fuel stint in terms of how much you can go on the tank capacity of the car, which is 120 litres, or how much you can go on the tank capacity that you can put in. And that varies depending which car you've got.
Correct.
So at the moment, or at the start of the race, they were all brimmed full of fuel with 120 litres on board. So they can all go up to, I reckon, about 36 laps.
Okay.
Now, they may choose not to because any time between when they've got enough space in the tank for their fuel allocation, which might be 90 litres, it might be 100 litres, it might be 105 litres, depending on what sort of car you've got, any time between when you've got space for that much until when you're empty is your fueling window.
Yep.
But it means that within that window, you've got flexibility to come in.
So sensibly, at this point of the race, if Bortolotti is suffering with tyres, it's time to come in. If he's realised that the traffic ahead of him is going to cripple his attack, it's time to come in. His pace has been going off just a little. It's the right time to come in, get some new boots and get a full tank of fuel in that car.
New voice in the pit lane, and that will be Bruce Jones.
Sitting in the press room watching it all happen and out on track as well. But calm at the moment, but the stops that we're having as the Zetanet Honda goes back into the race, all standard, apart from Zetanet where it's becoming standard because they've made quite a few already.
Okay, thank you for that. Bruce Jones there. I'm wondering whether we were hearing that. No, we weren't. Okay, that was entirely my fault because we got two faders on the go here, and sometimes I'm right, and most of the time I'm wrong. But anyway, here's Graham Goodwin.
Yellow flags between turns 10 and 11. No news yet as to why that's the case. I'm sure we will see very soon. It's car 73 as an additional problem has spun at turn 7 and continued. Yellow flags have been withdrawn, so whatever car was in woes has continued. Car 73, meanwhile, is the HRT Performance Porsche Cup car. Traffic is terrific, and I mean that in terms of volume rather than experience of those involved. Blancpain now leads Christopher Haase, of course, with the pit stop for Mirko Bortolotti. The lead gap now, by the way, almost 20 seconds. It's 19.1 seconds. But Jerome Blancpain is making very rapid progress, also moving very quickly and closing in on Lance David Arnold for third position. Christopher Mies in the number 4 WRT Audi, fourth position, but taking time out of the car ahead of him. Sven Müller and his progress. Remember, he is a car that has had a pit stop for half a tank of fuel at least. He's 8th. And catching cars ahead, but not the leader just at the moment. Still that gap around a minute.
Three abreast into the Lapri there, and the 21 SPS Automotive Mercedes, still driven by Lance David Arnold, certainly in the thick of action, heading up to turn 14. Successfully negotiated, and Christopher Haase still in second position. The SPS Automotive car is third. To Joe Bradley, who is now joined by Stuart Lynn.
Stuart, having just got out of that number 231 Optimum Motorsport Jann. Stuart, you're the first driver I've had the opportunity to talk to about the start. How was it? It looked quite frantic from where I was standing.
Yeah, better than I thought, really. It's always a bit nervous going into the start of a long race. You just want to make sure that you get it around the first few corners and the first lap and the first stint. So no, I'm pleased. It wasn't too frantic from my point of view. So yeah, it was.
I noticed the car didn't take on fresh tyres, or did I miss that? It looked to me as though you just swapped drivers, or did I miss the tyre change?
No, that's right. The car felt great still. No need to change tyres on this occasion anyway.
All right, and so is that going to, do you think double stinting the tyres is the way to go, considering we're in the heat of the day here? It's going to bode very well for this evening and into the night.
Yeah, that's the plan. I think we can easily double stint the tyres, maybe even triple stint them into the nights, but we'll just have to see, really.
Conditions-wise, from a driver's point of view, it is the heat of the day. Pretty physical. I know you've got a sweat on, but so have I, and I'm standing out here.
Yeah, it was actually. I mean, we've obviously got our drinks bottle, we've got the cooling pipe. I ran out of water with 15 minutes from the end, so yeah, I'm actually quite glad that they brought me in.
Thanks, Stuart. I'll leave you get some proper water down here now and rehydrate. Thanks, Stuart. Stuart Lynn there at the 231. A pretty straightforward pit stop it was for the Optimum team, and it will by now have had fuel and be out back in the race.
Thank you, Joe. Good to hear from a driver who is very enthusiastic about his racing. Graham?
Absolutely, and Optimum Motorsports having a very varied weekend in terms of the machinery they're campaigning. Up at the sharp end with the number 14 Audi, second position overall for the 14 car, the A6 Pro car in the hands of Christopher Haase. The GT4 Ginetta, of course, had an overall race win earlier in the week with the second of the 3-hour races with their first run with the Ginetta G57 P2. So the Optimum crew have been busy boys and girls this weekend. Here is the Optimum car, flashing the lights as the car comes up behind one of the VAC Autotech cars. Goes to the inside line in turn 1. Christopher Haase trying to close down Romain Bleekeman. It's not working at the moment. That gap is coming out into the pits. And the latest stopper for the significant runners comes the number 16 car. That is from, well, its third position as it went for pit lane. Fourth is across the line. Lance David Arnold cedes that position to Christopher Mies. So it's Bleekemolen from Haase, from Mies, the top 3 now.
So 16 SPS Automotive Performance Mercedes. Just being tended to in the pit lane. Jeroen Bleekemolen carries on, by the way. That car still hasn't made a pit stop, nor has Christopher Haase, nor Christopher Mies, up to now 4th position. The best placed car that has pitted is Sven Muller still in the Manthey Racing Porsche. That car is 7th.
Well, strictly speaking, it's number 16 because that car has now pitted. The SPS Automotive. Lance David Arnold, I saw walking away from the car. So let's take a stab on Tom Monzo Cole having been...
Didn't look like Tom's helmet. Didn't look like Tom's helmet.
Tom's getting in, or...
Tom getting in. It didn't look like his helmet. I only got a quick look, but I didn't think it was.
We'll wait till it comes up on the ID anyway. The car's gone up to be refueled, so that car, when it rejoins, will be a fair comparison on a full tank of fuel, stop made under green racing conditions, to a half tank of fuel, as was done by the number 12 Porsche, the Manthey Racing car. When that came in, it only got half a tank of fuel, but it did so under purple racing conditions, so it will go above. So even though they'll both be shown on the timing screen as having done one pit stop, they're not comparable pit stops in real terms. So we need to kind of have some kind of, don't change this, Rob, we need to have some kind of flag on the pit stop column to tell us whether it was a real pit stop or a half
0.5 pit stop. Okay.
But no, we don't want to change that because that will make life far too complicated.
Yes.
But it's something to think about.
It is.
We've already run out of columns on our timing screen.
This is the point at which, it's not the point at which, late in the evening, it's the point at which when we're trying to work out what's actually happened here, that we've got to go into memory mode and remember what happened 11 hours previously when we weren't quite so tired. Yeah. But at the moment, no time to be tired.
No, indeed.
Jeroen Bleekemolen actually loses a little bit of time last time around to Christopher Haase. Sorry, Johnny.
I'm loving all the columns on my timing screen. Unfortunately, the one I've lost because it's the first one to be bumped off.
It's the position.
It's the positions, yeah. So I can't tell you whether a car's in 10th or 14th. Oh, look over there. Yeah, but that's often where Trussers is stood. I can see it on that one, though, I noticed. So that's all right. Okay. I was getting used to counting down to about 25 and telling you that's where Jelmer Berman was. Anyway, the number 12 car is Sven Muller and is very quickly scything its way through traffic. There's the Manthey Porsche, and it darts from one direction to another so succinctly, with a couple of the stray touring cars just trying to stay out of its way. Slow car at turn 14 now.
That's one of the Seat Leons coming through 14 now and moving off driver's right and heading towards pit lane. Trying to pick out the number of that car as it... no, it's not going to... Is he going to get to pit lane? He's carrying on. He's not pitted.
Okay. The 18 Chevrolet Corvette from Racing is now on pit road, by the way, and they are doing a driver change there. Joe Bradley's stood right next to that. Tell me what you can see, Joe.
I can see a full pit stop coming off here. They've taken off the tyres. They've put brand new unscrubbed rubber Hankook tyres going on. They've had a driver change. They're replenishing something or other in the rear of the car, or maybe just checking something. That's where the drivetrain is. And it's a full service for the number 18 Corvette. V8 Racing. We'll try and get a word with the driver that just come out. It's running 8th in the race, I believe, Johnny. Is that correct?
No, I need to peer over to the screen with the positions on, and yes, you're absolutely right.
And when you do get a word, Joe, it was Duncan who's got out of the car.
Excellent.
He burned a joker in the early laps, and you might want to ask him about that, whether there was anything he could do, or whether he was aware that he was about to burn his joker.
How much did he burn his joker by? Was it a massive conflagration or just a flicker?
2/10.
That's hardly a flicker, isn't it?
I think it's on a 205 joker.
Yeah, it's a 276, and so 2.25 of a second.
Yeah. Meanwhile, by the way, it was the 135 Seat that was coming around slowly, came past us slowly. So whether or not he was balked on the pit lane entry, Frank Bieler-like, I think it was possible that he was. It did seem he did have that opportunity to continue in. I can only suggest to you guys either he's working a problem, in which case he was coming down the main straight in the middle of the track, which didn't seem terribly sensible, or he's made an error.
No, it struck me that he could have quite easily moved to the right-hand side as he was coming towards the pit lane entrance.
Yep.
Just to round off a statement that I was going on about earlier on, the SPS Automotive Performance Mercedes has been taken over by Valentin Pierberg. As into the pits now comes the leader, Johnny.
Yeah, here comes your own Blake Amolin then for Black Falcon. And you can see the United Arab Emirate flag on the wing end plates there, which is always a nice touch from Black Falcon. And it's the Abu Dhabi racing team arm of the German squad, and door is this time open, so Jeroen steps out, new driver to be strapped in, and a new set of Hankooks. Joe?
Yeah, I'm just making my way up from the pit in, and the leader of this race is indeed on pit road, and we're having again a full service. It's full service time, it seems. Car already off its jacks. That's the car you can hear heading back out. It's not going to head back out though, of course. It's going to turn sharp right and head down towards the service area for fuel. But fresh tyres and a fresh driver indeed for the number 2 Black Falcon, started from pole and leading the race.
Any idea who was getting into that car, or did you arrive on the scene a little too late?
I arrived a little bit too late.
Okay,
That's how efficient these Black Falcon guys are.
Isn't it just? I know, blink and you'll miss it. Graham?
That stop was as neat as a guardsman's bunk bed. It really was. Absolutely beautifully executed. Just ahead, by the way, of Jerome Bleekemolen into pit road was Bernd Schneider aboard the number 25. That's the HTP Mercedes-Benz AMG GT3. That car's been in trouble earlier this week for heavy accidents, and they've had to replace the entire left rear corner, I think it was, for the car, but going well at the moment and running well up the order before Bernd brought the car into the pit lane. In fact, 13th at the moment in the fuel area just now.
Third in the AM class, because significantly that car is going to be running as an AM class car. First time that HTP have run in that kind of category. In fact, it's the first time that HTP have been to Dubai as HTP. The last time they were here was when they were still Heiko Motorsport.
In fact, which I think was the world debut of the SLS GT3,
yeah, could well have been
the Goldwing car.
So Bernd Schneider still with the team, but he is the only professional driver amongst the crew. The rest of them really can't do the minimum reference lap time. So from now on, when the other drivers go through, they'll be pushing as hard as they can. Yep. Although it may not be falling back that much if they can maintain the minimum reference lap time that they have to. Of course, what that has done has elevated the number 14 Optimum Motorsport Audi into the lead of the race.
Yeah, I don't think this is the first time that Optimum Motorsport have led this motor race. They led last year, I think, in their debut with the Audi.
Yes.
Christopher Harter, though, leads for Optimum Motorsport for the very first time, and we have got 36 laps in the books for the 2017 Hankook Dubai 24 hours.
Yeah, and Christopher Haase leading by 1.8 seconds from Christopher Mies. Jeroen Bleekemolen's car, and new driver to be inserted very shortly, is about to rejoin. We've seen Jordan Groger, in fact, go through into third position, and now Sven Muller in fourth. To the pit lane and to Bruce Jones.
Number 3 Black Falcon in the lead of the race. Sorry, the number 2 Black Falcon. All look very good.
Yeah, really fun first stint, having Mirko Bortolotti behind me. We were teammates last year, and we were looking at each other several times like, hey, this is fun. Car was great, especially after the first Code 60. Car was running really good. Just starting to stay out trouble, lots of traffic obviously. People are driving pretty sensible so far. I saw some crazy things, but that's normal. Most people are really so far doing a great job, so got through it pretty well, and yeah, no complaints so far.
So at this early stage of the race, the track conditions are good, there's not too much oil down?
Well, there was a lot of sand on the track at the start. Even when I did my first lap of the race and I came back around, there was still like a cloud of sand from the start. So that's how much sand there was, but it's getting better and better. Just got to try to stay on the racing line. Offline, it's pretty bad.
Yeah, because about an hour and a half before the race was a bit of a sandstorm, which really didn't help. Who's taken over the second stint?
Manuel Metzger is in now, and I think I'm up next again. But it was good. It's not so hot today, so I'm looking forward to turning more laps.
Well, that's often the key here at Dubai. Your own best of luck.
What a delight to see a professional racing driver having clearly thoroughly enjoyed what was a hectic first session for Jeroen Bleekemolen, Johnny.
Yeah, and had a whole load of fun by the sounds of things with former teammate Mirko Bortolotti. This is Manuel Metzger though, and Jeroen Bleekemolen with no real chance of a snooze or a prolonged rest, because he'll need to be alert to get back on board this number 2 car, which is going tremendously well. We have Christopher Haase though out front now, having completed 37 laps and a lead of 7.5 seconds over Christopher Mies, who's just pitted actually, so that will promote Sven Muller to second position. Yes, okay, he was only able to fill the tank well, depending on how much fuel he'd burnt off from the start of that race, might have been able to brim that tank actually within the 50% quota, but it's a question of how far he can run. He's up to second place though for Manthey Racing, Paul.
Yes, the car's allowed to take on 90 litres normally, so 45 litres when it came in under the code 60. It is inevitable that it will take the lead, of course, because the Optimum Motorsport Audi, number 14, Christopher Haase, will have to come into the pits. I'm surprised he's gone 38 laps, to be honest, because we had some laps under code 60, which probably helped him to save fuel, but 38 laps is a good tank full for a 120 litre tank from the Audi.
Here's a bit more from Joe in the pit lane.
It's just something that I love about Crevendic. Here I am watching the number 235 BMW. It's in the Cup 1 class, and instead of just one big wheel nut keeping the wheels on, we've got 5 wheel studs. Like you see, it's kind of a production touring car class, and it really is only at Dubai where you'd see the illuminated position light saying 88th overall.
Fantastic. Keep on chugging on. You never know where you might finish.
Absolutely right. Christopher Mies on pit road and just heading down to indeed in the fuel stop now. Sven Muller has moved up therefore to third on the timing screens. It will very soon be second. The leader though is in the pits, Paul.
Well, it will be the lead of the race because the Optimum Motorsport Audi, as I said, has to come into the pits for fuel. I say has to, doesn't have to, but if it doesn't, then it's going to run out.
Which it did last year.
It did, didn't it? And still came third. That's one of the other beauties of Creventic racing. Joe was talking about the production nature of the cars, but if you get stuck on the circuit, you can be towed in, fix the car and get on with it. Now, if all you've done is run out of fuel, that only need lose you a lap or two, and that is what happened to Optimum last year.
Trouble for the number 93 car, which is stopped out on the circuit at turn 4. Yellow flags protecting that at turn 3. That was a beautiful stop from the Optimum Motorsport crew. Absolutely perfectly executed, and the car on the way down to the fuel stop.
And Joe Bradley watched it unfold.
I just want to concur with Graham. That was beyond perfect. That was absolutely on it. These guys had that car moving within a matter of seconds. Driver change, full set of tyres. I was just bemused at how quickly they did it. If these guys are going to keep up that pace and concentration, this was really going to be a race all the way to the end, guys.
But Joe, they share the garage, don't they, with Team WRT, Belgian Audi racing team?
No, Paul. The WRT team, it's the Maybach Ogilvy Porsche that sharing with WRT. There's two Optimum Motorsport cars. There's the Janetta, which we've already spoke about, and there's the Audi R8, and then there's the Century Motorsport Janetta. So everyone's a big family down here at the 2B, Garage 2B, or not to be. It's the Shakespearean garage, I'd like to call it.
On form already, Joe Bradley, and it's early yet. Lots more where that came from, but he's right. Cracking stuff from Optimum Motorsport. They appear to be up for this contest. So Christopher Haase on the fuel points as Sven Müller will have moved through now into the lead. He'd just taken a position, by the way, from the number 28 GP Extreme Renault, Jordan Groger at the wheel of that car. 5 seconds back from the leader with Robert Renauer. A further 26 seconds back in the number 911 car. But Groger still owes us a pit stop. And that must mean, guys, those Renaults are going very long on fuel indeed.
Absolutely right. Yeah. So the GP Extreme Renault is allowed 100 litres of fuel. The Audi R8 is allowed 95. The Mercedes and the Porsches are the Mercedes are allowed 100. The Porsches are allowed 90 litres of fuel.
One quick point, by the way. If you're around in one of the international hotels in Dubai at any point this weekend, and a bloke in an orange jacket offers an arm wrestling contest, please make sure he's not one of the flag marshals here, because these guys must have arms like Popeye. Blue flag marshal on the pit wall. I've not yet seen that shot without that blue flag being waved. Absolutely amazing stuff. Well done, guys and girls.
One other thing, just going back about features of that number that you see on the side of the car, giving you the position of the car. I don't know if I've ever seen it happening on the live stream, so it'll be more for the people who are sat in the grandstand, who are sitting in the grandstand watching. When it flashes as it starts the start-finish line, it's not that the car has any particular problem, it just means it's a change.
Right.
So if you see it coming across the start-finish line and it's flashing, it doesn't mean that the car is going through a recycle or that the guy is turning the engine on and off. It is only that there is a position change for that car as it comes across the line. So it's a kind of a clue, visual clue to the people watching. Not only is that the position of the car, but it is changed.
Another visual clue is the number 93 car. This is the car that had the yellow flags out at turn 4 just a few moments ago. Has made it back, but there's clear signs of contact with something of a solid nature. The spat on the side of the wheel pulled back and damage to the front valance of the car too. I think that car might be going into the garage. Into the pits though is the champions of this series from last year, the Hover Racing number 1 Mercedes-Benz. Christian Frankenhout it was, wasn't it, that started the race in that car?
And they are doing a driver change right in front of Joe Bradley.
She's about to take part in her first race stint of 2017 and try and retain the Ladies Drivers' Championship. Christopher Frankenhout it is who's gotten out of the car. The car already as ever at Hofer Racing. Unavoidable wheel spin up the pilloway, and Chantal Kroll is back in the race up towards the fueling station.
Pass on track there for position. That was the number 4 WRT Audi. It's Robin Franz going round the outside of Peerberg in the number 16 SPS Performance Mercedes-Benz AMG, and doing it in a comprehensive fashion. A little way down the order now with the marginal the mixing of pit stops with some of the teams stopping under the code 60. But that, in reality, was a battle for 25th position at the moment. That's how far back significant positional change is happening right now in the A6 class, Paul.
Yes, talking about the GP Extreme Renault RS01 up to second place overall, underwent a bit of a driver shuffle no more than an hour before the race actually started, because for whatever reason, Creventic or somebody hadn't realised that the car had 3 pro drivers in it. Louis Delatraz, Jean-Eric Verne and Nicky Pastorelli were all down to drive that number 28 car, and they're not allowed to have 3 pro drivers in there. They're allowed a maximum of 2 pro drivers. So they had to recruit Bassam Cronfley into the team and shift Nicky Pastorelli across into the number 27 car. So poor old Nicky Pastorelli is now in the AM class car and is therefore constrained by minimum reference lap times. And it's meant that Josh Webster has come from the 27 car and is now in the number 28 car. So Josh Webster, a very late nomination for that number 28 car, which is now running in second place, so he'll be happy with that.
Let's catch up with our crew down in the pit lane. First of all, Bruce Jones.
Looked a very good start to the race. How was it from where you were sitting?
Well, of course, so far it was a good start for us. At the end, I think we're like something P2. Well, the car fleet's great, but it's I have to say it's quite difficult, you know, with all this traffic. Actually, my first time in the GT3 this year, so it's fun on the one side, but on the other hand, you have to be really focused because of the traffic is the main issue. Yeah, but you know, now it just we need to get the rhythm and keeping the speed high, but without issues, and then we have a chance to do something good.
Exactly, but what you saw of Jeroen Bleekemolen leading in the number 2 Mercedes, he seemed to have very good, strong pace, and also Mirko Bortolotti in the Lamborghini.
Yeah, honestly, in the beginning I couldn't follow it at all. The Mercedes and the Lamborghini. I think we are a little bit better on distance, so over 1 hour. But speed-wise, it's tough. But you know, that's the racing, so we just try our best.
Now you got the car nice and warm. Who was the second driver in the 14 Audi?
It's Joe Osborne. That's good.
Well, I think it is too. Right, thank you very much, Christopher.
Thanks, guys.
And we speak of Joe Osborne down there in the pits. We've got Joe as well. Mr. Bradley, what have you got?
Yeah, I was watching the Hofer Racing pit stop come off, and just next door was the 93 MSG Motorsport Porsche that I thought was just in for its normal run-of-the-mill service stop. It's not. It's had damage. It's got massive damage on the front end. I say massive damage. Massive bodywork damage. Looks like it's gone nose first into the tyre wall. Cracked plastic on the front bumper, which is pretty much the whole of the front section underneath the headlamps, and they've already reset Seb can see that, they've already put the front end splitter back on, and I'm a bit disappointed to see no tank tape, because there's a huge gap in the plastic there that's just crying out for tank tape to stop the air getting into it, but we'll wait and see. They're still repairing this car.
Thank you, Joe. We're going to do an update in a minute for SBX, but meanwhile...
Into the pits comes the Jordan Groger Renault RS01, as we were expecting it would do, coming in nice and slowly and travelling up the pit lane. 40 kilometres an hour is the speed limit in the pit lane, so it's nice and slow with so many cars, probably very wise. That's going to elevate the 911 Herbert Porsche into second place. I was just trying to do a calculation based on how much fuel the number 12 car took on, the Sven Muller Porsche took on, and I reckon he's probably got enough fuel to get him to lap 45. In any case, he can't go past the 2-hour mark, so he's got fuel for about another 4 or 5 laps, which is going to take him about another 10 minutes, so that'll take him up to 1/4 the hour. So Sven Muller may be in the lead with the number 12 Porsche, but won't be there for too long, and then it's going to change again. However, the Herbert Porsche, remember, is in an even worse position probably than the Manthey car, because they took on less fuel in their pit stop. So it's not going to be long before either of those two come into the pits for a routine pit stop, and that could, by the time we get to the top of the hour, Johnny, put the Lamborghini into the lead, the 964 car.
Speaking of Lamborghinis, Andrea Amici using quite an unusual line there to do some lappering way off the track.
Yeah, I do wonder whether or not we're going to start to get some warnings for that, because that's becoming a bit too easy a shortcut. We've seen 2 or 3 of the leading cars doing exactly that. The reason for the SPX update is twofold. Number one is because the car leading at the moment, the 207 Brocanet Silversting, fabulous thing, is the leading car in the order that has not yet stopped. at all. The second place car, though, is the number 10 Lippert Motorsports. That's one of the Lamborghini Super Trofeo cars, and there's a story behind that car. Ollie Webb has been in the car, according to timing and scoring from the very start of the race. Completely rebuilt in the last 24 hours, that car, around a replacement shell with a replacement engine, a job which the team were told by the GDL racing team that basically have loaned or leased the replacement car to Lippert Motorsport should take about 6 days, but they've done that in 24 hours. Cut a few corners, I think, sort of to get the car out as quickly as they did, but Ollie Webb from the start of the race came up from the back of the grid to the point where we go into code 60 into the top 40, and now runs in that 10 car in 22nd place and is still making progress. So great stuff from the Lippert Motorsport team, around adversity, coming right back up the field and into contention.
So the broken it silver string is
Sting.
Thank you, silver sting. Yep, Van Lagen, but that's an SP2 car, isn't it? It's not SPX.
It's SPX.
Okay.
It's SP2 according to the timing screen.
Now.
Discuss, and I'll try and get the name of it right next time.
Well, apologies, in which case they are leading SP2. SPX is being led, of course, by the 204 Vortex. My apologies.
Which is a Vortex 1.0, and we've caught a glimpse of that on more than one occasion, the 204 car, which has just been overtaken by the second placed A6 AM car, number 66, which is not on my list, interestingly. That is 66.
That's the Attento Racing Porsche. That's a 911 GT3R. The other significant class, by the way, in that lead screen is the leading cars in the 991 class, and we've traditionally seen, haven't we, gentlemen, the lead cars in the 991, the Porsche Cup class, effectively just gradually make their way up the order as other cars hit trouble or as they have delays, and the lead car in that class at the moment is number 68 Black Falcon car, and as Fjordbach at the moment is in the lead of the 991 class and is running in a very healthy 18th position. Phil Quaife running second for the Maybach Ogilvy squad.
We were talking about HTP Motorsport a little while ago with the Mercedes and saying it was likely possible that it was going to start to fall down the screen as other drivers took over. Well, they didn't, because Bernd Schneider stayed behind the wheel when it had its pit stop, the number 25 HTP Mercedes. That car is currently 26th place overall, 4th in the A6 AM class. So the pit stop it had did hurt it, but Bernd Schneider is going to run out of driving time. The maximum driving time you are allowed to complete is 2 hours continuous driving, but a change, which I've mentioned before, for this year is that the time spent in the pits doesn't count towards the driving time. So I think there is a stint time somewhere on the screen, and I'm assured by my good friend Rob, who's looking after all the timing, that that has been adjusted so that it shows the correct driving time, discounting the time spent in the pits.
Which is currently 1 hour and 35 minutes for Bernd.
Right.
On the live stream, we can now enjoy another one of our rounds of onboard cameras. So Murad Sultanov is currently at the wheel of the number 63 Race Pro Motorsport car, this being a Porsche 991 Cup car from the German crew, Race Pro Motorsport, and this is heading onto the back straight now out of turn 9, with Andrea Amici doing an overtake to drivers left in that GT3 spec Lamborghini Huracan with the monster rear wing and huge rear diffuser. And Andrea Amici has with him then I thought that was the Vlasic in the Attento racing car, but it can't be because they're separated by 8 seconds or so. So there is a Porsche.
It is Philippe Vlasic.
Is it?
Yes.
Behind Amici?
Yes.
Wow, that gap's really come down from the start of this lap then. Because the screen would have me believe that they're separated by 8 seconds.
So it was at the beginning of the lap.
And it's okay, it's clearly a mistake from Andrea Amici somewhere. We know he has picked out some unusual lines working his way through turns 3 and 4 to avoid traffic. I just wonder whether he's gone extra wide on this lap.
Possibly. Going back to that stint column, Graham, and you do get this the stint column on the live timing screen that is provided on the series website and at raceresults.nu. The fact that Ben Schneider's time behind the wheel doesn't match the elapsed time and is different from other people's time proves that it is correct. They have subtracted the pit stop time from the accumulating stint time there, so we know we can rely on that, and it's right, and everything's working well.
Here's a bit more from Bruce Jones in the pit lane.
Suitably warm. That was a fun opening stint in the GP Extreme Renault RS01.
It was unbelievable, and actually it's an honor to start the race with all these great drivers, great teams, a lot of fun, a little bit of argy-bargy. We try to find some space. There's 22 hours left, so we'll just run our course, see where we end up in the morning, and then hopefully it's all to play for.
Various drivers who did the first stint have said it was quite sandy out on the track. There was a bit of a sandstorm about lunchtime today. How much did you find that a difficulty?
Yeah, there was a bit of sand blowing, but I live in Dubai, pretty used to it. Really doesn't make a big difference to the lap times, and a lot of fun out there.
So who's taken over the number 28 now?
We got Jean-Eric Verne, so he'll do a double. Let's see how it goes, and just put ourselves in a good place for the morning.
Now the GP Extreme team did a bit of juggling between the drivers. Could you explain what happened? It was down to Jev having is he platinum or gold, Jean-Eric?
Jev is, I'm not sure, I think pretty special. But yeah, we got told 1 hour before the race we had to change our lineup, otherwise we couldn't take the start. So a lot of reshuffling, and let's see how it pans out.
Well, let's do so. Go and have a rest. Thanks, Jordan.
That's a brand new category in the FIA precious metals, by the way. Very special, or a bit special. And there is the number 28 GP Extreme Renault RS01 then, with Jev Anders Fjord back at the wheel of the... No, I beg your pardon, 28 car with Jev at the wheel. Yes, Jean-Eric Verne, and the other GP Extreme car still circulating as well in this fantastic yellow livery, which is very, very Renault. Jev, 26, from Pontoise in France, and with his Formula E and, of course, Formula 1 experience, I reckon he's probably platinum.
As far as Creventic is concerned, there is no such thing as platinum, gold, silver, bronze. They use the terms pro, semi-pro, and AM. And
Jev is pro.
That's right. Jean-Eric Verne is pro, Louis Delatraz is pro, and Nicky Pastorelli is pro. So they are all pros. You're only allowed to have 2 pro drivers. Even if you're running in the A6 pro class, you're only allowed to have two pro drivers. The other thing that you are limited to is that the sum total of the time completed by your pro drivers, whether you have 1 or 2, cannot be more than 12 hours in a 24-hour race. So between Jean-Eric Verne and Louis Delatraz, they are limited to doing 12 hours racing. The others must split the driving between them. They also have to have an AM driver on the crew. Actually, do they have to have an AM driver on the crew if they're in pro? Yes, they do. And Bassam Cronfley must do 2 hours behind the wheel, and the 2 semi-pros are completely flexible. So Josh Webster and Jordan Grover are both defined as semi-pros. They have no limits as to what they have to do, either minimum or maximum.
Rolling down pit lane now is the last of the cars in the top 40. Not to, so far, have pitted. That's about to change. That is the number 207 Broken It Silver Sting to the pit road from the lead in SP2. My apologies for my earlier error. A little further down the order and just popping up, I think, into 38th position. Shows that quality counts. The leader of the TCR class, Matthias Besch. Yes, that Matthias Besch in the Modena Motorsports Seat Leon.
Eclipse, by the way, of the number 93 MSG Motorsport Porsche rejoining after a lengthy spell in the MSG Motorsport garage. But that Austrian Porsche it might be heading for fuel first, but we are going to see that car back into the race. A little more news from Joe Bradley.
Yeah, glad to say the 93 Porsche did get the tank tape out and finish the job off. Phew was what I said to that one. However, 99, the RKCT GM Honda has come in for what looked like a normal driver change in service. Ricky Cooper got out, Simon Dayton was getting into the car. He sits in the car, but as they put the wheel on, they found something very, very loose on the left-hand front. Now, this car has already had a wheel bearing failure across the earlier in the week in one of the test sessions, I think. And so it looks to me as though they've had a left-hand front wheel bearing failure. That car now being repaired.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Keep your eyes peeled on that. Now, a note passed to me by Paul Truswell tells me that the 793 car had 17 minutes spent in the garage, so they will be feeling the full force of that once the car completes this lap and they find out precisely where they are in the order.
Of course, they're still fueling it, Johnny, so
they will be,
there's still, the time is still ticking on that note that I just passed you.
First, the leading group, by the way, to be in for a second time is the Conrad Motorsport car. It's Mark Basseng. It was aboard the car, Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini 21 car, when it came in. So just watching the patterns behind here with the likes of Joe Osborne and Neil Metzger. And Mirko Bortolotti, by the way, still aboard the 963 car. That car is now up into 8th position overall. It was, of course, the first of the cars in the order that needed a full green flag pit stop, Paul.
Yes, your point about Mark Basseng is relevant because that shows how long half a tank full of fuel will last, because he came in under the code 60. That gives you an indication of where and when we're going to be seeing Sven Muller coming in with the leading Porsche at the moment, the Manthey car.
Well, more to the point, we should be seeing Robert Renauer first.
Well, it will be touch and go because we assumed that Renauer shortened his refuelling in order to get out. But yes, you're right. Yeah. Both of those cars took on half a tank of fuel, but we think that Renauer reduced his time to minimise the amount of green flag lap time that he was losing on the track. And in any event, we've only got 13 minutes before the 2 hours is up.
Big trouble for the number 7 car.
Andrea Amici.
It's fire for the HP Motorsport car, pulls the car to a halt, fire for the left rear of the car, gets out.
He's out. And that has happened where on the track? Just trying to work out exactly where that is. Now, Andrea Amici running back to the car, which I don't think is
trying to pull the fire extinguisher. That happened very suddenly. It's a wheel. The tyre's gone. The tyre's gone. 15th position for that car. It will be going no further.
What's caught fire then? Has the tyre worked its way into the engine bay and then caught fire?
The tyre, I think, has failed dramatically and has shredded something like a fuel line.
Yeah, we've seen this before on
the pit-in. He's in pit entry
on the Lamborghini, where the debris from the tyre means that it gets it breaks a fuel line, and that then is what causes the fire.
Instantly code 60, of course, and Amici goes and grabs the fire extinguisher and puts the fire out himself.
Well, that's quick thinking, isn't it? He had the door open and was clambering out of the car when it was still moving, and you would do, to be fair, with that amount of flame behind you, and you no idea how much that's going to creep into the cockpit.
Well, it was driver's side as well, which would have made life very uncomfortable. I think he had some flames in the cockpit there.
Yes. And you're running entirely on adrenaline there and wanting to get back to the car and really try and avoid any more damage being done to that very smart Lamborghini Huracan. He's done a tremendous job to pull the pin on the fire extinguisher and get that fire out as quickly as he can.
Which is what he went back to the car to do.
Yeah.
Now, the other thing I'd say here is he did that very quickly. I'm not at this stage going to call that as out of the race.
Probably.
Not yet going to call that car as out the race because you don't know whether or not that was drama from minor damage, which it could easily have been. So the best news in there is Andrea Amici is out and seemingly completely okay. Excellent stuff from I think he was GT Asia champion last year with the Lamborghini.
The kill switch as well, which will be on the side of the car, I suppose, for the marshals, will it, when they arrive on scene. And to be fair to them, they were very quick and alert to get there as quickly as possible. It just really depends where they are deployed on the various posts around this track. But
now this has fallen beautifully for the 911 Porsche.
Yes.
Because they were due in.
For both the 911 Porsches, because the number 911 Porsche and also the number 12 Porsche was due in. And it's not fallen badly either for everybody else, because they've been able to make the pits that the Lamborghini has pulled into the pits. The 964 car, which I was suggesting was going to be the leader of the race, and the 963, which is further down, so the two remaining Lamborghinis, I suppose. And the car that has stayed out and therefore is going to be taking the lead of the race is another Porsche, but this is the Porsche Racing Porsche, number 29, which currently has behind the wheel of it
Lucas.
Now,
this is the car, while you're looking
Lucas.
that one up, that's the Porsche Motorsport by Olam car. This is the car we'll see Robert Kubica in later, and this is a car that moved up because Robert joined the squad from Am to Pro earlier this week. And went very well indeed in qualifying as well for a period of time. It's going to be a very busy pit lane now.
And the man down there is Joe Bradley.
Yeah, I'm just standing out the way because we've put aside the M25 coming in here. The number 5 Audi came by with a flailing, punctured left rear tyre. That will have to get that tyre changed before it takes on fuel. A lot of the cars, though, like we saw earlier, just filing past their pit boxes and going straight to the fuel station. Just once again, we're seeing them just eke out that fuel window a little bit more.
That's the name of the game. The number 14 car with Joe Osborne now at the wheel also came into the pits that time around. There was quite a steady stream of vehicles. Now a gap in the traffic, although here comes the little Audi RS3, which was in TCR sprint race action this morning when James Kay was pedalling that very quickly indeed. Plenty of door banging taking place in that touring car race. Slightly more sedate run so far in the opening, what have we had, hour and 52 minutes now.
Fire marshals are not content that is not going to burst back into flames, and indeed there is more smoke coming from the rear of the car, so still obviously things very hot under the engine cover. It's got another healthy dose of extinguishant. But scary moments when you see a race car at any sort of speed with fire, but excellent stuff from the driver there, I thought.
I wonder whether it was actually an oil link that went, because I noticed that the clerk of the course or the marshals are now putting down oil dry on the route that was taken by the car as it pulled off there.
It's almost exactly the same place as we had a fire for a Lamborghini last year, Paul.
Yes, I'm being confused because it also happened to, I think, 2 Lamborghinis at Paul Ricard 24 hours last year.
I always remember the Pre-Gert Herbert Motorsport Lamborghini that the Renault brothers brought to this event last year, and that caught fire in one of the sessions, and that was over at turn 3.
Yeah.
That wasn't in the race, though. That was in, I think, free practice fairly early on in the week. But this is quite clearly related to the rear left tyre puncturing, and it looked like the rubber had just been stripped entirely from the wheel. That was just a rim, wasn't it?
Just went. I think
it's just gone in a big style and taken, presumably, an oil line or indeed a fuel line with it. Well, yeah, anything that's in its way as the tyre has left the car at high speed. Not sure whether we can maybe grab some pictures of that incident before it became a dramatic fireball.
And it was only 16 laps into Andrea Amici's stint, so no reason for tyre wear to be the cause of that tyre failure. What we did see at it was Paul Ricard was some suggestions that it was all down to camber angle that was being run. That puts pressures or strains, perhaps is a better word rather than pressure in terms of a tyre, put strains on the tyre where it wouldn't otherwise get them.
The number 12 car, one of many to pit under this second code 60 of the race, and Bruce Jones is down at Manthey Racing now.
Very good stint. This is your second time in the pits. You came in during the first code 60, took half a tank of fuel. Seemed a good tactic.
Yeah, I mean, the stint was longer than expected. We took the opportunity to refuel car, new tires, and then, yeah, I had a first, or a good start, was really funny and nice. Yeah, I could go up to P3, and yeah, then we had car is good. With the traffic is really nice. I expected it worse, but also the slower cars, they have an eye on the faster cars, so it's really fun to drive. Obviously, it's really hot here in Dubai, but I think this is proper racing.
So you've handed over the Manti Racing Porsche to Matteo Cairoli. But again, another Code 60, very busy in the pit lane. Quite hard to make space for the car.
Yeah, exactly. I just passed the finish straight, and then they called me in for a driver change. Yeah, but it was okay. We didn't lose any time in the pits, so I'm glad to do this good.
Good work. Thanks, Sven.
Sven Muller joining Bruce Jones there, and the number 12 car after nearly 2 hours of this race, really going pretty strongly at the moment. An early race favourite for my money.
Looking at the timing screens, pretty confident that Andrea Amici had that problem well before that. His middle sector time was 74 seconds, so I think he'd had a puncture and was trying to get his way back. So obviously the tyres let go initially earlier on the lap, and then finally dramatically and disastrously just before we managed to get back to safety. So car is actually now almost on the flatbed. Here we go. This is the end of that incident, Johnny.
Yeah, that's where the fire took strong hold. So tyre already gone by that point, and all of a sudden, boom, the fire just starts from nowhere. And yeah, we're reckoning it is an oil fire rather than being fuel related. So the car now looking very sorry for itself, covered in fire extinguishant. And first job for the team will be, this is by the way a replay of Andrea Amici getting very quickly out of the car and being caught there by one of the very many cables that a driver is plugged into this car. That might have been actually for the radio, and his head was violently yanked back, thinking that he was free of it, and then realising, no, we've still got to pull this cable out now as well. And then he made a dash for it. The cogs went round in his brain, thought, I can probably pull the kill switch on this car if I'm brave enough to run back. And full marks for Andrea to do that. Now, the car is on the move via a flatbed, yes. There's the bald wheel, if you like, that once had a tyre on it, and that had long been dispatched from the vehicle before we saw it on that replay. Still got the Hancocks fully inflated on the right hand side of that car, and it will return to the pit lane. Just coming into our site now, Graham.
Now, the point I'm just looking at another green Lamborghini coming down pit road, and that's the 964 car. That will be consecutive pit stops on consecutive laps, Paul. Do we think that is them putting in a full tank of fuel?
Yes.
Effectively.
Or two half tanks.
2 half tanks of fuel.
Amounts to the same thing. And that will, I suspect, be the same tactic used by everybody else as well, which is going to keep us on our toes and also make even more necessary the extra column for different types of pit stops, because not only do you have a half tank, you have fuel, tyres and a half tank, and then also doing what they've done now, which is a kind of secondary stop on the next lap around, because although the car has been removed from the place of danger, what we haven't got is a racetrack that can be raced on again because of the oil dry that is still being put down by the marshals. So there's still work being done on the circuit to neutralise the effect of the Lamborghini going off. And we now have a little truck going.
That's the sweeper.
The road sweeper,
That's
isn't it?
the road sweeper,
is it? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
So they're going to be removing any bits of rubber debris, the wire that all sorts of debris from this one, I'm afraid.
And the number 7 Lamborghini in question, on the back of a flatbed, is now heading right round the back of the paddock to be delivered, I presume, to the team via the rear door on their garage. We're nearing the end of hour 2 of this year's Dubai 24 Hours, the 2017 edition. And in a moment or two on the live stream, we will be able to enjoy highlights, and there have been many of them over the last 2 hours. Meanwhile, on radiolemans.com, I'll be stepping away and handing over to John Hindhoff in just a moment or two's time.
So a very, very exciting first 120 minutes of the 24 hours of Dubai 2017, the Hankook 24 hours here at the circuit. Still a big crowd for this event, or not huge, not Super Bowl size certainly, but party atmosphere going on behind the main grandstands, and still a decent crowd of people over on the infield grandstand overlooking turn 14 who would have had a bird's eye view of what has just gone on over there, with that Lamborghini coming to a halt in flames. Certainly looked like an oil fire rather than a fuel fire to me, and Graham Goodwin right, I think, not to put the marker of doom through that car's number just yet. The road sweeper, the street sweeper cleaner, is already swept up the oil dry. Let's go down to Nick Damon, who was watching the Lamborghini, I think, come back into the pit lane already.
Yeah, well, what it was, as I was walking down from the Graventic Hospitality to take over from Joseph here at the pit-in end, they were at that very time they're wheeling in the Lamborghini, and that is a very, very, very badly damaged car.
So you don't think that'll come back? Or?
No, there's too much fire on the left-hand side. It's almost certainly taken out the left-hand loom. So it's nothing structural, but it's taken out obviously a large part of the electrical system, and that's what takes a huge amount of time to fix.
Thank you very much indeed. Well, such a shame.
Well, code 60, and we're just into the third hour of the race.
Paul Trustwell.
Yeah, because it's a slightly longer code 60. I mean, we've had, some 15 minutes or so already behind the code 60, and there might be a little bit long. Oh no, we're going to get the code 60 gone within 1 minute. But what it has given is everybody the chance, not everybody, people have taken the chance where possible to make 2 pit stops. So the number 12 and the number 911 Porsches have both made 2 pit stops. The 964 Lamborghini has made 2 pit stops. And the number 5 Belgian Audi WRT Audi has made 2 pit stops. The one who hasn't is the number 2 Black Falcon Mercedes, which has Manuel Metzger in the pits. They made a regular pit stop under the green, and so there's really no point in them making 2 pit stops. They've just made the 1. So different strategies being employed, different tactics. As ever, often in the Dubai 24 hours, it's not the way you have run your strategy, it's the way you react to events and then develop tactics to make those events as efficient as you possibly can. And that's all about quick thinking at the time, rather than having a master tactician or a master strategist who's worked out the perfect strategy before the race. Back to green, John.
Yes, and as that happens, the action immediately gets underway all around the circuit. That is one of the advantages of Code 60. We're going to nip down into the pit lane. Blancpain Motorsports.
Here he comes.
We've got Bruce Jones down there in that particular pit at the moment. Bruce?
Well, I'm cool. Ollie went quite...
Yeah, that was very, very interesting, actually. Thanks, Bruce, because I was standing outside watching the start of the race, and for a moment I thought, heavens, the leaders have got round quickly to the back of the field, but of course those guys had started. But they were there must have been a good minute and a half crossing the line behind the leaders when they went through, and they were very respectful of the cars around them as they came through the last part of the track, and that must have been tremendously frustrating.
Yes, and that's where it's all in the head, isn't it? You can so easily make a mistake by letting your blood boil. Yes, I mean, I did notice that this kind of gap sprung up in the area behind the pace car as it pulled off. It wasn't exactly clear to me why it sprung up, but there was this little gap that suddenly emerged in the middle of the grid, which is, as Ollie was saying, 92 cars on the grid there. He got up to 14th. I think Bernd Schneider actually managed to get up to 13th before his first pit stop.
Wow.
But Bernd has now had a second pit stop and is down to 20th place and has handed the car over to Carsten Tilke. The difference is, of course, that they are running in the AM class, and the Ollie Webb, the Lippert Motorsport number 10, is that a pro? The number 10 car. Oh no, of course it's an SPX, isn't it? Of course, that's the Lippert Lamborghini is an SPX car, so they are not constrained by minimum reference lap times, whereas the Bernd Schneider car isn't allowed to go underneath 2 minutes 03. The SPX cars, sorry, they are constrained by minimum reference lap times, let me get that right. And 2 minutes 04 is the minimum reference lap time that Ollie Webb was running to, whereas Bernd Schneider in the HTP Motorsport Mercedes was running to 2 minutes 03. So that was why Ollie only got up to 14th, whereas Bernd Schneider managed to get up to 13th place.
There is the number 911. This is the Herberth Motorsport, the Breckett Herberth Motorsport car that has been the very epitome of Paul's boring white Porsche last year, in that it did exactly what it needed to do. Love the 911 in the air intake that's lit up. A number of people noticing that on the grid. The number 2 on the side tells me that is in second position.
It's not just Bentley that are allowed to do that then.
Bentley, I have a strong suspicion that Bentley are going back to the painted numbers on the grills for 2017.
Yes, I mean they've done it throughout 2016. Yes, and it's a good way of giving you an additional view of what the car number is.
In Bentley's case as well, it was such a feature of their cars that raced in the 20s and 30s.
I don't remember, John.
Do you not? Oh, I thought that was you standing next to me on the bank sides there.
That would have been my dad, I think. But
standing there making your lap chart with your slate and your piece of chalk. Bit of debris on the circuit there at turn 15 as a huge gaggle of cars pushed their way through, including the Lamborghini in third position. That's the GRT classic car. Now let's have a look into the pit lane. This is, well, very interesting because we've got bodywork. Now this is the car that we saw coming back, the number 7 car. 1 or 2 people having a look underneath at the back there to see if there is anything to be done. It's been wrapped up as if it's going to be put away, but we have seen cars come back.
Yeah, absolutely. You never know with this race, do you? Quite how much enthusiasm the team will have. As Graham said before he disappeared, Andrea Amici due to share the car with Sam Tordorf amongst others.
Nick Tierman down in the pit lane.
The fabulously pretty and excitingly designed Vortex, the 204 car, which is the more KTM orange and black rather than the marvellous fluorescent blue which Bruce loves so much. Unfortunately just trundled past me down the pit lane dead stick. It's now going into the garage and obviously is being pushed in properly. The scissor door opens, the driver will soon get out, but the obviously some sort of drivetrain problem for that car. I mean, I'm not quite sure. Obviously, it looks fantastic. I'm not quite how different it is from the earlier Vortex, which were quite liable to these problems. But I shall go and have a look and see whether they can see what their problem is.
Thank you, Nick.
In terms of where we stand with the race, that code 60 has kind of reset the positions, because virtually all of the top runners have now got full tanks of fuel, new tyres and fresh drivers. So we're almost like starting a 22-hour race now. So anything clever that had been done earlier on, Graham was saying about having to remember the different decisions that had been made during the first code 60 and whether that would pan out in favour of the number 12 car, or we suggested at the time against the pre-code Herbert Porsche number 911 car. But more or less, in terms of the strategy and how far everybody can run, it's reset the positions pretty much as they were. The gaps, the number 12 Porsche, the Manthey car, is the one that leads, and it has a fairly substantial lead at the moment of 1 minute and 18 seconds on the Herbert car, and that is largely due to the fact that the Herbert car came in towards the end of the first code 60 period rather than in the middle of it. The Adrian Amstutz Lamborghini in third place is only 11 seconds behind the Herbert Porsche, and then only 4 seconds behind the Lamborghini, but falling away at the moment is the Porsche Racing Porsche 991, the number 29 car, the we'll call it the Robert Kubica car, the number 29 car, and then Black Falcon with the first Mercedes only in 5th place at the moment. I would have bet against that after 2 hours, that the leading Mercedes was only 5th. And no particular reason for that car being so far back. Jeroen Bleekemolen drove a storming first stint and led the first 35 laps, but then a slightly longer pit stop under green. He didn't make a pit stop under yellow. Looked like that might work for him, but it hasn't with the second caution period, code 60 period, coming out. Manuel Metzger has now taken over that car.
Just going to go down to the pit lane where Nick has an update on that Vortex that came in.
Wandered into the pit lane, had a marvellous smell from the Vortex. It smelled just like the TVR I used to have. Sort of warm GRP, fabulous smell, took me right back. Unfortunately, unlike my TVR, which remarkably was 100% reliable the entire time I have it, this car has a box of neutrals. And I think they seem to think the problem is selection rather than damage the gearbox itself. They're also now preparing for the 203 to come in, but I think that's a standard stop. But down the other end of the pit lane, Bruce is with Sam Tordoff.
Puncture, left rear puncture, and we were about to change drivers to Herbert in any case, so he was actually slowing down on his way to get back to the pit lane to do a full tyre and driver change, and unfortunately on his way back to the pits, the tyres exploded, ripped the radiator lines out, and the whole thing has set alight, and it's just a shame. I mean, thankfully Andrea got out of the car, he's not hurt, but looks like the end of our race.
The mechanics in the back of the paddock are taking a look, but I noticed them just putting sort of wet weather tyres on the corners that they can. Do you think they're going to have a crack, the HB Racing crew, to get it back, or do you think, you know, in your heart it's over and out?
My heart, I think, is probably over. It's a shame because we had a great team, a great lineup. 3 of us have not even driven the car yet, so to go out this early in a race, it was my first 24-hour race, so it's a bit of, I guess, you know, a taste of what's to come in 24 hours, and this stuff happens. Unfortunately, I didn't want it to happen, being my first one, but it's just the way it goes sometimes. You know, the guys done a great team. I've been really impressed with them this weekend. My first go to Lamborghini, so I've had a great time up until this point, and it's just a shame we couldn't get past the 2-hour mark.
Well, it means you'll have to come back and do some more 24-hour racing. What is your next race on your schedule?
My next race will be in the Lamborghini, the British GT Championship. So we were using this as a bit of seat time and a bit of experience in a 24-hour race. Just for the future, you know, to start my GT racing career, and I wanted to get some experience under my belt. So this has been a great event. I've loved every minute of it, and I'll have to come back now.
You certainly will. It's good to have you this side of the fence on the GT side. Thanks, Sam.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sam Tordoff there came up through the Carrera Cup in the UK. Very bad luck for the whole of that team, and we wish him well in the British GT Championship. At Specutainment, using the hashtag 24H Series if you want to get in touch with us here in the booth. There is the Precott car, the Herbert Motorsport car, 1 minute and 21 seconds away from the Montai car in the lead last time around. They've both lapped in the same best lap time, 2 minutes .321 of a second. Both taking advantages of the code 60. And now it's about getting into a rhythm. Paul Truswell is alongside me here in the booth.
Yeah, significantly low, though, on that last lap. Daniel Alleman losing ground to Matteo Cairoli, and I think that's going to be the story of this stint in some ways, because Alleman, not the quickest car driver in the 911, whereas Matteo Cairoli is one of the quicker drivers in the number 12, so that gap was 1 minute 18. It's now gone up to 1 minute 21. Those two best lap times, 2 minutes 0.321, both done on the third lap of the race, so when the cars were fresh and there was no traffic, so they were probably nose to tail and just happened to do the same lap time because they were very close to one another. So I think what we'll see over the next 45 minutes or so, John, will be Cairoli being able to extend his advantage, and then behind, I think the thing to be looking out for is going to be Manuel Metzger at the wheel of the number 2 Black Falcon Mercedes, closing up and making ground on first of all the Porsche 29, which is ahead of him, but I think by the end of the stint he'll be up onto the tail of Adrian Amstutz at the wheel of the 964 Lamborghini. And that's where the kind of action will be in the progress that can be made by the number 2, Manuel Metzger. I remember last year Metzger impressed me right royally with his performance in the Black Falcon team, was right on the pace and did a really good job. So having set his form book, as it were, last year, he's I wouldn't say he's got something to prove, but he's certainly a man to watch.
Well, he'll not want to let you down, Paul. I know that. No driver ever wants to incur the wrath of Truswell. The RKC Honda's been in the pit for a little while, more than half an hour. And that car is in the early part of the pit lane, isn't it? I can't see into the garage enough. I wonder if one of our... Nick Damon, in fact, is already there. He only has to turn and look skywards. He walks in. That's the same garage that has the new Audi in it as well. I've got a bit of a dirty mark on my binoculars, and it's really annoying me now. Should have brought a proper lens cloth with me. So Nick has disappeared into that garage. Still daylight at the moment. just after 17:50, I think, the sundown tonight. And it gets dark.
Yeah, sundown is 17:49.
49, okay.
And it'll get light at just after 7 in the morning, 7:07 in the morning, which I don't think you were here when I mentioned it yesterday. This year, Dubai and Daytona have exactly the same number of daylight, or rather nighttime hours.
Excellent.
So it's I tried to find a website that was reliable enough to tell me it down to the nearest second, but to the minute it is the same. Of course, the difference comes in the gloaming, I suppose, is the rate at which it gets dark after the sun has gone down, which tends to be we're not that far different in terms of distance from the equator here, comparing here and Daytona, so it will be very similar. News from the pits though, John.
And from the 99 car, it's Paul White. Paul, what's the problem? The car's deepest sconce at the back. What happened?
Yeah, basically I got clouted on the side by one of the Porsches on the straights, What we thought initially was just a track rod has actually turned into a damaged lower arm. So unfortunately, we needed to change both. We were optimistic that the Code 60 would last and not hurt us too much, but as you can hear now, we're losing time heavily now.
Paul, obviously regular listeners and viewers of the Preventic series will know you from your time sharing with Tom, Monzo Cole and the big Mercedes. Hey, you suddenly have you come down a lot, or is it just a bit more fun to run in a small car like this?
In fairness, I hadn't really finalised any plans for this year. Desperate to do COTA, desperate to do it in a GT3, obviously. But kind of, this was a late call, and it's actually really fun, and it's a stark reminder of the different techniques you need to engage to drive this race safely.
So does that mean the next time you're out in the GT3, you'll give these small guys more respect?
I'd like to think I always gave them respect anyway, but I've got to say it's a bit of a novelty having to use a mirror for the first time in a couple of years.
Paul, thanks. Let me get it fixed too. Thanks, mate.
Nick Damon working hard down in the pit lane, and Bruce Jones is down there as well. We'll have Joe Bradley later on, 40 minutes in the pit lane for that number 99 Honda at the moment. Wish them well, and love to see Paul back in the GT3s. The 16 is the SPS Automotive Performance Mercedes in that a very interesting colour scheme, sort of a bright green with flowers and foliage on it. Haven't really got to the bottom of what that's meant to mean. Meantime, behind the wheel of the 27th position car overall is the 95 Mehmet Ogilvy Dual Racing Porsche, not the Seat that we have been used to seeing the Mutrans and Phil Quiff running in for such a long time. I'm told it's the IMG World of Adventure is the colour scheme on that Mercedes-Benz, which is a new venture which is being set up, and it is meant to be biggest, baddest, most excitingest. I'm very excited. I can't wait, if I'm honest. Trackside live, we're overlooking the 3.25 miles of the Grand Prix circuit here at Dubai, just over 5 kilometres. 90 plus cars started this race some 2 hours and 20 minutes ago, and it is Manthey Racing that leads, having completed 61 laps, from the Herbert Porsche in second place. Both A6 Pro cars indeed. The first 9 cars are A6 Pros. Best of the A6 AMs. In 10th position is the Car Collection Motorsport Audi, and just trying to work out how many are still on the lead lap. I think it's only the first 2 that's still on the lead lap, or is the GRT Grasser car, Paul, just hanging on there?
No, we've got 10 on the lead. Oh no, I beg your pardon. Sorry, I read that screen completely wrong. 3 on the first lap, yes.
Yeah.
So, we got the 2 Porsches and the Grasser Racing Lamborghini 964 car, which has Adrian Amstutz behind the wheel. The car that's punching above its weight for my money at the moment is the number 29, John, the Kubica Porsche, if you'll forgive me for saying that, just because it's easier to say than Forch Racing powered by Olymp, the Polish entered car, which has Wolf Hensler also on its driving force, although Robert Lucas has did the lion's share of the driving in the first stint, and it now has Santiago Creil behind the wheel. But that car, the Porsche, in 4th place at the moment, number 29, the first car which is not on the lead lap. In fact, I think it's just been lapped on that last lap.
Coming across the line is Gustav Edelhoff in the Car Collection Motorsport number 34. This car is the R8. Coming down to the first corner. There again is that 16 car for the IMG World of Adventures. Coming through the S's. Oh, those big red and white boards I haven't noticed there before. Through the S's on the left-hand side to discourage anybody from going through. Damien Faulkner, hello, and congratulations on the recent news that you will be back in a full-time drive in the Continental Tire Sports Car Challenge. Meantime, here is a fight for the bottom end of the top 20, and that is taken by the HTP Motorsport Mercedes-Benz on the Conrad Motorsports, the teal and black car going down into turn 10. So battles all the way down through the field. The old days, by the way, of thinking that you could just take it easy, drive at 75-80% for the first 20 hours or so of a 24-hour race, that disappeared a long time ago in the races at the level of Le Mans, and pretty much has gone now, to be honest, in the brave new world of GT3 and GT4. We have seen attrition in this race in the past, but it always seems more to surprise us now, Paul, than it would have when you and I first started talking about this.
What, in the 20s?
Yes.
No, I mean, you're right. I think the bare bones of the matter is reliability. Both at Le Mans and in the GT3 world, we have super good reliability. That's not to say cars are bulletproof, not to say that they can't brake, but things like electronic gearboxes,
big help.
The way that cars can't over rev now, so even if you do miss a gear, you won't over rev it.
Oh, trust me, you can, but you've just got to try a lot harder.
I don't know, you can sort of ram it into first when you're going on the straight. But predominantly, it is much harder to brake a car these days than it used to be.
It's true.
And that's true across the board. However, where circumspection is absolutely essential is in a race like this, where there are still 90 cars out there, and you do have to be careful in the traffic. And it's not attrition of a mechanical nature, but it's to do with how you go through the traffic.
The Conrad Motorsports Lamborghini just losing a bit of pace in that traffic at the moment. It looks like the V8 team have caught it up. And again, this is right at the bottom of the top 20, but very, very important. It is for position. And it looks like that position is going to be ceded to the number 18, which is Luc Bramsch in the V8 Racing Chevy Corvette.
And just ahead of the pair of those two is the HTP Mercedes.
Yeah, he's just gone by the Lamborghini a lap or so ago down into turn 10. That was the previous pass that we saw. A perfect example of what you were talking about how you deal with traffic as Luc Bramsch goes down the inside. Another racing dynasty in this form of competition. We know about Ivo and Rick Broik as well. Lisette, Brahms and the rest of the Brahms family have been racing a while now. This was just a moment or two ago on the 5 side of the circuit. The Cup BMW number 114. That is the GR Motorsport Netherlands. In fact, that was an E90. That was a little spin for that car, but it's got to point it back in the right direction. And this could be another position about to disappear, is it? No, that is the number 2 car. That is Metzger going through and putting a lap now. This is the 4th place car, putting a lap on that Conrad Lamborghini. 1, 2, 3 wide, a moment or two ago, and the 50-metre board bites the dust in the most spectacular way. Again, heading down into the S's there. I suppose if you know that it's going to just go poof like that, it's much better hitting that than hitting the back of a little Clio, which is not going to just go poof.
Do you get the feeling that it's a bit like, you know, when it's been raining really, really heavily and you see a puddle, and it's a road that you know well, so you know there's nothing under the puddle, but you just say for the heck of it.
Oh, go on, I will. I was pushed over. I was pushed over. That's going to make the highlights reel. I'm sure that's what was thought there.
Just to make the point with the Conrad and Luke Brahms in the Corvette, Luke Brahms is having to drive to a bracket time because he's in the A6 AM class, whereas Paul Schleusner, who is in the Conrad Lamborghini, is in the Pro class, so theoretically he can go as fast as he can. So Luke Brahms doing well there to get past and move ahead of the Lamborghini, because he has to keep an eye on the minimum reference lap time at the same time as making his overtaking move. But he's done that well. And the other person to credit, as you just did, Manuel Metzger in the number 2 Black Falcon Mercedes, in addition to putting a lap on that battling duo, has also now managed to get himself into 4th place because he's gone ahead of Santiago Creel in the Kubica Porsche, as I was suggesting he might. So we now have 2 Porsches, a Lamborghini and a Mercedes in the top 4. And best of the Audis is the Belgian WRT Club car, which has Mohammed bin Faisal Al Saud down in 9th place at the moment. So Audi's winners here at Dubai last year, best of them at the moment in 9th place with the Belgian Audi Club there, but still very early days with, as you were saying a moment ago, just 2.5 hours of the 24 gone, John.
A6 Pro leads, of course, and that is the Caroli-driven Manthey Porsche number 12, has just completed 65 laps in the AM. Am I doing this on the right hour? Or were we going to do the touring car classes on the odd hour?
I think because it was so early into the race, we skipped the last one. But,
okay, what should we be doing?
Let's do the overalls.
We'll do the overalls.
Yes.
Okay. So Caroli leads from the 911 Alemann-driven Herbert Porsche in 2nd, then the 964, the Amstutz-driven GRT Grasser Lamborghinis, another 25.5 seconds further back. About another 20 seconds back from there is Mama Metzger in the Black Falcon Mercedes-Benz number 2. Then it is 14 seconds to Santiago Creel in the Santi Creel in the Fork Racing Porsche, the 29 car, the Kubica car as Paul is calling it. All A6 Pro full house GT3 cars these. Ralph Eneischen is in the 963 Lamborghini in 6th position. This is the battle for 9th on screen at the moment, which I'll get to in just a moment. Then it's the IMSA Performance Porsche, another couple of seconds further back from Hubert Haupt in the Black Falcon number 3. Car Collection Audi 33 is next, another 20 seconds, and then the 2 Belgian Audi Club cars battling the 5 and the 4 through traffic at the moment. And the Car Collection Audi 33 and the Bin Faisal Belgian Audi Club 5 absolutely at it as they go past the 229. That is the Optimum, the Century Motorsport Ginetta. Knew it was a Ginetta. As soon as I said Optimum, I knew I was wrong. And again, just having to work the traffic as they come down to 14. In the categories A6 AM, it is that 33 car that leads by some distance from the 66 Attempto Racing Porsche in 2nd. Got the best part of a minute on that car. In SPX, the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini Super Trofeo. Jake Rattenbury at the wheel of that. Another Ginetta Junior driver originally. He's in the number 10 car and leads the SPX class. 991 is the Black Falcon Porsche leading that category, and just looking at the moment to where I've managed to change all the screens here instead of just the ones I wanted to. SP2 is the KTM at the moment. The 247 car leads that category. SP3, which is GT4, is the Nissan GT Academy car, the 123 car. And in TCR, James Kay is behind the wheel of the leading Audi, the only Audi, the RS3 in that category. Just giving you an idea there of one or two cars that are leading their classes at the moment. As far as the Cup class, is concerned. Cup 1 is being... Ah, no, that's on...
It's being led, shall I?
Yes, please, because my page 3 is not between pages 2 and 4.
No, it wouldn't be, would it? It's number 146, the Bolt Motorsport BMW. If in doubt, say it's Bolt Motorsport.
Oh, Sorgren Sport. It'll be one of the two.
Yeah, so he leads the Cup 1 class. In the A3 class, the leader there is the Hoffa Cooper Racing BMW M3, which is currently in the hands of Michael Fisher. That's car number 131 leading the A3 class. Only by 8 seconds, though, from Cor Oyser with his BMW, so quite a close battle at the front of A3. And in A2, the leader there is the Team K Riser Peugeot RCZ. This is car number 171, which strictly speaking is Team Ava Solo K Riser this weekend. Thomas Sorensen currently the driver, and he leads the class by 1 minute and 17 seconds from the lap 57 Honda Integra number 570. So that's A2 and A3 dealt with, which I think is all we have to do now, because you did the rest of them, John.
Thank you very much. Battle on the track for position. And that is the IMSA Performance. See, I expect to look at an IMSA Performance car and see it in the tricolour colours. And this weekend it's in red, yellow and black, which has been tripping me up every time I've watched it. But that they have some provenance with those colours.
Exactly, and I think it looks good.
It does.
And it grows on you. Once you kind of register IMSA Performance Kodak and wander around the back of the garage, they've got a lot of Kodak stuff there. Stuff, you know. I mean, sorry, I'll put it another way. The sponsor is not just providing money, it's providing stuff as well. And there's personnel, there's Kodak, various photographic equipment and things. So
coming through traffic now, that is Hubert Howe behind him in the dark coloured Mercedes, and that is a battle for 5th and 6th overall and in class. Coming down to 14, go down to Nick in the pits at the moment, one of the Ultron Peugeots just ahead, as well as the number 21 Conrad Lamborghini sitting down in 21st and 14th in its category. And the Ultron Peugeot's running that matte black with the dark maroon hindquarters, the Coupe Fraiche as they call them, the Peugeot Sport colours. You can buy street cars in that. I think it looks very good. I'm not sure I'd want to have my road car sitting in the supermarket car park quite like that, but at least you'd know where it was. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wide coming across the line. Thank you very much indeed. I hope one of the snappers got that going down into the first corner. And Hubert Haupt has gone through and takes that position. Jaminet drops back a position then. So the 3 Black Falcon Mercedes-Benz goes up into 5th, and the 76 IMSA Performance Porsche goes down 1 position. Nick, sorry, thank you for waiting.
That's right, John. The 105 set came in, it had a lot of damage, and John Allen just got out of it. John, what happened to the car?
Got hit by one of the GT cars going into turn 16. It was a side impact, so it shouldn't have caused any problems. But I was getting a lot of vibration, under braking, and the car was actually quite unstable. And as I was pulling in here, you know, I could hear metal. You know, there's a noise. I'm guessing the front brakes are not good. So not sure. I'm sure they'll get it though.
Massive bad luck. Those talking to us.
Thank you, Nick. Problem for the 963. This is the second one of the Grasser cars, and it's got a problem on the left rear with a tyre rubbing. Now, this is very dangerous indeed for this car. There was a little touch a little while ago whilst the Hubert Haupt car was going through, front right of the Mercedes, just clipping the rear left of the 963. Now we've seen what can happen if that tyre goes. It looks to have settled down at the moment, but that you can, if you look very, very carefully, you can see just the edge of the rear quarter panel tucked under. The carbon fibre has been bent at the very extreme, and the wheel arch extension, now that is rubbing on the Hankook tyre at the left rear, And that car, I would suggest, needs to be called into the pits, because what we don't want is another fiery moment for one of these cars.
I absolutely agree with you, John.
The
Meanwhile,
Vortex.
there's another car which is slowed on the circuit.
The 24 Vortex is
over at turn 13.
Correct. Is sitting in 34th position as the red numbers. The Cool Racing by GPC Motorsport, third in the SPX class. He's short-cutting the circuit to get the car well out of the way. And he'll try and bring that back round to the pits as quickly as he possibly can. He's gone past one of the cutouts now, and that is at the in fact that is turn, is that turn 9 he's gone to? It's turn 13. Oh, I see where he's gone, sorry, that's straight on at the hill circuit cutout that he's gone. So he's on the outside of turn 14 now and trying to get that engine restarted, rolling backwards. So on the infield at the moment, not causing a problem. There's a yellow flag at the entrance to turn 13, which is on the left hand side of where the car is rolling back, but a very long way away. Still people on the fence line getting pictures of this new Vortex, which is a really different concept from the cars that we've seen from these guys in the past. A very tasty looking little sports car, and it's one of the Ford F-150s that's come to help. It's number 2, which is the silver and red car. Now if you're new to this, outside assistance is fine. Get that car back, get it fixed, get it out again, and that car will be towed well away from the racing circuit, right the way around the outside and back into the pit lane at the exit of turn 15.
And I'm tempted to say, John, if we haven't gone purple by now, then we're not going to go purple, because what it'll do is they'll tow it around and
it'll be double yellows on the outside of turn 14 and 15 when they go around. Now watch the safety team here. We'll take that car over to the... Oh, there's a car going all the way off, and that's the leader in the NISMO car, almost joining them there. Well, that just goes to show that things can happen. That's a leader in the class, the number 1, 2, 3.
As well.
That looks at... Oh, it's a suspension's gone. Suspension's gone on the left-hand side for the RGN Nissan Academy car. Ricardo Sanchez in, and he is having to come in a masterful piece of driving from Ricardo to avoid a potentially very difficult situation there. What I don't know is whether he was pushed there, but there's certainly right rear issues. Bruce Jones down in the pit lane with the Grasser Lamborghini that had problems a moment or two ago. Smart. Nick Damon is following it in. Nick, what can you tell us? It looked like the left rear suspension issue to me.
Yep, absolutely. The left rear was down. I had to go in and come back out again because the Nissan's right at the back of these triple depth garages.
Go on, see how far you can get in.
They are looking...
Oh, not that far, clearly. All right, Nick, well, give me a shout when you've had a look there. Looks like it might be a bottom wishbone or something on that. Hopefully it's nothing more serious. The Vortex has been delivered back to its pits, albeit by a Ford F-150, but the team can now go to work. That's absolutely allowed.
I would speculate that there was some contact which broke the Nissan suspension as a result of people slowing down because of the yellow flag. Now, you know, that is speculation. We haven't seen it on the screens, but it's the sort of situation that would happen when you've got a busy racetrack, a sudden yellow flag, somebody slows down, somebody else doesn't see the yellow flag, doesn't slow down, you get some contact. Nissan has damage, and that's why the first time we saw the Nissan was it coming into view off the circuit, but in a somewhat alarming situation, wasn't it, John?
Could have been very dangerous, that indeed.
But as I say, I think that's why the car then came into the pits, obviously with suspension damage. As far as the Lamborghini is concerned, the 964 car, it's rejoined now in third place. My view on that one was more that because the tyre smoke was coming as a result of the bodywork damage, it was the bodywork which was rubbing on the tyre, rather than it being a tyre failure, which then initiated the next consequence of events. So that's kind of what happened there.
Penalty for now is that the other Vortex? It is, isn't it?
It's number 204.
The 204 car sitting in this is the Vortex V8 1.0. As I said, a bit of a change of direction in terms of the design of these cars. Bob Neville has been asked to go to the race director, by the way. That is the team manager of RGN. Broken damper, Nick Damon says, from the 123 car, and that's exactly what I was hoping it wasn't. Take a little more time to get that fixed. On board with the RS01 GP Extreme Team machine, picking their way through the traffic. It's the number 28. Oh, right, I thought the onboard was on the 27. But fine.
I wonder if they swapped the cars round
when they swapped the driver. It's Jev at the wheel, John-Eric Verne in that car, currently in 11th position, so it is the 28 car, and he is 10th in the Pro category, having just passed the Gravity Racing Mercedes-Benz. So now the top 10 are A6 Pro cars, so he has just gone through, and the very Renault gold colour. It looks a bit of a flat gold colour. We saw this in Abu Dhabi under the lights at Yas. But when you get close to it, it has a depth to it, that colour. It's a sort of a flat colour, almost like a matte colour, but then it has sparkles in it. No idea how would they do it. It's
very
nice.
Renault, though. Very Renault. And that car is the quick car of the two Renaults. Nicky Pastorelli should have been driving it. He was down to drive it, but was one pro too many as far as Preventic were concerned. So he's got moved out. The other two being Louis Delatraz and John-Eric Verne. So Nicky Pastorelli's misfortune was Josh Webster's good fortune, and Josh is now going to be the fifth driver, or another driver of that car. The 204, which is still serving its penalty, at least one of those penalties is for going too fast. What do you mean for going too fast? For going under its minimum reference lap time, its breakout time. And the trouble is, in the other classes, in A6 AM, it's fine to go under your minimum reference lap time because you have jokers and you can then play 10 of your jokers to get rid of it. In the other classes, jokers are not available to you. So
every time you break out, you're going to get a penalty?
Exactly. And it's
bracket racing, for those of you who follow drag racing. It's exactly the same concept. And break out your bracket, you get pinched for it.
30 seconds for every offence. And that car has now been stationary for 3 minutes.
The HB Racing Ferrari number 7 team manager's been asked to go to see the headmaster, whilst Nick Damon can bring us this from the pit lane.
Yeah, the 249 GT4 Porsche just stopped in front of me. Matthew Keegan got out. Matthew, first of all, I think, unfortunately, I hope with the camera, but I'm very impressed by your team's overalls, which are effectively a dinner jacket, or a tuxedo, as you Americans would call it.
Yes, thank you. Well, we're here to have a great time, and, I'm driving with some of my very good friends, so we thought it'd be fun to do something unique for us. Others have done it, but, we're having fun with it.
So what's your experience prior to coming to 24 Hour here?
I've raced in the Ferrari Challenge Series. I've driven LMP3 a little bit. This is my first time driving the Cayman at this event, so it's been fun.
And how are you finding the busy streets of Dubai as such?
Yes, Dubai's been great, the track's been wonderful, and the hosts have been fantastic.
Thanks, Matthew. Yeah, just so they all have this different colour bow ties on their fake tuxedo-style overalls.
I like that idea. Of course, it's fine to have them on. It's a little early to have them on now, frankly. That is slightly gauche. But from around about 6:30 to 7 o'clock,
Americans for you.
I think that's all right. Thank you, Nick. Who won't now be going to Daytona in a couple of weeks' time for the Rolex 24. Standard-looking pit stop for the Audi R8 that heads back out towards and turns right into the fuel stop. Again, for those of you perhaps just drifting into our coverage, very different rules and regulations from what you would see at, say, Le Mans or the World Endurance Championship. No refuelling in front of the pits. It's for two reasons. Cost saving and safety. All of the refueling done at effectively a petrol station, if you will, at the end of the pit lane. Those who do that need to have fire suits. Those who don't, i.e. everyone else working on the car, they don't need to. And that saves. You think, well, what does that save? I'll tell you what that saves for a little team. About 500 or 600 quid per person who doesn't have to have a relatively new and in-spec fire suit.
Quite beside the cost of the refuelling equipment.
Well, that's the other thing, yeah.
That's a lot more than 500 quid. So, yeah, it does save considerable amount of money. The car of which you were speaking was the number 4, the Belgian Audi Club Audi, which was heading out that way. Robin Freins was the driver who brought the car in. It was the leading Audi when it came into the pits, but that honour has now fallen to what is the leading A6 AM car, the car collection car, number 33, which we've been used to seeing as a good AM performer. But the leading AM car is the car collection car, and it is now also the leading Audi, number 33.
Bruce Jones is down in the pit lane with Robin Freins.
So I had to cut it short.
Until then, how is the number 4 Audi going?
I think not bad. I mean, at the beginning, a lot of people boxed at the code 60 and we didn't. I think that hurt us a bit. But yeah, I think we're around P7, P8. Still a long way to go. The pace is pretty good, so we will see.
Was that Stuart Leonard I saw getting in the car after you?
Yeah, it's Stu. Jumped in now.
Good stuff. See you later. Thank you, Robin.
Thank you, Bruce. Just a word. Oh, hello. That is the WRT, and that is Stuart Leonard coming out of the pit garages. Just
fueling.
Just out of the fueling, excuse me. Now joins onto the front straight. Have to keep your wits about you here because you're coming to the apex of turn 1 with lots of cars coming from your left-hand side. See if we can stay on board here. Through 2. You're not allowed to take too much curb on the left there. This is turn 3. Late-ish turn in. Get yourself squared away for turns 4 and 5, which is through the little switchback. And then at the right-hander at turn 6. Super, super late. Get yourself squared up again for turn number 7, which tightens on you. Short blast of throttle before the king of turn 8. Not really need to be right neck over to the apex there because you're getting into the speed ball of the left-hander at turn number 9. Let the car ride up the banking there and onto the red and white curbs. Past the cutout for the hill circuit on your right-hand side. Gently coax the car over to the left-hand side. Look for your braking point. It's a long way down there. Read a chapter of your book. Now get on the brakes. 1, 2, 3 gears, 4 gears down for Freins as he goes all the way down into second there for turn number 10. 11, it's a bit of a tricky one. It's fast, but it shoots you out onto the right-hand side of the circuit, and where you want to be is on the left because you're going uphill into a right-hander at turn 12. Over the top of the brow at 12, can get the back end a little bit squirrely, particularly on an outlap, and that's what Stuart is at the moment. Now drift again over to the right-hand side of the circuit as you come downhill for turn 13, turning just after the 50-metre marker, but it's easy flat through there. Changing surface, brake again, point it at the inside curb, then let it drift out in the middle and haul it back for the second part of turn 14, the horseshoe corner. 15, try and get that nice and smoothly. Don't ride the curb too much on the outside of that right-hander. Now again, get it nice and straight. There's no marker board there at 50 now. That's disappeared from the Lamborghini earlier on. Through 16, riding the curb on the outside, snatching the gears across the line, and Stuart Leonard had a very nice outlap indeed in that Belgian Audi Club WRT Audi as he goes across the brow and back down towards turn number 1.
I don't know whether you taught Alan McNish or Alan McNish taught you, but those were identical lap descriptions from you and the way that Alan used to do them when he used to do his lap descriptions. Well done, great stuff.
It helps to have driven a few laps around the circuit. Let's go down to Bruce Jones for an update.
Hero.
And we have a code 60 has just been called at just before 5 o'clock, 3 minutes before 5 o'clock. The purple flag is being waved over the start-finish line and indeed all the way around the circuit, Paul.
Yes, we're still trying to work out what for, but the bad news possibly for the race leader, number 12, Kai Rowley, had just gone through to start another lap when the incident happened, and it's a coming together between the 564 Lamborghini and the 303 TCR Seat of that's the Rick Broiker's car, isn't it?
The Lamborghinis are not having, look, that's the 963 and the 964 with multiple incidents now, and the
number 7, of course, is already not, if it's not a retirement, it's very nearly retirement. What's concerning about this incident is the two cars have had coming together, and neither seems to be moving off, which tends to make me think that all is not quite well with it. It's at turn 10, sorry, isn't it? The hairpin at the end of the back straight. And the two of them with the Seat on the outside, Lamborghini's tried to go up on the inside of it, and the two of them had the coming together.
Yeah, so they're quite a long way off the track there. We had a car out there the other day with that was leaking oil, and that's why I know how far out they are, because they're out by the oil dry, which hasn't been touched since early part of the week because it is so far off the circuit. Nick Damon, give us an update.
The number 2 Black Falcon Mercedes came in from second place. Mario Matson got out. They did tyres. Can't say he got in because I was still walking down there. Abdulaziz's Al Faisal will get into the 3 in a second. This looks like a pretty major change. It seems that a lot of people, they're not just going to drive and get fuel. There's going to be driver changes in tyres as well. And so I think Optima, both their cars are looking to come in. As I look to my left and to my right, there's people kind of crazy saying, get out of the way, our car's coming in.
Thanks, Nick. So this is the third?
This is the third Code 60 we've had, and we have so far had some 27 minutes under Code 60. This is potentially better news. Before we came to this Code 60, I was trying to work out how the schedules were panning out, because I was saying earlier on, Manuel Metzger in the Black Falcon car was making good progress, and he has continued to make good progress. And we heard from Robin Frines, those people who stayed out during the first Code 60, not saying it was a bad decision, but it turned out, with the benefit of hindsight, to be a bad decision because there was another Code 60 which then evened out the advantages. And that was the only reason it was a bad decision, as it were. So it did affect Robin Frines and his team. It also affected Optimum. It also affected Black Falcon with the number 2 car. The number 3 car came in and is currently serving a penalty. But the number 2 car also lost out, Manuel Metzger. But now he has lucked in because he was able to come into the pit straight away when that Code 60 was shown, whereas the race leader, the 12 Matteo Cairoli Manthey Porsche, didn't quite get to the start-finish line in time, or rather got past the start-finish line just after the Code 60 came out. So He has to go round and do another lap. Into the pits comes the second-placed car, though. That's Daniel Allemann in the Herbert Porsche.
And there's a whole host of penalties being soaked up at the moment, from Hubert Haupt in the 4th-place Black Falcon Mercedes, Patrice Lafargue in the EDEC Sport, the 10th position, the 17 car, the black and red car, nearly runs into the back of the EDEC Sport car. Did he just graze it? Was there a little parking shunt there? If not, it was very close indeed. So there's a new set of handcuffs waiting for the number 3 Black Falcon Mercedes-Benz as the team go to work. Nick Damon?
The 911 has come in, the Preco Herberth car. Out has got Daniel Allemann. In has got that little known person called Brendan Hartley. So Hartley here now gets his first chance to race in anger. He will, I would think, given the fact they were quite close to wanting to come in anyway, because he was suited and boosted, I walked past earlier, this might be a case where they get 60 litres of fuel and then come round again a lap later and get 60 litres of fuel.
Yes.
Around us, all the rest of the cars are coming down. Out has gone the 3 as well. My guess is that the petrol stations at the moment are pretty much full. I've seen at least 40 cars, well, 35, 40 cars go past me in the past few minutes.
I'm not sure that I'd even bother trying to get into the petrol station at the moment. I'd put my tyres on and send the guys back out again. If you need to do a driver change, fine. If you don't, it is a rush hour in the penalty box. 2 for 1, everybody. 2 for 1. Come in. It is amazing. There's the 401 BMW. That's the brand new M4 GT4 with the slightly different coloured doors to the rest of the car. It came here in the automotive camouflage that you can still see on the rear window. That's the first time we've seen this car in any kind of anger.
It's a bit like one of those advertisements for washing powder, isn't it? You know, somebody's mother isn't using it because some doors are slightly whiter
not
than
white.
No, quite.
BMW panels not quite white.
Well, the door was. It was the panel, different shades of white. But no, there has been a queue down in the penalty box. That doesn't matter. You can serve penalties as easily as you like. The queue that we don't know about because we can't see it is the one up by the petrol tankers. And it's a moot point. You question, John, whether it's worth waiting or whether it's not worth waiting. If you go out again and then come back in, you've got the same problem all over again. Whereas if you wait, everybody else is going at 60 kilometres an hour, so you're not going to lose that much time. Fueling doesn't take as long because they're only half fueling everybody anyway.
Nick Damon, as the 28 RS01 is in for a penalty, as is the 231 Janetta. Go ahead.
I am looking down the pit lane and there are cars, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars poking out of the entrance to the fuel station, which is also a few cars further down. Right, okay.
Say again, Nick.
Someone's in a pest car waiting, but yeah. So there are now. The first car to give up getting fuel is a bad idea. It was one of the Audis. It may well have been the Optimum. It looks like a black and gold. It might be another WRT. It's hard to tell the distance, but they were actually backed up, like like one of those days when either there's a tanker strike or suddenly it's the 1970s and there's quadruple green stamps.
Cultural reference there from Nick Damon that not everyone will get. Do look it up.
The incident at turn. Keep forgetting which one it is. Turn 10.
Yeah.
The hairpin at the end of the back straight is being cleared. We've had one of the drivers come back in a course car. I didn't quite see who it was, but one of the drivers came back in a course car. The incident is still being cleared. The interesting point that I was going to make is that there's obviously no damage to barriers. The cars in question are going to be able to be hoiked onto the backs of flatbeds. What I was just trying to check with the binoculars is to see whether there is track repair work to be done or track treatment to be done. And yes, there is. I can see suited marshals down there putting down the oil dry cement to soak up fluids from either the Lamborghini or the Seat, which had that coming together. In which case there will be time, I would say, to go around and do another lap whilst you're waiting for the queue for fuel to be dealt with. Back into the pits comes the WRT Audi and also has to serve a penalty.
Oh, right, okay. Well, might as well soak it up now. You have to double penalties. Whatever your penalties are doubled under code 60. There is an Audi behind that gantry, and thank you very much indeed. 15th position makes it the number 4 car,
yes.
Stuart Leonard, who we took the lap with not so very long ago.
Does he have to serve a penalty because of driver coaching?
Yeah, the thing is, he was listening to it on his phone through Bluetooth, and it was 90 seconds behind, so he was very, very confused as he was driving around. The thing about, and this is you were very kind about what you said about my track description, Paul. I have been lucky enough to be pointed in roughly the right direction by some of the better drivers of GT cars in the world, and I listen to what they say and remember it, and I run that through in my head when I drive a track. So when they tell me to look out for a change in surface or not hit that curb because it's a bit like a garden wall, that sticks with me. And particularly if I'm trying to do something very quickly indeed, like a qualifying lap or something like that, I run that back through my head, which often means I actually speak it out loud. Shocker, Hindhaugh in talking to himself and commentating on his own lap from inside the car. Not exactly a shocking headline, that, but I find it helps. And in fact, I was in an Aston Martin GT4 a little while ago now with Richard Meaden, who is a very capable peddler of GT cars, now concentrates on historics. And when we were going for the timed lap in the competition that we were running in, he was quite shocked that I was recounting what he had said round and said, I've never seen anybody do that before. I said, well, you told me this, so it's either right or it's not right, so come down to here, brake at this point, turn in at that point, mind the grate on the outside, and all of that sort of thing. And it just helps, I think it just helps to get you around the circuit.
It is a skill that I think is one of those skills that some people have and some people don't. So I've spoken to people, not in a racing situation, but who do the advanced driving test, who have to do the same thing about what they're looking at and things.
Commentary of what's going on the road, yeah.
The trouble is, and this applies to a particular person I can think of, as soon as he starts describing it, he can no longer do it. And
run out of mental...
It just doesn't... Yeah. And for some people... And as I say, I'll spare the guy his blushes, probably not listening. He's a perfectly good, safe driver, but just don't talk to him while he's driving. And don't ask him to say anything to you.
Interesting.
He can do it, but he can't explain how he can do it. It's like a cricketer. Some cricketers can explain how they move their feet just before they hit the ball. Others say, oh, well, you always push forward if the ball's coming high.
Whatever.
But it's that translation of just doing it by instinct and being able to do it, or describing what you're doing. I'm not saying either is right or wrong, but I think you need to know which camp you're in
exactly
before you start trying to.
Also, there is a point where if you're trying particularly hard, then you have to concentrate on what you're doing and actually speaking at the same time in something that is anywhere near sensible. And having had to do onboard laps before whilst in a car, whilst mic'd up, I can't drive anywhere near my limit doing that, which is probably not anywhere near somebody like Alan McNish or Tom Christensen's limit. At that point, I do stop talking. I might still have it going on in the head, but if I'm trying to do very, very quick laps, then at that point, it's just got to be a running commentary in my head, because if I was to speak, I wouldn't make any sense. All right, before anybody says that, no difference there, potentially. Nick Damon down in the pit lane, dig us out of this. Hello, Nick.
Hello. I'm not sure if I can dig you out of it. I'm more and more upset that I deleted those files you gave me a couple of weeks ago of Road Atlanta.
Yes.
Interestingly, the 911 Pre-Herbert Porsche with Bradley? With Brendan Hartley has gone round to get another slug of fuel.
Bradley
hit the Hartley hair.
Yeah.
Has gone round to get a fuel. So here a full tank on board by now. The 14 Optimum Audi has come in slightly later. They're kind of waiting an extra lap. I'm not quite sure why.
So there's space at the fuel pumps.
Yeah, I mean, the thing to remember is everyone has to remember that one of the big differences between Code 60 and what we call a safety car is that it doesn't actually matter when you come in as long as you get everything done under Code 60. Obviously, in a safety car, you have to come in as soon as possible, otherwise you go straight to the back of the train. Well, there's no train to go to the back of. So it's not, as long as you know the Code last extra lap, coming in a lap later is no issue. Flick A got on board, by the way, and Judgment got out. One other little point, I'm not sure you noticed.
Sorry, which car? That was a 14, was it?
14,
yeah,
sorry.
Thank you.
One other little point is, in the 2 car, Jeroen Bleekemolen has got back in again. So it's gone. So he's literally had one gap, and they put him back in the car again.
And the leader has come into the pit lane. The pink and white machine.
Second slug of fuel for him as well, I think. So but he was behind. So he's basically almost a lap ahead of the 911 then.
Yes, absolutely. And
thanks, Nick.
That is largely due to the error of judgment, potentially, that the Herbert team did by delaying their pit stop under the previous Code 60, the first Code 60 that we had. So a large number of cars doing the 2 pit stops under Code 60 trick. The race leader, the number 12 Manthey Porsche, one of them, the 911 Porsche, the second place car, has also done that. The number 5 Belgian Audi club, Audi, has also come in and done a double stop. The Optimum Motorsport car, we just saw Flick Haig getting into that car. That is also a double. And the number 3 Black Falcon Mercedes also doing a double stop under the Code 60. Slightly worrying for the 28.
Sorry, the was not for the Mercedes-Benz coming in for its penalty in front of us, which is the, I think that's a Gravity racing car, is it?
22.
22,
yes,
it is. Sorry, I just had to stand up to do that. But for the Lamborghini and the Seat being pulled apart, the Lamborghini was pulled rather unceremoniously backwards and dragged the Seat with it. So they were locked together. Saw one or two hand gestures that seemed to suggest that the Lamborghini driver felt he'd been eased over by someone else to cause that accident. The Burj Khalifa in the background for the moment, still the world's tallest building, soon to be usurped, relatively soon, before 2020, to be usurped by another building here in Dubai, over at the Festival Creek, or the Dubai Creek area, just around the corner from Festival City, by just a few feet. And then, of course, there's that huge structure that is going up in China that will dwarf the pair of those. Now, that is still, I think, a conundrum for the safety crews. John Wayne not in that Modern Motorsports. That is Wayne Shen, and the first names of all of his other driving colleagues, with the driver selection knob right in the middle of the 216 Modern Motorsports 216 machine. 55th at the moment, that car. Under Code 60.
Of course, the trick with this one is, because it's obvious, and I don't know how much the drivers can see as they go past. We can't see very much from here, and we've had a few glimpses, as John's been describing on the stream, TV pictures of what's going on out there at the hairpin. But the trick is, the skill is, in a sense, tactically, is to work out how long the Code 60 is going to go on for and come in towards the end of it, because driving around slowly uses up fuel, and that uses up fuel whether you do it at the beginning or the end of the period. If you come in at the end of the period, you end the period and go racing again with a fuller tank of fuel than you would have done otherwise, and so you can keep going for longer.
The Lamborghini and the Seat are meshed together in a way that is causing a bit of pointing and a bit of scratching of heads. Not sure how they're going to throw a bucket of water over them. I'm not entirely certain at the moment. They're going to try and pull them in opposite directions with the winches and the F-150, the number 2 safety team vehicle. A second F-150, the red car, which is the number 1 car, has also turned up, one of the pickup trucks. Let's go down to Nick David. I'm going to keep an eye on that on the far side, both on the screens and through the through the binoculars. We're told at least another 6 minutes before this Code 60 is removed. Nick?
Yeah, down with Joe Osborne just out of the 14 Optimum car. Joe, it seemed to be quite an eventful session, at least your various trips to the pit lane.
Yeah, so we 2 lots of penalties, one for track limits. I think me and Hassie share the responsibility, but I don't quite see where the officials are seeing us going off. There's a couple force majeure ones when you've got someone cutting across your nose. It's either write off 300,000 quid or go off track. So I took the latter option, got penalised for it. Then a fuel station one, which I hold my hands up on that one. Doing 20 Ks in a GT3 car is pretty difficult. And then another one for a Code 60 violation, which is pretty special on my part, because the car's got a 60 K speed limiter now. So if I've managed to bend that, then maybe I might be more godlike than I think.
This is impressive. I'm surprised you're actually even back now. You've got all that many penalties. Would it add up to about a year and a half?
Yeah, I've done less time in prison for more major offences.
Did you drive through? I wasn't quite sure. One of the Audis kind of drove through and then just gave up getting the fuel station because it was busy. Was that you, or was that a different one?
Not that I remember. No, we turned to the fuel station under one of the Code 60s, and it all hell broken loose. I was trying to drive through all the fuelers of other teams to go and find a free pump, which worked out quite well. Not too much damage to anyone's shin. So, no, I think the team did a good job on all the pit stops so far.
Just for our reference, because it's going to happen a lot more, how many seconds do you get penalised for a track limits infringement?
That time we got done for 30 seconds. That was 3 separate occasions, they said, but under a Code 60 it's doubled, so we had to do a minute. But a minute under Code 60 is less distance loss than 30 second under full green racing.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
Thanks.
There we go. That Joe Osborne has matured into a very savvy racer and one of our favourite people to talk to. I would say shoots from the hip, but he's not bowed in coming forward, and he's ask him a question and he'll normally give you a decent answer.
Well, and also playing the role as team manager as well.
Exactly so.
You know, he as you say, he may not have the best accent amongst them all, but he does.
What's the matter with his accent?
It's
northern.
He does think about what he says, and he's worked out that you're better off serving a double set penalty under Code 60 than you are serving the penalties under green. He knows the regulations that say that you have to serve the penalty within 2 hours of having done it. You don't necessarily have to do it, in other words, at your next pit stop. You can save them up. You can do it at the pit stop after if you want.
So you save them as long as you can and try and burn them under a Code 60.
And he's doing all of that. So, you know, he is a thinking racing driver, and he's also a very competent racing driver as well. So the Optimum car, as a result of the various trials and tribulations, is now in 8th place overall, second of the two Audis, because or second of the Audis, because the number 5 Belgian Audi Club WRT Audi has moved ahead of it, so the number 5 car is up in 7th place ahead of it. Jean-Eric Verne in the GP Extreme RS01 Renault is ahead of him in 6th place overall. Now, they have only done 1 pit stop under this Code 60.
Now, that car's been put into A6 Pro, has it?
Yes.
Right, from whatever it was before.
Well, no, there are 2.
Oh, sorry, no,
there's 2 RS01s.
Correct.
One is the AM, one is the Pro.
Sorry, slapped me around the back of the head with a damp halibut.
Nicky Pastorelli is the one who's moved out of the Pro car into the AM car, and so he has to do minimum reference lap times. Jean-Eric Verne doesn't have to.
77 GTL Racing Lamborghini, the very black and red Lamborghini, sitting waiting for the time to elapse whilst their team member is, I think, talking to the driver. Either that or he's ordering the pizzas for the teams. As he's on these, there's a bit of arm waving going on down below us, as
the driver is studiously looking straight ahead while the team manager is making hand gestures to him as well as talking to him on the radio.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of... Now listen, you've been called 3 times for going off the track, and we can't be doing this every 2 hours, so just chill out a bit. Just, you know, slow down. There's no need to... Oh, right, okay, hang on, sorry. Oh, no, you've still got 20 seconds.
And while he's doing all that, he's looking at his stopwatch.
Yeah.
The responsibility for the penalty is for the team.
I like that. I think that's good.
So there's no argy-bargy about, the marshal waved us off too early. It's down to the team to wave you off at the right time. The other point I wanted to make was that about the Renault RS01 is that it's only made 1 fuel stop during this Code 60. Now, remember early on, you weren't actually here, John, so you don't have to remember it, but early on, when we had the initial Code 60 period, Jordan Groger at the wheel of that car 28 did 42 laps on a single tank of fuel. So the RS01 has very, very good fuel consumption compared to the other A6 Pro cars. And so Jean-Eric Verne now behind the wheel of it. There's no point in him coming in again just yet, because even though he only took on half a tank of fuel, there was only half a tank's worth of fuel space to put in. So if this Code 60 continues longer, then that's going to play into the hands of the RS01, because he'll stay out a little bit longer, come in later and top it up, and that might add a bit of an advantage to it.
I don't think it's a secret that one of my favourite classes here at the Dubai 24 Hours is the Clio Cup class. I absolutely love these cars. Ralph Hengler, you've just handed over the 112 Clio to your teammate. Who's in the car now?
Nicholas Oscarsson now is in the car, so he's also a young, fast guy. So hopefully we will want closing up to other Clios, so they are in the front, and also to the Peugeot. So I had a really good stint. So it was a good on the pace, a lot of traffic as well. So many cars now on the road, and now we had an accident with a Lamborghini and I think a Seat TCR. So that's the reason why we are on code 60, and that the team decided to bring me in to don't lose too much time when we are in the pit box under code 60. So hopefully we will good run as well, and hopefully we want to close it up to the other cars. And our target is the podium. So yeah, we're looking forward, and it's a really pretty awesome race here in Dubai. So it's my first time here. I'm quite happy with my stint. So yeah, I'm looking forward to get in the car back. So
you are smiling a lot, Ralph, having just got out of the car. We talked to the Year 6 class cars, the GT3 class cars, about traffic, but you're on the other end of the spectrum, aren't you? You're in the slowest class. These cars are still very fast, though, and it must be very busy for you having to look in the mirrors all the time.
Yeah, I think I show 90% in the back mirrors and the side mirrors, so it's really hard because the GT3 cars, they're coming everywhere, left, right, and you have to be really careful out there, and yeah, it's really tough, but I love it.
Well, how do you cope with it then, Ralph? Is it a case of just staying on the racing line and doing nothing sort of that the faster drivers wouldn't expect?
Yeah, I'm trying to stay in the line. So normally the faster cars have to go around you, but when I see a kind of gap, then I do it, and I also sign with the indicators, so the fast guys behind me knows where I'm going, and they also easier to overtake me. So, but yeah, because when you go off the fast line, you got so much pickup on your tires, and then you need 2-3 turns to get all the pickups off of tires, and you have on the brakes really rubbering and all the slaughter and all these things. So it's easier to stay on the line and give the fast car signs where you're going, and they will overtake you safely. So, but it's crazy out there. They go left, right, and yeah, but I love it all. I love it.
I think you'll still be smiling at Easter. Yeah. You're obviously having a great time. Thanks for talking to us, Ralph.
Hop Swiss, absolutely. Good man. Good man. 7 minutes before the lights on the cars are mandated to be on. That's at 5:30 local time. That gives us around about 20 minutes before official sunset and about 20 minutes and 32 seconds before it's pitch dark. Only slightly exaggerating there. Code 60, yellow lights flashing, but it is the purple flags that are out around the circuit, meaning 60 kilometers an hour. Think of this as a freezing of the field. Nobody allowed to pass, nobody allowed to go quicker than 60 kilometers an hour. Now, either you've fit a 60 kilometers an hour speed limit to the car, or on a track that is 5.3, whatever it is, kilometers around, it's not that hard to work out. That means it's 5.3, whatever it is, minutes of your life, of your lap time.
Yeah, 5 minutes 24 seconds.
There you go.
The problem is that the organisers are cleverer than that. They want you not just to do a 5 minutes 24 second lap time. They want you to do the requisite time in the sectors, and obviously no overtaking either. So, but more or less, you're absolutely right, John. The thing that worries me about the code 60 in general is the length of time that we sometimes have to spend behind them. And this one has been going for 28 minutes very nearly now.
Yeah.
And you have to keep the driver's interest up somehow, quite apart from the fact that keeping at 60 k's isn't that easy. You know, it needs a certain bit of concentration just to keep to the right speed if you haven't got a button to help you to do it.
It could be my job. That's what they could have me on the team for. Bring the car in, put Hindhoff in to drive round at 60 clicks.
Because he can concentrate like that and do it.
No, because that's right on the edge of my concentration level.
But no, I mean, it's a serious point. You know, you do have to keep that concentration, and keeping the driver busy by telling him to, okay, we need to come in and get more fuel, or tell me what the brake temperatures are, or tell me that you've got to communicate with the driver in order to kind of keep his attention sharp.
I remember in the 24 hours of Silverstone a long time ago, when it was still a Brit car event before it was a Creventic event, an international endurance, or the touring car endurance series as it will be again this year, that a former commentary colleague of mine, Simon Hill, was driving a BMW M3. Simon is a very, very tidy driver, did a lot of single-seater stuff, and his son, Jake Hill, another very good driver, another good second-generation driver, really needs to come and join us in this type of racing, I think, Jake. Where are you? And Simon had quite freely admitted that in the cold, in the dark, and it's very dark at Silverstone, and in the fog, which is why we were under effectively a safety car at that time, he could barely keep the car on the track because he was cold, he was shivering, it makes you dozy. He wasn't a happy bunny at all with that. And we've joked in the past, I remember at Daytona with Jamie McMurray and Dario Franchitti sitting talking to them in Jamie's bus, and they were saying, you know, we've only got 4 drivers, it's easy to do 24 hours at Daytona with 4 drivers, we're allowed to have 6. What I really hate is the yellow flag periods. And I said, hey, seriously, why don't you get someone in just to drive the yellow flag periods? Professional drivers don't like it, do not like it at all. It's not enough to keep them interested, as Paul rightly says. So bouncing backwards and forwards with radio messages and saying to them, right, what's happening with this? What's going on? Have you passed them yet? The 2 cars, by the way, I don't think are still apart on the far side of the circuit, and I'm very much impressed. I'm very impressed with the care that has been taken by the organisers to try and get those cars apart without causing too much more damage.
Yes, I think part of the part of the issue is that for some people, and we're just we have a message on the screen, teams are reminded that code 60 means 60 kilometres an hour. There are some cars that are travelling at less than 60 kilometres an hour, and because you're not allowed to overtake either, then the problem is you do get some bunches forming, and that's what's happening now, and I think that's why we've got the message on the screen, because there are some bunches forming as some people are driving at a little bit less than 60 kilometres an hour, and that can be purely due to the fact they don't have the technology. We heard Joe Osborne referring earlier on to the fact that they've got a limiter, but if they do, they need clever limiters, because they need a 60 kilometre limiter for the code 60s, they need a 40 kilometre per limiter for the pit lane, and a 20 kilometre limiter for the fueling area. So it needs to have a certain degree of complexity about it. We're very nearly into the dark period now at 5:30. You've got 5:28.5 on my watch.
Graham Goodwin, editor of dailysportscar.com, is bothering us again.
It's what I do.
Goodness.
It's what I do. I guess the question is why it's taking so long.
I think there's an issue with the front of the Lamborghini.
Yes, it might very well be that. There may well be some damage somewhere to the circuit environs as well, but they are taking quite a long time.
No, that's a long way off the track. I can't remember which car it was that ended up almost exactly there and then was pulled into the gap. Was it one of the prototype cars in one of our 3x3 races? But it was pulled round the back and it dumped a whole load of oil there. The only reason I know that is not because I've got a great memory, is because the oil dry is still there. It's not been disturbed from Thursday or Wednesday.
And I'm guessing, and apologise, I've not been watching the stream. I've been off having chats with various people. Is we've not seen the incident live, have we?
No.
Because this is exactly the place that last year we saw someone lose their brakes and impact a car in the apex of that turn, or even off the side of that turn.
I have news. The cars are apart, and the Seat is on the flatbed and is about to be raised up onto the back of the flatbed. The Lamborghini is now at a very much different angle than it was before. I think it's been coaxed there by a very strong strop and a Ford F-150 pickup truck or two.
The irresistible force.
And in fact, the Lambo is now being dragged backwards onto the second flatbed that was dispatched there straight away. The Rotec Racing Porsche has just soaked up another penalty. This is another one of the very pretty racing Caymans. I have to say, they are growing on me. There is a Boxster in our family, and the Cayman is just gaming on me absolutely.
And that's the replacement car, isn't it? Because they replaced that with the 250. I think that's the car. It is that car with a spare car. Rotec. After issues earlier in the week.
Nick Damon would like to chip in.
I'd like to just say I've watched the pit stop, and you think, oh, that's nothing much. You watch hundreds, but I've watched a pit stop with about 60 other people. And it's not one of the big A6 Pro cars. It's actually the 570, the lap 57 motorsport car that's driven by 3 Japanese drivers. But the reason that everyone's watching is because a driver called Ashan Silva has just got in from Sri Lanka. And I'm not sure whether it's the first time he's driven it, but there are a phalanx of subcontinent-looking guys who've all come out, all with the camera phone, to film Ashan getting in the car. It's amazing. I kind of wonder what's going on, but it's a sort of like almost a cricket game atmosphere. They kind of try to get the image of their hero taking the road here in the Dubai 24 Hours.
Thank you, Nick. Go ahead, Dan.
Might have an awful lot of brothers and sisters like I do.
Well, Ashan's done a bit of off-road driving for Mitsubishi in the past, and he, I think, is pretty well known. And not sure how much circuit racing he might have done. Well, maybe more than I've given him credit for there.
Now we're now into the night period of this race under the rules, which means that and this is significant because it means the cars must have lights on, which by attachment means if they can't have the lights on, they're going to have to pit to get those fixed, and we've seen that in night practice previously and also in the prototype races.
Nick Damon, there is an Ashan Silva who is a cricketer. He's not doing double duty here, is he?
I've no idea, but the throng would make you think he was rather more well known than the guy who did off-road racing, if I'm honest.
Well, Ashan Silva, who's a driver, is one of the foremost drivers in...
I'm probably wrong, but it's...
in Sri Lanka.
He doesn't really help. He's quite tall and in shape, so he could be a cricketer as well as a racing driver.
Okay.
Well, the only thing to do really is for whoever's in an hour's time, because I won't be here, to stake out and find out.
Okay, thank you. You can obviously we are fully interneted up here as I went through that. Joe Bradley's going to chip in as well. Joseph.
I'm not going to chip in. I'm going to talk to someone. People want to hear what the real drivers are about, not just what I have to say. Ian James has just jumped out of that beautiful Porsche Cayman Car 250. We've been waxing lyrical about how beautiful these Caymans look. Look, how are they on the track? Are you enjoying driving it?
Yeah, first time I've driven one this weekend, but you know they're really fun to drive. I mean, it just does everything pretty good.
Sorry, say that again. First time you've driven it this weekend, so no practice, no qualifying.
Well, actually, you know, I did 5 laps over the whole weekend because unfortunately, one of my teammates had an incident. We rode a car off. We leased another car, so we jumped in this. But I was learning the track and figuring out the car, so what better way to have fun in Dubai?
The GT4 concept is kind of right in the middle here in Dubai. It's not the slowest class, it's not the quickest class. What sort of challenge does that bring?
Well, I mean, it's not super fast down the straights, you know, so it's hard to overtake the slightly slower cars. And then, of course, you got the GT3 cars that I'm more used to driving, come rocketing by, left, right, any way they can.
It's aimed at the gentleman driver market. Would you agree with that? It's a great starter.
It's a great starter. I mean, the car, it doesn't do anything bad, you know. It's very nice to drive. It's very forgiving. But, you know, the hardest thing is when you have to check your mirrors all the time. I mean, the gentleman driver, it's busy for those guys, you know, or for me as well.
So, Ian, tell us, you've just got out the car. What's the life of a racing driver here in Dubai when he just gets out the car?
Oh, I think we'll go and have some dinner now and relax a little bit and enjoy the sun going down.
And then keep smiling. Thanks, Ian.
Enjoying every moment of it.
So are we.
Thanks.
Ian James with Joe Bradley down in the pit. Where's Ian going to be racing? Is he coming back to the States this year, Graham?
Hasn't he got one of the IMSA Endurance rides.
Yes, he has. Yes,
I
absolutely.
can't recall immediately which one, but he's definitely got one of the Insta Endurance rides. The 303 car's made its way back on the back of the flatbed. Rear end damage we could see, but the main damage to the other side of the car, so it may be a little more apparent to the boys downstairs. The Lamborghini also underway, and all of the course vehicles have now left the scene of the accident.
We're going back down to Joe Bradley with Ian James for an exclusive. This was going to be held over until tomorrow, what he's going to be doing for the rest of the season. But I think we're going to have an exclusive here from the Dubai, the Hankook Dubai 24 Hours. What do you got, Joe?
GT4 car, so we'll be racing in World Challenge with the panels this year, so that's quite exclusive.
Is that the Abruzzi?
John's asking a question. Would say again,
John? Joe, is that the Abruzzi?
Is that the Abruzzi, John's asking?
No, it's called an Avenzo. So it's a new car. You know, they all have a history back to the Esperante, but it's a new car they're doing specifically for the road and for the GT4 market. It's going to have a big V8 engine in it, nice and loud, nice and fast, hopefully.
And when's the first outing in that? When will we see that?
You know, the program came together pretty late, so the end of February we'll start testing, and then first race is in March, and then obviously in a couple of weeks I'll be with the Lexus team in Daytona for the 24-hour race.
I'll see you then. Hot and sweaty again.
Yeah, thanks very much.
Now the Lexus one we knew about.
That's
for the
3GT.
That's the Lexus GT car at Daytona for the longer races in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship. That is hot off the presses. We'd heard rumours about a GT4 car for a little while, but that's an exclusive.
Well, the two things that are exclusive about it is Ian James, as we go back to green, Ian James driving the car. That will be a world first for that car. So well done to Ian James, well done to the Panos organisation and Tom Milner. We will be seeing Panos back on track, and that's great news for anybody that loves sports car racing.
And anybody who loves big V8. Tom Milner coming back as well. I remember Tom running the BMWs back in the old LMS days, and his organisation was always brilliantly well run. I'm going to let you go off now and slap Killer around the head because he wasn't listening to that. Thank you, Graham Goodwin. We're back to green flag racing, and as things settle down, Paul Truswell.
Yes, just trying to, now, as you say, green flag racing, so work out who's maybe got the advantage and who maybe not having so much of an advantage. Extra pit stop during the yellow, or during the code 60, so 3 pit stops from the number 3 Black Falcon Mercedes. So that came in, as we were saying it might, as it became apparent that the, I beg your pardon, I've misread the screen again, sorry. So it didn't come in again, it just made the 2 pit stops. What it did was have a 4-lap period of circulating whilst the code 60 was out, rather than just coming in on 2 successive laps to top up the fuel completely. So the race now being led by Otto Close at the wheel of the Manthey Porsche, and Brendan Hartley in the 911 Herbert Porsche is in second place and will work the gap out at the end of this lap that they're currently on. But in fact, we only now have 2 cars on the lead lap, those 2 Porsches, the 12 and the 911 from the Manthey and Herbert teams, both on the same lap, and we've gone straight back to a code 60. We had a yellow flag on the back straight, we were told, and straight away after the message coming up saying yellow flag on the back straight, we've gone back to code 60, and it's another damaged car, John, the number 131 BMW, which is off in the same place, isn't it? It's at the
same place. There's 2 cars involved there. There's a Porsche as well, Paul. There's been a coming together. Huge debris field. Actually, that's not the same place. My apologies.
No, that's just...
but there's a wheel in the middle of the track, and that is...
yeah, it's 131, which is the BMW that was involved. In
that's a BMW wheel and disc assembly right in the middle of the circuit.
It's just coming out of turn 9.
Now, why is that Lotus in the all of the rubbish on the left-hand side of our picture, the right-hand side of the track.
The 131 car, which was involved in that, was the Hoffa Cupper Racing BMW, which was in the lead of the A3 class. And
246 KTM involved as well, or is that a separate incident? It's gone bonkers all of a sudden. Yeah, that's in the same sort of area, so 3 cars possibly there, and this is going to be another long one whilst it's cleared up.
Yes, it was Sergei Pavlovich at the wheel of the Hoffa Cupper Racing BMW, who was indeed in a comfortable lead by a lap of the A3 class at the point where that incident happened. And in a sense, I don't know if this is fair or not, John, but we do often say that cautions breed cautions.
Yeah.
But again, this is all part of keeping the driver in the right place mentally, because as soon as you go back to green flag running, you sometimes get a little bit of frustration, or you get a driver who's new into the car and hasn't quite geared himself into it.
The reason that has given us such a difficulty in identifying it, it's a really odd place to have an accident. It looks to me as though it's happened coming out of the turn 9. The 2 cars have come together and then spread themselves down the back straight. They're off on driver's left on the back straight, having come out of turn 9.
Now, again, I'm going to rely on your knowledge of the circuit, which is better than mine, but that is a corner through which there are different lines
Very
available.
much so. Very much so.
It is entirely possible that we had 2 cars on very different lines who have come together as a result of that. I'm speculating, but
possibly as well people getting back up to speed at the withdrawal of the code 60 and coming across someone who isn't going as quick as you thought you would. What appears to have happened is, as they've come out of 9, either someone's gone wide and got sideways, or there's been a bit of shuffling around, but there's certainly been some heavy contact between 2 of those 3 cars. The hard-working safety crews here, and I mentioned this earlier on in the week, how good these guys are. There's another car involved further back down the track, which I haven't identified. That the KTM I can see, the BMW I can see, and the Porsche I can see. But further back down to turn number 9, there is another car which is behind a safety vehicle, which unfortunately I can't see at the moment. There's a plethora of Audi intervention vehicles there that are used for the Audi driving days here. But at least 3 and query 4 cars involved in that, all of which have damage enough, I would think, that they won't tow back. The KTM sits rather forlornly with its driver's door open. Go ahead.
Yeah, your default position, John, would be give it a flatbed if you've got the flatbeds available, and then let the team sort out whether it's towable or whether it's runnable on 4 wheels. So, yeah, you're right. You're going to have 3 cars onto flatbeds potentially at the end of this. We had 37 seconds of green flag running between those 2 purples. So I think you're absolutely right. It was caused as a result of somebody seeing the green or being counted down in his head to when it was going to go green, and others not reacting so quickly.
I want to take back what I said. I think the other vehicle was picking up bits of a BMW. It's a course services vehicle, a circuit services vehicle, and I think it was picking up the larger bits of the BMW suspension. I thought it was attending to another car back down the track. I think it may have been picking up the pieces and saying, would you like to have this back for your BMW? Joe Bradley down in the pit lane.
Go ahead. Copy that. Stand by, just finish this bit interview. Stand by.
my theory. I just clarified it with Mark Williams from Slide Sport, and we both had the same theory that, especially after that pretty long, what was an extra long Code 60, that's invariably what could have occurred. Again, cause or effect, isn't it?
Thank you, Joe. Joe Bradley down there in the pit lane. Apologies for not getting all of that to you, but guys having to go off. Joe explaining about the lesser classes having to go offline. The scene of the accident is drivers left coming out of turn 9 onto the back straight, and a slew of cars that have been stopped now as they have to pick their way through a debris field. In comes the 963 Christian Engelhardt in the GRT Grasso Racing Lamborghini, coming in from 7th position at just on 5:45, 15 minutes before 6 in the evening, with about another 10 minutes before the sun officially sets. And it gets very dark very quickly here in Dubai. We're just waiting for confirmation of what's happening out on the circuit, and we'll pick up an interview with Nick Damon in a wee second. In fact, I'll go down to Nick now. Nick, can you keep this quite short, please? Because I think we're going to go to some highlights on Vision in a moment.
Just wanted to have a quick word with Alex Elton, who's got out of the 92 car. Alex, you got out just after his second Code 60 start. Did you see what caused or what happened at his second accident?
Yes, of course. After they defeated the Code 60, there was a huge crash with the first Porsche and another car on the opposite straight, and it was like 20 seconds after Code 60 was, over. So it was a huge crash.
So as you know, just 2 cars were involved in the accident?
That is what I've seen. Yes, correct.
Alex, thanks very much. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay.
So if you're watching our Vision, here's a little bit of what you have been missing if you haven't been with us. Why not? It's been a great race so far. So this is the scene and the situation at the Dubai Autodrome, coming up towards 6 o'clock in the evening here, and it's a real issue on the back straight that has caused another full course caution. Code 60 is what they called in International Endurance Series. No safety car out. Everyone just slows down to 60 kilometres an hour. The 246, I think, an unwitting participant in an accident between the 131 BMW and one of the Cup class Porsches. Paul Trustwell.
Well, what we heard from Nick Damon just a moment ago, or from the interviewee, was that it was the Porsche Racing Porsche, which was the car that I started calling the Kubica car.
The 29 car.
29. So because everybody's going so slowly, the lap time takes quite a long time to react to such things. But if it is the Porsche car, then that's a dreadful pity for that team. I suppose it's a dreadful pity whichever team it would be, but I was looking forward to seeing Robert Kubica behind the wheel, I suppose. So from a purely selfish point of view, we're not going to get to see that. He hasn't yet been behind the wheel of the car. It was Marcin Jedlinski who was the driver at the time, and as I say, that's based purely on the eyewitness account that we heard from the guy that Nick was talking to a few moments ago. But yeah, having had a code 60 of 40 minutes, we've now headed in already to 10 minutes under this one. And we also sailed quite happily, as it were, through the 3-hour mark, and we're headed now towards the 4-hour mark. So the 3-hour mark was spent under caution, and the best part of the 3rd hour then is all code 60.
Yes, unfortunately. But what it has done, I suppose, is given the organisers a little bit of leeway to clean up some of the other detritus from around the circuit. We are into full dark situation at the moment. All the cars must have lights on. I did notice that the number 27 RSO1, he says, fumbling for the piece of paper, that he wrote that down on some time ago. Yes, the 27, no front lights, no front right-hand headlight. I did write that down earlier on because I knew it would be a while before I would get to it. That will have to be looked at when it comes into the pits the next time around. And as you might imagine, the pits are getting busy again. People will try and soak up their penalties under the code 60.
But there's not a lot more to soak up other than penalties. Mostly we've got certainly for the leading group, a maximum of 7 laps completed. The Kodak Porsche, the IMSA Performance Porsche, Romain Narak brought that one in a few moments ago, and I think has now resumed. Still Romain Narak at the wheel, having done 9 laps. But 9 laps at 60 kilometres an hour isn't going to use a whole lot of fuel up, so it kind of helps a little bit. We've also had the second place car, 911, Brendan Hartley, coming in. He'll be wondering what's so special about GT racing. He's only driven for 37 seconds of green flag since he's been out in the car. He took over under purple, and it's still purple.
Seeing from the ticker that the 81 car seems to be involved as well. I'm not sure that's true. I think it's this. I think it was the 29 Olymp Racing by Lucas car, not the Cup car.
Well, although 81 is an Olymp team car, because even though the Porsche car is entered by Porsche, Olymp Racing is the same team effectively.
Yeah.
Lucas Racing, Robert Lucas, the team.
Well, the only thing we can do is
be the 81 Porsche.
Let's have a look to see if that car is still circulating. Can't see it at the moment. And Robert Kubicza's car is the 29 car that we've been talking about. If it is indeed that car, we've not seen any evidence of the side of the car. The KTM, with its unique opening cockpit that tilts forward, reminds me a bit of a Bond bug. That, look it up, teenagers. As Nick Damon has rejoined us
29
in
is
the
still
pit lane.
circulating, John.
Sorry, say again?
29 is still
it is the 81.
circulating, so I think we will go for the 81 Olymp Racing.
BMW has had its rear right quarter ripped off and the door ripped off its hinges. Thank goodness the driver was sitting on the other side. That has been a major impact there. We're going to head down to the pit lane. An interview first with Nick Damon. Nick, who have you got?
I'm with Julian Griffin out of the lovely RS3 Audi. Julian, first of all, what did you see of that accident that's caused the second stoppage?
It looks like everybody got on it a bit soon, and coming out the bowl, there's been I could see in my mirror there was 3-4 cars wide, and then there was no cars, and they've all scattered across. Looks like everybody's okay, but there's quite a lot of damage. There's wheels off cars and things, but hopefully everybody's okay.
Give us an idea of when you actually hit the power again after 45 minutes of tootling around. How unpleasant is the car?
Well, the Audi's lovely, you know, but well,
generally cars then.
it feels very dirty. There's no brake pressure. You're having to take it very steady, like your first outlet from the pits. But everybody around you is driving like a madman, so you've got to try and keep your position as well. But it's about a lap, and then you're back to pace again.
How's the RS3 going? Had a bit of a decent run in the second of the TCR races, and it had been for track limits, might even have won.
It's very nice. We got the car late. The Audi guys have been very helpful. We found a setup that we think can get us through the race with good tyre wear, but it's beautiful to drive. It's really, really nice. It's a good midfield pace car, so you're overtaking some and being overtaken, so it's a nice race.
actually, and replacing with Eric Holston, who's currently the All-Ireland Seat Supercopper champion. There you go.
Thank you. 87.6 FM and around the Dubai Autodrome, around the world at radiolemans.com, and in sound and vision there, and on the 24H series.com website, where you'll also find some onboard, some very good timing and scoring, and lots of other goodies on their website. Congrats again for even more. There's the tracker on there as well, which if I'd looked at that, I would have spotted that the 29 was going around a very long time before I did. Apologies for that, but trying to work out what was going on the far side of the circuit whilst also doing other things in the booth when we couldn't see that car because of the berm between us and that accident. Still really not sure if there was 3 or 4 cars, certainly 3 cars. And just to reiterate then, the cars involved 81, 246 and 131. The 131 being the BMW, 246 the KTM, and 81 the Cup Class Porsche. Now, in fairness, I did say it was a Cup Class Porsche right at the beginning of that, so my apologies for not going with that. But those 3 definitely involved, and Joe Bradley can give us an update on the KTM.
Well, the 246 car.
And Joe disappears into the distance. Where's your cameraman, Joe? You're too far away from you're too far away from him. Right, try again.
If I get any close, we'll have to marry each other. The 246 team, Marina Engineering, were ready at the pit garage. The car appeared on the back of a flatbed. The flatbed went sailing by, and much to the consternation of the team, they expected the car to be delivered to the pit apron. Have we had a change of regulation? Because I'm sure here in Dubai, we've seen recovered cars offloaded in front of garages. However, there seems to be this thing about taking them round the back of the pits and into the paddock. I'm not sure if we've had a change of regulation or something.
Scrutineering.
I think what it'll be, Joe, is twofold. One, it'll depend on whether it comes in on the end of a tow rope and can be quickly cleared, or whether it's on a flatbed, as the KTM is, and therefore would take up time and space in the pit lane. I think if it's the latter, it's entirely sensible that the car goes round the back and is delivered to the back of the pit lane.
More to the point, I think the scrutineers want to have a look at it and check the state of any damage that has been done to it. If it's clear that the thing has just run out of fuel, nothing to do. But if there's any suggestion of contact, then they'll want to have a look at it.
Yeah, probably agree with that. In terms of, as we head towards 6 o'clock and another hour of racing having been completed, just to reiterate the breaking news here, exclusive to us broadcasting live from Dubai. Bizarre that we're here in Dubai and we get an exclusive that affects Brazelton, Georgia and the World Challenge. Ian James confirming news that will break tomorrow that Panos returns to racing with a front-engined V8 sports car, the Avenazzo, and that will be racing in World Challenge in the States. It's a very pretty car, and we've been hearing about the potential for this. Graham Goodwin, editor of dailysportscar.com. You've got a nice picture up there very quickly. But that it may not exactly be out of the blue, although the car that we've got in the picture is blue, but certainly we weren't expecting that. They've really scrambled to get this project up and running at this time of the year, and potentially to get it running for the start of the World Challenge season.
Indeed, Tom Milner, one of the grandees of GT racing over in North America, and of course father of Tommy Milner, current Chevy Corvette factory driver, was appointed to effectively program manage this a wee while ago, but certainly not even been rumours about when that might happen. Great news that they'll be back. They are, beloved of very many sports car fans, and Ian James, a fine man to actually help them to develop that in what's going to be an increasingly crowded GT4 marketplace in North America, with the Conti Challenge and a packed grid of GS cars for the Rolex 24 Hours support race in a couple of weeks' time, and then the GTS class in Pirelli World Challenge with no less impressive a grid.
I would say that Ian James will be doing a couple of development roles, because the Lexus that he's driving in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship in the longer races is far from shall I say, wrinkly. It is in absolutely the first flush of youth. Car hasn't turned a wheel in competition yet.
No, the other thing I was going to mention, John, just as I sat down before putting the headset on, we got an in-car shot of a car coming through the accident zone. And I think from there, it's pretty clear what happened, although I'm not sure with which cars in what order. Looks to me, from the tyre tracks, 2 cars locked together.
Correct.
From the right-hand side of the track, then veered across the left and collected the third car. Which I'm guessing was the BMW from where the damage was on that car.
Yeah.
So I think the BMW was likely driver's left, which is where you'd expect the slower car to be on the exit of that corner. And the 2 other cars, I think, locked together and collected that car. Nasty, nasty accident by the look of that.
Could have been worse. And what I should say is that some of these cars look fairly stock, that BMW being one of them, but of course they all conform to very, very stringent safety standards, and great to see that the drivers were making their way out of that. The medics were on scene pretty quickly. We'll get you updates as soon as we can from the organisers. The Creventic organisation, very good at feeding us information, and hopefully they'll get us some news about that. A very nasty looking accident when you see bits that have been riven off cars, but of course that's what they're meant to do. They're meant to dissipate the energy, and that's exactly,
yes, that's exactly right, John.
I don't think that BMW is coming back, by the way, and neither the Porsche,
no.
the 81 car.
Well, you know, but again, rapid intervention there. Impressive stuff again from the race and the circuit officials here. And we are going to be almost into full darkness when we get back to racing here, John.
Well, it's beyond sunset now, and not all of this track is lit. This is not like Le Mans. Just a quick postscript to the panels coming back to racing with the Avanazzo. Tom Milner Jr., if you will, won himself a Rolex in the 2016 running of the Rolex 24 Daytona. As he walked off the podium, he handed it to his dad as a thank you to him supporting his racing career. And I will tell you now, there would not have been a dry eye in the house there from senior or junior.
So
Tom Milner Senior, one of the nicest blokes you can talk to, and I could listen to him talking about his racing stories and his days as part of the Washington set as well. Comes from a family of diplomats.
So it is worth me continuing to support my son's racing then, because I might get a Rolex.
You might get a Rolex in 35 years' time, yes.
Do you trust him enough to do that? I hope James Myson is listening. I don't trust James enough to give me a Rolex.
Right. I'm saying nothing.
God bless him.
Quick question from Sean Belby, who's listening in from Indianapolis. He says, can you explain the TCR class cars? I understand we're about to see more of these in the States. Well, we're just about to go green, but as soon as we do that, I'll come back to that, Sean, for you, because I'll be happy to explain that for you. There is the huge amount of noise that tells you that we are back to green, and the Manthey Porsche is halfway around the circuit. The advantage of Code 60, of course, means that we don't have to wait for the cars to come back around to the start-finish line, and we have got a few of these clumps of cars heading down towards the danger area at turn 10, heavy braking and people trying to make up positions. Some of the drivers get back up to speed a little quicker than others, as you might imagine. It's down to concentration levels, etc. And the first group of cars about to come through. It looks like a traffic jam. And off on the infield, right in front of us at turn 14, is the number 100. And what? He's staying well out the way. It's one of the Seats, actually.
They've been busy.
Is that the 135 car?
That's a car that's been in trouble before.
This is the Zest
car,
Racing. Yeah, Zest Racing Seat Super Corpa. The white car. They've got a white and orange one as well, haven't they? But I think that was the car. So a whole group of cars, once again, 3, 4, 5 abreast coming into turn 16. This is where you've got to keep your wits about you as the tyres come back up to temp and pressure, the car maybe not feeling quite as it was. You're not feeling quite as you did when you were hot and ready to race.
It was indeed the 135. It's the one with the orange highlights, but car back up to speed. Probably should remind people exactly where this race is in terms of the overall order. We had so much time behind code 60 with those two significant incidents that and another car running on the infield. That was the 570 lap 57 Honda Integra, but it is still the number 12 Porsche leading the race. It is Close
Otto Close
as the Besaplast TTRS comes into the pit lane very slowly.
Where would we be without Besaplast in this race? They've been such a big supporter of minis down the years. Loved it when we had the minis here. And that is a TTRS, so that is a 5-cylinder car.
It's a proper piece of kit.
53rd position for that car, and 6th in its class.
That is struggling.
Fork across the track again on the back straight, and threading the eye of the needle, the red and white Porsche, the number 12 car. That's well up in the order. It's the leader, going through and being taken by the 82 car
92.
on the 92 car, excuse me, on the outside. So the 92 car, the MSG Motorsport 991 Cup car, for a moment at least, getting a lap back on the leader.
That was very quick in a straight line from the monosodium glutamate racing car.
Michael Schenker Group.
Absolutely.
That was a remarkable piece of driving.
Still hasn't caught him.
Remarkable piece of driving from all concerned there.
Yeah, I mean, we were sort of lucky to get away with it in a sense, weren't we? But I think the indication is, as much as anything else, Otto Close knows that he's leading this race and knows that caution has to be the watchword.
Correct.
You're not going to win this race by going like hell for leather as soon as the lights go from purple to green.
I think he's just... Oh no, he's 2 minutes ahead of Bleekemolen. Bleekemolen's just gone underneath us there, and here's the leader about to come round and complete his 90th lap as Bleekemolen started his 90th lap some 8-9 seconds ago. So what he's doing, he's trying to get a wiggle on here and put the whole field a lap down.
And he's just ahead of the 911 Porsche, which is the Brendan Hartley car, on the road. So he's just exactly a lap ahead. So there are 2 cars on the lead lap, and the 911, there are now 3 cars on the lead lap, because the 911 car, Brendan Hartley, takes advantage through the traffic of Otto Close.
There was Christopher Zirkling aboard the Cup car that was bossing the GT3 car, well, initially ahead of him, now behind him, and now Otto Close in pretty heavy traffic. I think that 911 car got by.
Yes, he did. Yeah, he got by in the last bit of traffic.
So 3rd position for Herbert, having got back on the lead lap with Brendan Hartley, who's never driven a 911 in competition before, which he felt as a works driver for Porsche was an unacceptable situation, and I commend him for that.
It's a bit Porsche-like, isn't it, from Brendan Hartley? They like that.
Well, I mean, you know, the question would have been on many people's lips, has he been told to do this by Porsche as a PR stunt? And the answer very clearly is absolutely not.
100% not the case. I should say, by the way, those 911 lights in the grille at the front there, right up there in my top 5 favourite bits that people have added to race cars, along with that Bentley grille at Nürburgring 24.
Exactly what we were seeing, and
just
Bentleys
wonderful.
have got painted numbers on the grills again for 2017 if the car that I saw at Crewe just before Christmas is anything to go by.
Not an immediate issue for the 911, but it's got no low beam headlight. You see when the thing is flashing, there's no headlamp when it flashes the lights on the driver's right.
Yeah, so no high beam headlight then in that case. Unless it's coming down, he's probably driving on full.
Yeah,
he's probably driving on full beam all the time. Let me quickly, before something else goes up in smoke, the Sean Belby question. TCR. Sean, you're right. There is a proposal that from 2018 on, IMSA will introduce TCR class cars as the street tuner category. It will replace the street tuner category in the Conti Tyres race. Effectively, it is a a standardised touring car specification. In a similar way as we've got GT3 and GT4 GT cars, it's a more standardised way of building a touring car.
And cost capped at 90,000 euros, I believe is the number.
There's an awful lot of them that use the Volkswagen Audi unit, the 2-litre car, so that's the new RS3, the Seat, the Golf, all use that engine.
They do. There are. I mean, there's cars in development. There's also some grandfather cars in there.
True.
There's. I think I'm right. It's currently 10 manufacturers have eligible cars for the International Series, with both a Lada and a Kia pretty close to adding 11 and 12.
The Kia is the seed, using the Hyundai engine, and the Lada uses the Renault engine, the 2-litre. There is an Alfa Romeo Giulietta as well, which is a 1750cc twin-cam engine, and 2 GM engine cars, an OPC Astra and an Astra TCR as well. Again, they are 2-litre twin-cam cars. We had a Subaru here as well with a flat 4 engine. So, Paul, basically think of it as sort of GT4 for touring cars.
Very interesting possibilities, aren't there? Meanwhile, back in the race, you suggested a moment ago that Otto Close was trying to put a lap on the field. Tyrone Blakemolen is having nothing of that, and he's lapping substantially faster than the race leader at the moment, to the tune on the last lap of 13 seconds, which was the reduction in the gap. So Otto Close, to be fair to him, he's the AM driver of the Manthey Racing team. So he spent an awful lot of that yellow period behind the wheel. Okay, whilst he is losing ground now, he was taking up time, 2 hours he has to spend behind the wheel during the race, so it was good thinking from them, but he is now losing ground to Tyrone Blakemolen, and of course also to Brendan Hartley in the 3rd place Porsche.
Let's go down to Joe Bradley in the pit lane. Joseph?
Squeaking to a halt. When that's done, we'll have a better look at the Audi. But for now, we'll just let the Templo boys do their job, and then we'll have a look and see what's wrong with the Audi TT.
So we're just after 10 minutes past 6 in the evening around the world, broadcasting live from Dubai 24 Hours. Good evening to Jann Mardenborough, who has joined us, and we'll get to Jann in just a minute, because we have the 242 car sitting out on driver's right on the far side of the track. He's going to want to come in to the pits, I think, this time around. Is he? No, he's not. He heads back down into the final corner. Do you know what? I think I got that number entirely wrong. I think that might be a Ginetta, which probably makes it the 253 as it comes through. Paul, did you see that as it came through? It was definitely a Ginetta. So apologies for that. Right on the far side. Jann Mardenborough, welcome back to where it all began, really, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm back here. I've been, the last time I was here was 5 years ago, and to be here again, racing the same car again, is pretty cool.
Now here's the battle. Talk me through this from a driver's point of view. The Grasser Racing team looking backwards from that car. The GP Extreme, there's the GP Extreme. That is the RS01, looking forwards to that. Coming down to that looks at 14 there. Tricky part of the circuit, this, as you come up over the top of this little rise.
Yeah, turn 14, the apex is so late in the corner, and I don't know what it's like in other cars, but for us, you can't actually see the apex until you're actually on it, because you have the A-pillar of the car, so you sort of, when you finally commit to turn the car to the apex, the mysterious apex, which you can't see, it is difficult. You have to have quite a lot of rhythm.
And now it looks like the Renault's got a run on the grassy car coming down to turn 1. Difficult braking area here, downhill?
No, it's fine really. The braking point is around 110 metres. What is hard is getting on that curb to the inside, because the car, it is an unloaded curb. You're turning right, the car doesn't want to mount the curb so much because you have the angle of the curb and the car doesn't want to do it. As he catches what's that, the Lamborghini?
Yeah, that's the car he's racing for position. Through 5 and 6, the little flick fat. 6 and 7. Exit at 7. Got to be careful on the throttle coming out of there, it seems.
Well, 6 is the. If you get 6 right, you'll get 7th right. If you go into 6 and you're too shallow, it makes 7 so much more hard, so much more difficult.
And what about this big speed ball of 9? Is it basically pick a line, any line, and get on the throttle as early as you can?
You go in quite tight, and you. On the entry of the corner, you're in the middle of the road, and then you hold it tight mid and and then you let it really run wide on the exit. What is difficult, that corner in traffic, especially when you have a GT3 behind you.
And there's the pass being made from on board the GP Extreme number 28. That Baz Cronfleet goes up ahead of the GRT Grasser Racing Lamborghini. Looks a very good racing car, and of course an engine in that RS01 that you know very well because it's out of the GT-R.
Yeah, it's a GT-R engine, yeah.
Yeah, because plenty of pork there, isn't it?
Yeah.
You've not got as much power this weekend in the GT4 370, but it seems to be going all right. A bit of a nasty incident when Ricardo was out in the car. He lost a damper.
Yeah, it was really strange, because I got out the car, and as you do, you got out the car. I was really happy, leading. Went for a shower. Come out the shower, and the car's in the box with a spring rolling around, like just a spring that sheared off, and the damper along with it. And you just think, oh God, here we go again. But yeah, the guys have got the car back out again pretty quick, and I don't know where we were running. I think we were the 10th maybe in class. So now we have Johnny Gunder in the car, which is his first 24-hour race. He's in the car now, Ricardo just handed over to him. And he's going to get a taste of night racing for the first time. So yeah, hopefully he can do well.
Now tell me a little bit about this award that you've just picked up.
Yeah, it was weird, I didn't expect it. There was this Japanese driver, I've forgotten the name, but a very promising young Japanese driver, and this award which I've won was the most promising, or the best newcomer, I think, of Super GT in 2016. And there was some other finalists as well, and I won that award, which was great. Loved racing over there.
I was going to say, how can you not like racing in that series, mind you? It's outstanding, isn't it?
It's proper, every single driver on the grid is a professional and pushing on, and the tyre war is amazing. It's so much fun. You get so much testing. Every single time you arrive at the track, you've got maybe a new tyre to test. The track time we get is a lot. We get a lot of track time, and also Formula 3 as well, doing F3 again, which was great.
What's it like coming back here as the experienced man in the team? I mean, you first came here, this was part of your prize drive from Nissan GT Academy. You're the old head now, aren't you?
Yeah, I've only ever done this once before, and that was, I think, 2 years ago when I was with Chris Hoy at Brands Hatch. And now this is the second time I've ever been in a situation where I'm the experienced one, and I have the 3 other teammates to, well, not to coach because they can do well on their own, but as the experienced one to give them feedback and little hints and tricks and know what to expect from the car, and the guy giving the feedback to the team to improve the car, which is it's a nice feeling to have the responsibility. And it seems a short amount of time since I was last year. In fact, you actually lined up on the grid. The starting position was exactly the same as it was 5 years ago, just by the actual Dubai 24-hour Hankook gantry.
What have you got on for 2017 then, Jann?
I can't say, but man, it's cool.
Come on, we've had one exclusive already. Ian James has blown the panos going back to World Challenge story. Come on, give us a hint. Come on.
I can't say exactly, but I guess.
When are we going to hear? Is it going to be soon?
Yeah, it'll be when.
But you have got something. That's the main thing.
Yeah, for sure. I've got NISMO. I think announced it in their driver announcements in early March. I think it is.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm very happy. Very pleased.
Okay.
Very pleased.
Okay. Well, we'll not speculate on that. Final question for you. Seems to me like only yesterday that you won GT Academy, and then on the Wednesday we had you on the phone for Midweek Motorsport. That time, how does that gone for you? Has it gone in a blink of an eye, or have you been lucky enough to be able to enjoy it all?
I think the first 2 years went by slow, but then the last 3 years have gone by really quick. Like doing 2 years of GP3, that's flown by. Yeah, but the first 2 years went by quite slowly. Yeah, I'd never thought you'd. I don't know. I just don't think about these things, that I would still be racing and as a professional driver. So
you would have thought that I was bonkers if, when we had that first telephone interview, when you were sitting in the kitchen back down in Wales, I'd said to you, this is how your first 5 years as a professional racing driver, you'll be in Super GT, you'll be the experienced man in the 20-foot. You would have thought I was a complete crackpot, wouldn't you?
I wouldn't have believed it, really. I wouldn't have believed it. I've just roll with it, really. I just, every time in the car, just push 100% and then see what happens afterwards.
Deserve it, mate. Couldn't be happier for you. Say hi to your mum and dad. They're well, both of them?
Really good, really good. They're not here, but they're going to be coming out to far away this year. They did last year. They came to one race in Thailand for Super GT, and they'll be doing the same thing, hopefully again.
Have a successful and safe year, Jann, won't you?
Thank you.
Jann Mardenborough joining us live here in the booth. Paul Trustwell has been watching what's going on out on the circuit. 20 minutes past 6 as the darkness is now complete. I did say it got dark quite quickly, and darkness has now dropped.
Yes, quite. And as you were saying earlier on, John, there are some areas of the circuit that are completely unlit, so drivers completely dependent on headlights for seeing where they're going. Other areas pretty well lit, I have to say. Start-finish line in front of us here, very good indeed. So the drivers have to be flexible on that.
We're just going to take a ride for a whole lap on board with the Modern Motorsports number 216 front wheel drive. So we were on board with a rear wheel drive car earlier on. So note the difference here. If you were watching earlier, Wayne Shen is our chauffeur down through turns 4 and 5 and into 6. And remember what Jann Mardenborough was just saying, if you get 6 right, you'll get 7 right. If you go in too deeply, you'll be all over, or too shallow, you'll be all over the wrong place in the curb at 7. He's gone a little bit wide there for a front wheel driver, but he's not too bad. Set the car up from the middle of the road to the left-hander at 8. Don't need to have to worry about the inside curb until around about now, and he wants to get that wheel straightened up as quickly as possible, so it's providing as little drag down the fastest part of the circuit. Not losing any momentum there. That's quick in a straight line. Starting to flash the lights now as he comes up against the car ahead. Thinks about going down the inside into turn 10, but doesn't do it. And that's one of the Cup cars, the 235 Cup cars ahead. But just look at how the headlights are shining on the back of that. Actually, it might not even be one of those. That is how difficult it is to see that car as it comes through. It's the 151 that he's about to go past, Graham.
That is one of the Cup class cars. I thought for a moment, just with the dazzle, it actually looked like the boot lid of an RS3, but it's not.
No, it's one of the Cup cars. But that shows you, doesn't it, just how difficult it is. Down to 13, this is going to be a brave one down the inside, but he should get it done. Wayne Shen then throws it into the 14th corner as the 93 car comes in along pit lane, and this looks like a fairly standard stop, Graham.
That was one of the cars that was in strife earlier, wasn't it? It had front end damage on the right hand side when that one came in, but team turned that around. 74th position we can see from the rear pillar.
And we'll head down to the pit lane, and in the NISMO Team RGN pit, or at least near to it, is Bruce Jones. What news of the 370?
Well, busy time in this section, the garage 10 area, because no sooner had Jann come up and joined you in the commentary box. He talked about Johnny Jundi going out, the newest driver in the crew, going out, but out wide, damaged the side of the car, driver's side, damaged the door. So Bob Neville and the crew, in very measured fashion, are just sorting that out. It should be returning soon. I then just moved to the next garage, and my favourite car in the race in terms of appearance, the number 24 Vortex, that has transmission failure. The new one is in, and they think in about 25 minutes it might be back in the race. So you, again, just get these little gaggles of problems, but it's properly night time, as you said, John, in the pit lane, and it has a whole new atmosphere. It's my favourite time.
Paul Truswell has news from race control.
Yeah, but it's not really news. It merely says that there's an incident involving cars 29 and 123 at turn 10, which is under investigation. I didn't want to embarrass Jann on air and ask him what it was all about, so I went and had a word with him off air, and he said, when was it? Is it fairly recent? I said, well, yes, it was about 10-15 minutes ago. He says it doesn't know, obviously, although the message had come up before he arrived, so don't know, but that is under investigation at the moment. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, Otto Close, the AM driver in the Manthey Racing Porsche, and is the first of the AMs to have taken the wheel. He is still losing ground. He's not going as quick, and sometimes it's more, sometimes it's less. When he gets caught in traffic, he loses a lot of ground. When he's on a clear track, he loses maybe a second or two to Blake Molan and Hartley, but no harm in that. That's part of the character of this race. The gap first to second is still over a minute, but only just over a minute. It was a minute and a half, remember, a little while ago, but it's now down to just over a minute.
So, more or less speaking, they've halved the gap since the race went back to green. It's roughly where we are, because it was almost a full lap, was it not?
It was a minute and a half, yeah. The Manthey car losing ground, but the other important thing is that period of code 60, which was altogether just over an hour, Otto Close drove
37 seconds in between.
The two code 60s, yes, it wasn't one code 60, it was two code 60s with 37 seconds in between. But for practically all of that code 60, Otto Close was behind the wheel, so he is eating into his 2 hours, whereas the AM drivers in the second and third place cars are not, or haven't done any driving yet.
Good news for Jann Mardenborough and the RGN team. The car is back out on the track, seen by Bruce Jones and now confirmed by looking through Johnny Gwindy's front windscreen.
Newest graduate from the GT Academy and second Mexican winner. One of 86,000 entrants from Mexico.
Extraordinary, isn't it?
That competition, and putting his mechanical engineering degree course on hold.
Do you think he might be another Dr. Love? Mark Lee?
Mark Lee, yes indeed. We actually had that conversation earlier this week.
Well, rightly so. And, you know, many manufacturers, Porsche being the probably best known of them in terms of endurance racing, have a great history of engineer drivers or driver stroke engineers. Mark Lieb, I know, confiding in both you and me, Graham, a little while ago, back end of, well, halfway through last season, that he would like to become, I think, and if you know different at DSC editor or at Specutainment, the first person to win overall at Le Mans as a driver and as an engineer.
That would be some
that
record.
Would be an extraordinary achievement
some record.
In this day and age. In this day and age, that would be an extraordinary record. And we've some best of luck with that. Sorry?
Jean Rondeau?
Well, and how long? My point exactly. How long would you have to go back to see that?
Yeah, absolutely. 1980 was Jean Rondeau's year. But as designer of a car, I think he probably is there or thereabouts.
Car 14's team manager. That's the Optimum car.
Audi. Now Flick Hay was in that car the last I looked, and she still is. That's sixth position.
Yep. So team manager being summoned to see the race director. He's a nice man. He's a nice man. So it's not that scary.
Almost exactly 2 laps off the lead. Now what I was looking at, Paul, we saw a little while ago Brendan Hartley unlap himself from Otto Close and get back on the lead lap. He's not just done that. He's taken about 30 seconds off the leader since we have got back into this green flag situation.
Yes, he's not as quick as Jeroen Bleekemolen, but he's certainly quicker than Otto Close. Since we've gone green, you know how much I like average lap times, and thanks to Andrew Hall and his merry men, it all works. Otto Close's average lap times 2 minutes 9, Jeroen Bleekemolen 2 minutes 3.4, Brendan Hartley's 2 minutes 4.7. So in rough terms, Bleekemolen Bleekemolen is a second a lap quicker than Brendan Hartley, but the pair of them are 5 seconds and more quicker than Otto Kloos in the leading car. So the gap is coming down between the leading car and second and third. But as I say, the important thing is that we've got this period of the AM driver nicely out of the way, or being used up by Manthey, and as the course of the race unfolds, so we might see that being increasingly important.
Now, for me, one of the more interesting snippets within that little monologue for Newport was the fact that Brendan Hartley is only losing a single second to a driver of the quality of Jerome Bleekemolen. This is a man who's not got form in GT racing. He's getting down to those kind of times very quickly indeed, and you would guess he'll only get quicker.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I suppose the point being that somebody like Brendan Hartley always operates in the kind of top 10% of his possibilities, or possibly even the top 5%, and even after he's been driving one of these for 12 hours, he's only going to be able to shave a second or so off the ultimate lap time of that car. But no, it is, I mean, it's been a good performance from Brendan so far. He's had about 45 minutes of sitting under code 60, and then was able to let loose, as it were. 3 Porsches in the top 4, and Mercedes second and fifth at the moment. So no sign of Audis being able thus far to repeat their win from last year.
I'm not going to say it. I nearly did. I nearly became the first to say it, but I'm not going to.
No, don't say anything.
I might have to say something. It's a lot. Is it? No, I nearly said it again.
Let's put it this way. I had a conversation with John earlier on. I don't think you were in the room at the time, Graham, but we were talking about attrition and the general way that endurance racing goes these days. What we tend to see is reliability of a much higher order now than we did 20, 30 years ago. The reason why cars end up retiring very often is because of accident damage or mechanical problems like tyres blowing up, or that kind of thing. Increasingly, they're reliable. So you look at these cars and they're very close together. So what's going to be the difference? What is the difference is the speed with which the slow drivers can drive them.
Yes.
And that's where you wouldn't overrule the Precoat car, Brendan Hartley's car.
Yep.
Because that's got such a good narrow margin of drivers.
Well, that is part of the ethos of GT3 racing, with things like traction control and ABS and all of those electronic aids. They're designed to be more driver friendly, and actually one of the things that's been much debated, certainly the paddocks that I kind of prowl, by both the gentlemen and the professional drivers, is whether or not, as these cars get more and more developed, whether or not we're getting to the stage where they're easy to drive, but the speed is such that the consequences of mistake are clearly far greater. And that was going to be the question I asked you, Paul. Completely agree about the reliability side of things, but as safety levels increase, in other words, these cars are safer than they've ever been, does that affect, do you think, the attitude to risk from these drivers, particularly when we're in such close contention and traffic and such a dense number of cars on a relatively short circuit like this?
I hate to say it does, but it does. No, inevitably. The consequences of doing things, if you would put this track in the woods and mountains of the Eifel, then all of a sudden you wouldn't find them running quite so close together. So, obviously the people believe they are safe. And I think it was an interesting point that it was Joe Osborne who made, and again, I'm not sure if you heard, but his point was about crashing a car that's worth however many thousands of pounds he said it was worth, or going offline and possibly taking a penalty for a track limits offence. And his view was it was better to go offline and then argue the toss about a track limits offence. The fact is that the pound notes and the value of these cars does matter, even if you're not worried about maybe breaking your neck driving one.
Absolutely. We've been joined, or rejoined rather, by Johnny Palmer.
Hello, Graham. Hello,
Good
Paul.
evening.
Yes,
it's like a gentleman's club, isn't it?
It's nice to be back for another 2-hour stint. I think John and I are doing 2 on, 2 off for a little while, and then we'll extend those stint times overnight.
Do a double?
Going to change
Possibly
tyres?
so, yes.
Same tyres, or are you going to change tyres?
I might have a change of shoes. Yeah, only through personal hygiene reasons.
Slippers will be
slippers is a good idea,
Slippers and
Graham.
dressing gown, that would be us.
Now, that really is a gentleman's club, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. High back chairs all round, please.
Well, have a think about that. 102 laps we've done now.
Wowzer.
So that has rattled on through very quickly indeed. 4.5 hours. And it is the number 12 car from Manthey Racing that leads the way by 3/4 of a minute over Jeroen Bleekemolen's Black Falcon Mercedes.
And in just that conversation I've just had with Paul, taking another 15 seconds out the leader. So that gap is coming down relatively rapidly. Paul's absolutely correct, by the way. It's so close. Able to hold the rate of closing to around 4 to 5 seconds in relatively clear running, but is nowhere near as confident through the traffic or even as aggressive through the traffic, depending on your point of view, whether you're the man doing the passing or being passed. When we get into traffic, then Jeroen able to close something closer to 10 seconds a lap, but 44 seconds it is, 26.5 seconds further back Brendan Hartley, so just over a minute now back from the leader himself, so 12 from 2 from 9.11.
Sorry, Paul.
I'll throw some context into that, because of those 3, it's the 911 car that has more fuel than the other 2. So we're going to see Jeroen Bleekemolen having to stop for fuel before the 911 Porsche has to come into the pits. So the pair of them, yes, they're closing on auto close. I suspect that before they get to auto close, they're going to be stopping anyway for fuel. That's going to be hard to judge, actually, because I don't know quite how much fuel they will have used during the long Code 60 period, and that may well be something the teams don't quite know either. But the point being that the 911 Porsche made an extra pit stop towards the end of the second of those last Code 60s, got more fuel on board, and therefore Brendan Hartley is going to be able to run further on his tank full than either the 12 or the number 2 Mercedes are.
I bet Brendan's enjoying not having to lift and coast, actually. It's something he's not used to be able to do, is actually drive a car at absolutely 100%, 100% of the time.
That's a good point. And that Herbert Motorsport car has proved itself to be incredibly reliable through the bulk of the 2016 season in the 24-hour series. So Brendan Hartley can push that 911 car with supreme confidence. Now, the 66 Attempto Racing Porsche.
That is Peter Terting aboard that car. I think he's just burned one of his Joker laps, and it's clearly a mistake. Level burn, because it's just 0.303 of a second under the allotted time by the look of things. I think they're in the 203 bracket. Paul will get to that at some point, but 204 Vortex. Got a good long lingering look at Bruce Jones's favourite car of the race. It's a new car for the 24 Hours of Dubai. It's only got 3 wheels on the wagon at the moment.
That does indeed burn a Joker for the number 66, Peter Terting, as you said, Graham. First Joker that car has burnt, though, because with one of these little wrinkles, it doesn't matter what the theoretical time is, because it's an A6 AM car. Right. So number 66 becomes the 4th car to burn a single Joker, and the only other 3 cars that have burnt Jokers was Christian Frankenhout with a number 1 Hoffa Racing Mercedes on his 3rd lap. The number 18, the Chevrolet Corvette, that
was the same time, wasn't it?
It was on the 3rd lap of the race rather than the 2nd lap of the race, but yes, very close. And Ben Schneider burnt one as well in the HTP Mercedes number 25. So that plus the one that's just been used by the number 66 car, Peter Terting, are all the laps so far that A6 AM cars have used to go underneath their reference lap time.
And it is a 2:03, the reference lap time for that number 66 car?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
There are 2 cars in A6AM which have 2:05 as their minimum reference lap time. That's 34 and number 1. 34 is the second of the car collection motorsport Audis. Number 1 is the Hoffa Racing Mercedes.
So Graham's point salient because the time was a 2:02.962, wasn't it? So you're not burning it by very much at all there. It still counts, of course, but if you're going to obliterate one of your jokers, better to do it with a quicker lap time than that, arguably.
Exchange of positions between the two WRT Audis for 7th position. Stuart Leonard in the 4 goes by the AM class car. I think it's a Pro AM class car, the number 5 car. And so Stuart Leonard takes the Pro car up into 7th position. So completed 102 laps, the leader's 105. The extended period under code 60, or periods under code 60, shaking things up a little. Some of this will come out in the wash, I'm sure, as the evening and then the night progresses. Inevitably morning follows, one would hope.
It tends to go that way, I think, yeah. But it is quite a long, prolonged night time here, so many hours of darkness before finally the sun will start to rise, and we'll feel like we're at the end of the race, but there'll still be quite a few hours to go, even at that point. This is certainly the time where the drivers are getting well used to the lack of light. It is pretty well floodlit in places, the Dubai Autodrome, but also rather dark in others. And this onboard shot from Ingo Vergler in the number 34 car collection motorsport machine gives you a real indication of that, but also how intense these headlights are on the number 34 Audi, running in 23rd position. And Ingo dispatching of one of the lower order cars on that long straight. Now the next car up the road for Ingo to try and catch is the number 10 Lippert Motorsport car, driven right now by Lippert Motorsport, the number 10 car, driven by Perrin, and it's Jean-Charles Perrin, the Canadian. About 10 seconds to try and find though for Ingo Vergler. Needs to get his head down and try and reel in that car if at all possible. Doing 2:05s last time around, and the car ahead of him is able to, actually quite a bit slower, so every chance of catching that car. They're in different classes. SPX Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo from Lippert Motorsport, and the Audi we're on board with on the live stream is an A6 AM car, so again having to stick to that reference lap time. Vergler now just exiting the final corner down the main straight, a real almost tunnel effect because the walls are close to the side of the track down this main straight, but it's well floodlit. Past a large grandstand to driver's left, which was nicely filled for the start of the race, and indeed for about the first hour and a half or so. The crowds stayed around.
Well, I was just out, looking at a couple of cars to see whether I could spot some possible damage. Oh, there's the 32 car. That's the gravity car. It's been in fairly recently with the gull wing door open.
Yes. So an issue with the catch on that car.
Not for the first time with those cars.
Indeed. So was that an SLS or an AMG?
Yeah, it's an SLS.
You're right, the only SLS, I believe,
the
in the
only
entry.
SLS.
Yeah, and that's kind of been an Achilles heel of the SLS Mercedes. One or two faulty gull-wing door hatches. So that will be addressed, I'm sure, in the pit stop, whether that be rectifying the catch itself or just strapping it down with lots of sticky tape. Otto Close continues to lead after 106 laps. Now 34.7 seconds is the lead margin. Back to Blake Moreland. Brennan Hartley is third in the 911 Herbert Motorsport Porsche. Raymond Narak in the IMSA Performance Porsche is fourth. That's car 76.
That's the Kodak livery car. So 3 Porsches in the top 4 at the moment.
Mathieu Jaminet and Maxime Jus, who started that car. Thierry Cornac and Raymond Narak currently drives it. And then in 5th position, the other Black Falcon Mercedes with Abdelaziz Al Faisal currently at the wheel.
And which is currently the second fastest car on the track behind Jerome Blakemolen. So the 2 Black Falcon cars, the 2 quickest cars.
And catching Raymond Narak, and just 3 seconds back now from 4th position.
And Raymond Narak is going to be the first of the top 6 to make a pit stop, because he came in right at the beginning of the first of the Code 60s that we had back at 5 o'clock this afternoon, and hasn't been in since. So Romain Narat, the 76 IMSA Performance Porsche, is going to be the first of the pit callers.
Sport Trust well, got Graham Goodwin to my right, and I'm Johnny Palmer. It's RadioLeMans.com. Down in the pit lane we have Joe Bradley and Bruce Jones. What have you got, Bruce?
Well, I was just doing a quick, well, as quick as I could, walk up and down the pit lane to look for any fallers in the garage, and I'm afraid one has fallen over completely. The number 71 Coroy's Racing BMW was leading the A3 class, and it started to get a vibration. It worked its way through the bell housing, and the car is out with a cracked block as a result of it. So Coroy's is walking around with a sort of almost suicidal look on his face, but we've known Cor over the years, he will bounce back. But for the crew, with Sam Allpass kicked off the race, Richard Verberg, Cor himself, Klaus-Dieter Prober and Michael Nielsen, it's early bed for them tonight. No further racing. So the 71 BMW out of the race, I'm afraid.
And while Bruce has been telling you all that, this is how swift the Monday team are. The number 12 car in from the lead of this race with the Porsche, and already out and on its way to the fueling station. This race is not just about on the track, it's about here in the pit lane. These pit crews are absolutely on it today. Outstanding work.
And no driver change, presumably, Joe. Oh, okay. Okay, it was Otto Close who got out. He's the AM driver in that car. Lost quite a bit of ground, but nevertheless, he used up a lot of his driving time under the Code 60, which was clever from Manthey.
Not for the first time we've mentioned that phrase, and of course they started the race particularly well, pitting their number 12 car during the first Code 60 and at the first possible opportunity to do that. Really, that's worked its way, therefore, into a good position early on after qualifying within the top 10, but it made tremendous ground for the first time into turn one, didn't it? It was Sven Muller that did really good work to get by at least a couple of cars.
He did. It was he made rapid progress to fourth, and then we really got stuck in ahead of it. I'm going to promise one thing, by the way, to a couple of people who've actually asked, which is if and when the number 17 car, and as I say, the second it just does it, Patrice Lafargue, I think, is at the wheel of the number 17 EDEX Sports Mercedes-Benz at the moment. I'm going to give you a yachting update. Because whilst EDEX Sport are here and contesting the Dubai 24 hours, some way south of where we are, well, we'll be south, let me get my southwest of where we are, EDEX Sports Trimaran is in the final leg of their bid to win the Jules Verne Trophy for the fastest outright time around the world. Passing Cape Horn, they are hours ahead of the previous record, and looking very good that EDEX Sport will be able to claim headlines, well, potentially here, potentially in the LMS, where they're going to be contesting LMP2 with a brand new Ligier this year, with Olivier Pla signing for the team for the season, and now into the top 10 overall here at the Dunlop Dubai 24 Hours, and the Jules Verne Trophy potentially looms in maybe a couple of weeks' time.
That's good yachting knowledge, Graham, although you were helped by that article in front of you.
Indeed.
Yeah, fabulous. Well, maybe that's an extra arm on RadioLeMans.com to continue updating
yachting
people with.
Today.
Yes,
I presume
throughout
that's
2017.
I presume that's the yachting record for circumnavigation of the globe.
Otherwise, there's some very slow airliners, yes.
Well, yes, yes.
You're absolutely right. Not bad. Covering something like over 600 nautical miles in a day in that yacht at the moment.
Wow.
Which is not bad going at all.
So we've got a new race leader.
We have, yeah.
Jerome Blakemolen brings the Mercedes back into the lead of the race. Now, he was in the lead of the race for the first 35 laps, but hasn't led this race since 20 past 3 this afternoon. So plugging away, and as I mentioned, as a result also of being the fastest car out on the track. But it was Nick Damon who told us, wasn't it, that what they have done at Black Falcon is to use two of their fastest drivers for the whole of this first portion of the race, because Blakemolen started the car, Manuel Metzger took over for a stint and a half, Jerome Blakemolen got back into the car, so it's only those two drivers that have driven it so far, and as I say, they'll have to cycle through the rest of the driving lineup in the number 2. Khalid Al-Kubaizi is the AM driver of the group, and the semi-pro is Patrick Assenheimer.
Jochen Krumbach now at the wheel of the number 12 car, and after that pit stop then it's tumbled to at least 5th. We're just waiting for that car to come through to complete its 108th lap, and Krumbach does that now in fact. So that car, the Manthey Porsche, former race leader, is now in 5th. Flick Haig is in 6th position at the wheel of the number 14 Optimum Motorsport Audi. We've got Stuart Leonard, one of last year's winners in the Belgian Audi Club WRT Audi, once again running around in 7th place, and Bassam Kronfli in the GP Extreme Renault currently 8th ahead of Martin Eichen and Patrice or Paul Lafargue, if we put behind the wheel of the EDX Sport. Thank you, Patrice Lafargue in the number 17 car. Meanwhile, the race leader having to get by one of the 991 Cup cars, and doing so very quickly indeed.
Very, very good through the traffic.
Yes.
Jerome Bleekemolen. It does lend itself to the intriguing potential future sports quiz question, doesn't it? Brendan Hartley in proper contention here with the Precoat Herbert Porsche. Second position, 25 seconds back at this point from the leader. He, of course, has not yet, I say yet, won the Le Mans 24 Hours. This could potentially be Brendan's first ever 24 Hours win. Race win.
Yes.
I think you've been very previous there.
It could.
We've
I
still
need to use the word
19
could.
hours of the race to go.
Could. Yeah, I could have said it before the race started. It could.
Paul doesn't like that, suggesting winners.
It's got very twitchy all of a sudden.
Yeah, I mean, the point is well made. I mean, Brendan Hartley hasn't run a 24-hour race, nor have several others, whereas the Precoat Herbert Porsche team, for which he is driving, all have won too many 24-hour races, although they've never won this one.
No, they've not.
So,
absolutely.
There's a win at Dubai, a nice that shaped gap on the shelf of the whole of the team in terms of Dubai 24-hour races.
What is more likely as a prediction is that I don't think we're going to get a non-German car winning this year, because if you look at the top 7...
Don't count out the Renault.
No, I'm not counting out the Renault, but that would be an outsider's bet, I would have said. I mean, the best place is the 28 car, currently in 8th place. It's possible.
The advantage that the Renaults have is fuel consumption.
Yeah.
They can go a lot further on the tank full than any of the German cars ahead of them. So I don't think it's likely it'll be a major upset. We can write home about it.
Purely just because of a numbers game as well.
Precisely. But the Renault does have that fuel consumption advantage, which we shouldn't overlook.
In fact, both the Renaults in the top 15 overall at the moment, which is pretty spectacular at this stage. I have to say, not where I expected them to be right now. I'm impressed.
Looking forward to the next 10 minutes in terms of it being the top of the hour at 7 o'clock in the evening and 5 hours into the race. I will suggest that Jerome Bleekemolen will have made a pit stop by then, and therefore Brendan Hartley might have got himself ahead. Now, I think Jerome may stay out a little beyond the top of the hour, but depends how he's feeling, how comfortable he is with the car. As into the pits now comes the IMSA Performance Porsche, the one that I was expecting to actually come in before the number 12 car, Otto Close, came into the car.
So that car pitting from 4th position and heading for Bruce and Joe Bradley in the pit lane. Joe, you've got an update on the Red Camel Seat.
Tell us about... Step out here, Ken. See if we can get a reception.
Just over an hour, and literally just finalising the setup now, and it'll be out, and we'll carry on. That's the thing about 24-hour racing. Anything can happen. The Lamborghini hit Christian at over 100 miles an hour, and they've just done a fantastic job.
So tell us exactly what the pictures that I saw of the car. The whole rear end was destroyed. There was no the complete corner was devoid of the car. It was off.
Oh yeah, the whole rear end on the left, right side was completely gone. New suspension, new uprights. I mean, I'm not a mechanic, I just drive the things, but it was a total mess. But they are just unbelievable what they've done. Unbelievable. And it wouldn't surprise me if, you know, it'd be another 10 minutes, I should think. But let's try and catch up.
I think so, just as we were talking there, they've just done the setup geometry on it and the alignment. It must be that the chassis mount, the suspension mounts on the chassis were intact. As the bodywork might not look too pretty, but the wheels are pointing in the right direction. So as a driver, I would be confident if I was you.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've got no fear. Just get in and drive it, don't you? If it starts to wobble a bit, just drive around it. I think you know, the setup is the setup. All the wheels are pointing in the right direction. So just, you know, pedal to the metal and get on with it, really.
I know it's easier said than done. You just have to go round and round and stay out of trouble. But just how difficult is it to stay out of trouble here in Dubai?
Yeah, I mean, I've been here 6 years. It's my 6th year now. And the first year I did, there's only 50 people here. But it's now massive. Yeah, there's you know, there's some people who try and win it on first corners and bits and pieces, don't realise it's 24 hours race. It was very, very unlucky for Christian. But yeah, it's nearly there now, and see what happens.
Well, the headlights are ablaze, Kane, so that's a good sign. I think they're just putting the finishing touches to it. The 303 car soon to be back in this race by the looks of things.
Yeah, it looks like they're coming out now. Just one thing, I'd like to wish my son a happy birthday tomorrow. He'll be 10, and hopefully he'll see this later on.
So he's old enough for karting then?
Yeah, he won't be doing...
What's his name?
Isaac. He won't be doing karting.
Oh.
Daddy wants to race.
Fingers crossed.
Well, that's Isaac. Bruno, I was thinking, yeah. The 303 car was so dog-eared after Ivo Bruckers had one or quite several moments, I think, around the Brno circuit in the Czech Republic, and he brought it back in with body panels hanging loose left, right and centre, and then Rick took over, Rick Breukers, and then set the car's fastest lap of the race. So they seem to be able to drive around those issues, and Kane Aston's keen to do that as well. I feel a little sorry for his son Isaac, never going to get the chance to kart.
Sorry, Isaac. No. We think it's bad parenting, to be honest with you. It's not going to happen. I know you're there, and you're cutting out the pictures in Karting magazine right now to show you Dan when he gets home. He's not interested. I'm sorry, Isaac.
He was there first.
But you see, I mean, he's got the role model of Ivo and Rick Breukers, father and son.
Yes.
Neither of them are driving that car this weekend, we should point out.
Oh, there it is.
Wow.
Fantastic work.
That is a tank tape special.
Isn't it just? And with the removal of the rear valance, the bumper, you can see that they're stickered Hankooks that they've bolted onto that Seat. And I'm sure it'll go just as well as it did into the latter stages of the Brno 24 hours as we had in the Czech Republic in October. That's a sight to behold, and I just wonder whether it's going to look even more sorry for itself come the end of the race. Let's hope not. Let's hope they can keep it neat and tidy for the next 19 hours.
I do hope they remember to go and get it refueled before they head off, because otherwise it will all be a bit sad. It's not last. Very nearly is, but not quite. It's 88th overall, and I don't know if we ever mentioned there was 92 cars that started the race, and let's say the 303 currently 88th.
Two cars coming in together. One is the 28 Basim Cromfley driven GP Extreme car then from 7th position, and it's joined by the number 29 Porsche Racing Porsche. So that car pitting from on the second part of my screen, and I still haven't got. I have got positions now. Beg your pardon. It's Robert Kubica. Robert Kubica, who comes in, and in fact the 29 car, according to Bruce Jones, is now going into the garage. So this is not going to be a scheduled stop.
Yes, I thought it was waved into the garage there. That car was fairly high up in the order. It was in the top 3 early on. But has fallen quite a long way back now, and Robert Kubica Kubica was at the wheel, as Johnny was saying, just for that stint.
Paul, we've got a car stopped, driver's right on the run into turns 5 and 6.
The man down there on the spot is Bruce Jones. What can you see for the 29 car?
Well, I didn't think Joe should have all the talk of tank tape, because already when 29 came in before, the bodywork was a little loose and battered, but they've brought it back in for further remedial work on the right rear side of the car, and it looks very sorry for itself indeed. A short while ago it was drooping to one side, now mechanics charging all over the place to get another roll of tank tape. They're giving themselves a chance to check the rest of the car, but the real work is at the tail end.
Thank you, Bruce. Robert Kubica only doing 3 laps, in fact, so you're quite right. Back in for more extensive remedial work. Graham?
Too dark for me to identify the car, but there is a race car stopped, as I say, driver's right on the run down into turn 7.
Okay.
And I think driver has got out that car. Certainly there was someone in close attendance with it. It's car 48 again.
Oh, we should have guessed. This has been a very difficult run to the nearly 5-hour mark in the 2017 edition of the 24 Hours of Dubai. So that's the ZRT Motorsport Honda Integra DC5. We've talked about that car an awful lot in this year's race, and always it's because it's either been stopped or going incredibly slowly, working its way back to the pits. Full marks to the team for continuing to power on, but that car's going to have to be recovered again. At turn 8, it's come to a halt with this technical issue. We're still waiting for, by the way, the Black Falcon Mercedes, the number 2, to rejoin. It's still being fuelled. Likewise, the 28 GP Extreme Renault that Basim Cromfley just brought in from 7th position.
So that does mean that when we hit 7 o'clock,
yes,
Brendan Hartley is going to be leading the race.
Yes, because he trailed at the last time they crossed the line by 16.4 seconds. That gap has come well and truly down with the Blake & Mullen Mercedes in the fueling area, and Hartley goes over the line now to complete 115 laps. So is this the first time the 911 Porsche's led the race? Full stop.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so we have a new car to call as the race leader as well, and Brendan Hartley currently at the wheel of that. A late announcement to join the regular Precoat Herbert Motorsport crew of Robert and Alfred Renard, Daniel Alleman and Ralph Bone.
And that is the 4th different car to lead the race, and the 4th change of lead.
It's very neat and tidy. And Jochen Krumbach goes over the line to complete lap 114. Abdelaziz Al Faisal is in the pits. That's the other Black Falcon Mercedes being seen to. And Flick Haig now in the top 5 in the Optimum Motorsport Audi.
Frenzied checking of internet underway on Twitter to have a quick look at what Brendan Hartley's endurance racing record has produced. It's so far produced no fewer than 8 6-hour race victories in the FI World Endurance Championship, and 1 2-hour and 45 minutes race victory in the last season of Grand Am. In fact, at the race meeting at Road America in 2013, when the Grand Am and LMS grids had a joint weekend before the 2 championships united and became the United Sports Car Championship briefly.
So he's won a 5-hour race now at Dubai.
So far.
Well, we can't call him the winner of a 5-hour race.
Should say, what a splendid fellow he is.
Oh, yes.
You know, there is not a hint of arrogance about Brendan Hartley.
No.
Exactly the same young lad as he was when we first encountered him, coming through Formula 3 and into the ELMS and, for that matter, the North American grid. And just about to see, you can see there on the stream, that is the 48 car.
Yes, there it was, just the driver's right on the replay of the onboard. If you're watching the live stream, just want to hand back to Bruce for a moment to get further news on the 29 Porsche.
How much tank tape is too much tank tape? I think they've realised they put 5 kilos of tank tape on the back, and it might be better to take the whole rear section of the car off. But that hasn't come off cleanly, because unfortunately they've wrestled it away. It came in several parts, but the floor is still attached. They have to get that off before they can put the whole unit, the back end of the lower back end of the car. It won't be that beautiful day glow yellow to stand out in the dark. I'm afraid it's going to be bog standard, all black bodywork. They've got the floor off now. Now they've got to put the new bit back on. But it really had much more of a clonk than we realised. The number 29 fork racing by Olymp Porsche. And just alongside me, 911, just waiting to get the power down. Sorry, lots of noise. The Preckert Herbert Porsche pulling down a very quiet pit lane, apart from the noise, that is.
So it's Brendan Hartley that's brought the race-leading car in, but we're purple again, Graham Goodwin.
We are. Could have been ideal timing for the race leader at that point.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as far as Brendan Hartley was concerned, he was wanting a code 60. Now that the car ahead of him has made its pit stop, Jeroen Blekemolen having made his pit stop, very good news indeed. Brendan basically will only be able to put half a tank in this stop, but if he can get out and get round again, so he's locked in on that timing of the purple, but he's also locked in on purely being in the position he was in on the track, so that when it went purple, he didn't have 5 minutes to wait before he came round to be able to get to the pit lane entrance. He was able to get to the pit lane entrance pretty much straight away after less than a minute. So a bit of good fortune there, striking Precoat Herbert, having possibly had a bit of misfortune earlier on with the choice of timing of their pit stop under the first code 60.
The car that's in strife has been variously described and identified as either 45, 46 or 48. 48 has certainly been a car that's had problems. Being told now that the recovery of whatever that car is, and I quote, now more complex. Range of opportunities for explanation of that. We will see.
Something being suggested to me by Nick Damon down in the pit lane is that Brendan Hartley actually managed to sneak into the pits before the code 60 came out, because the pit stop time would therefore be in purple if he'd come in during code 60.
I think Nick is absolutely right, which means he can take a full tank of fuel. Another car off the circuit there to the left-hand side on the final turn.
Just going to get a bit more from Bruce Jones in the pit lane.
Well, we all know code 60 means scramble for the pits, but one of the things you need to do is find the right pit garage to pull up in front of. And the number 100 Seat TCR Leon came into the wrong place, punted a wheel that was put down flat to go on, I think, the 245 Porsche, and then realised he was completely in the wrong place as well. So the crew squared at him. He had to steer around the MRS GT racing Porsche, and now he's pulled sort of like a bit of very bad parking out on the apron, but that hasn't helped anyone. But hey, that can happen at code 60. And if for that driver it's the first time he's come into the pits at night, there's a slight bit of benefit of the doubt going his way, I'd suggest. It's not the easiest place to spot your pit marker.
It was 5:01:29 when Brendan Hartley hit the pit in board, and 5:01:46 when it went code 60. So 5:01:29 when he came in, 5:01:46 when we went code 60. So 15 seconds was the margin, which is why, as Nick Damon spotted, the pit stop time wasn't being shown in purple. So it does mean that Brendan gets a full tank of fuel pretty much for free. Although if this is a more complex recovery, then it's a longer code 60 anyway, and so he would have been able to come in and do it twice.
The second car that's in trouble on the outside of the final turn is the number 154, and that is one of the BMWs. I think
the Racing Cup BMWs.
Is a QSR car, and we'll have a quick look of which of the drivers is at the wheel of that car at the moment, but at the moment stationary on the outside of the final turn. So a further recovery or of some form is going to be required there.
So it's the 154, which is one of the Cup 1 BMWs. We've heard quite a bit from Bruce Jones recently, but there's been a change at the other end of the pit lane with Joe Bradley handing over to Nick Damon. Oh, you did? We have had some racing in between. We had some racing in between, I promise you. Never.
The 14 car, the Optimus being in and out, Vic Haig out, Ryan Ratcliffe, I believe, got in. This is the 401 going past. which is the new M4 BMW. A lot more cars actually doing a service this time than for those you remember 2 hours ago when they were just trolling through for no reason or get fuel. But there's most people doing a full service and then waiting for fuel at the moment. And as you say, they've now got the rhythm of the Code 60, and they reckon they're probably going to have enough time to get a second slug of fuel, because it does seem, what seems different from last year is they are doing a little bit of clear up each time, which is making the individual Code 60s a bit longer.
Yes, there's always a little bit of extra work, I suppose, some track maintenance that can be worked into each of the Code 60s, and whether that be replacing some of the polystyrene marker boards that drop into their these little troughs that are dug around the circuit. Ah, the 48.
It is confirmed the 48.
Yes. Very often a Code 60 will involve bringing the 48 car back to the pits as well. We really wish that that 48 car had a less eventful race here in Dubai, but has had various issues through the course of this race. We're only 5 hours and 7, nearly 8 minutes into it, and this is not the first time that we've seen the car returned very slowly. It might be the first time it's been on a flatbed, though, the ZRT Motorsport Honda.
It's probably on the kind of the bingo card they got at the back of the garage. Right, okay, what have we not done yet?
Yes.
They want to experience the full gamut.
Various different ways of getting back to the paddock,
All
and this is one of them.
A podium or a win now. Unfortunately, they've done it in the wrong order. It may make it a bit more difficult, but you've got to feel for that crew. It's not been an easy weekend thus far, an easy Friday thus far for the team. We don't like to see cars in strife.
It brings a crew together, though, doesn't it? You know, the sense of camaraderie.
That's a bold assertion.
I'm trying to draw any sort of positives from this. Anyway, Paul.
Yeah, 2 more minutes at least to go on the Code 60 before we're able to go back to green, partly as a result of the flatbed having to make its way back into the pit lane. And
the second car to be recovered, of course.
So is this 45 and 48?
No, there isn't a 45. It's 48 on the flatbed. 154 is stationary, or at least was a few moments ago, on the outside of the final turn.
Right. So that all means that the 911 car has had quite a slice of luck in the sense that he's been able to make that pit stop under the Code 60. Ralph Bone now behind the wheel of the 911 car. Interestingly, though, the third place car, which is now once again the Black Falcon Mercedes, because the number 12 Manthey Porsche, Jochen Krumbach, has got himself back into second place now in the car that was started by Sven Muller and was being driven by Otto Klose. Jochen Krumbach now at the wheel of it. He hasn't stopped under this Code 60, but he might still. He's done 9 laps, so he might still make a pit stop. But the number 2 Black Falcon car came into the pits after the Code 60 had started, so that car will possibly be coming in again. But interestingly, they're still just doing it with 2 drivers, because Manuel Metzger has taken over from Jeroen Bleekemolen. So it's Bleekemolen, Metzger, Bleekemolen, Metzger, the first 3 sequences of driver changes.
Maybe they're going to go home and the others will bring it to the flag.
Well, it does give them the opportunity to have a good long rest.
Absolutely. Can I have a Renault moment?
Please do, because there's one in the
Can I
pits.
do a Renault moment before your Renault moment?
Go
Only
on.
because Nick Damon
I asked first.
is joined right now by Robert Kubica, and I don't want to miss this opportunity. Nick!
Just a very short couple of 3 or 4 laps in that stint. What happened?
Yeah, we had actually the stint before from my teammate Marcin on the restart after Code 60. He got hit on the back straight. Some car behind him lost completely the braking point, and hit him from behind. And he had some damages on the body. He was complaining about handling of the car. But yeah, we saw some body damage, but actually we knew it's not so heavy. So he continued driving. Then I took over the car from him. We repaired quickly the body. But when I got on the outlap, I noticed there is no power. So practically what happened, we got smashed all the pipes, exhaust. So there was a lack of power. I did 3 laps, but it didn't really make sense to continue because we are losing a lot of time per lap. So we are trying to repair, and we see what will happen. But we have lost already a lot of time, so I don't know.
How much were you actually enjoying driving the car prior to the problems?
Well, yeah, it was good fun. Actually, I was looking forward for the night. I didn't drove in the early part of the race because I knew we can make good stints in the night, and actually I was planned to do most of the night behind the wheel, which I was really looking forward. I never drove in the night on the circuit, but yeah, we'll see. But yeah, it was okay. I think we could do something good, although we had a bit of problems with some lacking pace. But yeah, that's a shame. That's part of the game. But it's a shame because I know Marcin, he's young driver. Okay, not so young in the age, but young with experience. He was really cautious to don't do mistakes, and he was hit by someone else. So that's bad luck.
So, Robert, are we going to see you out in more Creventic races, or perhaps you're looking at ELMS or a WEC program?
I don't know. We'll see. I mean, we'll see what the future will bring. For me, it was good to be here to gain experience, to go through 24 hours, but apparently it will not be might be the case. So, as I said, racing is like this. Maybe we'll try another time. We'll see.
Thank you very much.
That's a Renault moment, by the way, in my head, purely because Robert Kubica, last time I saw him, was racing an RS01.
Indeed. Well, in fact...
And, of course, his connections with the Formula One Renault team.
Well, two things.
But he's here in a Porsche.
He is indeed. Two things to say about Robert Kubica. If you fancy following something actually mildly heroic, actually Robert Kubica's career moving forward from this wouldn't be a bad place to start. He's hero-worshipped at home in Poland, as we saw Johnny at Spa when he did racing that RS01. I don't think I've ever seen as many Polish racing fans at a race circuit as that weekend. But also, coming back from adversity, huge accident that Robert suffered in that rally car. Is coming back now and looking for opportunities back in circuit racing. I'm delighted to see him doing that. Saw him testing the LMP1, the Bicolis in Bahrain at the end of last season. We've seen him out in another Creventic race, didn't he? He did race in a Mercedes-Benz, if I remember rightly, with his mate from rallying.
That was Mugello 12, wasn't it, last year? Yeah, in the Treble 7.
But sir,
it was a Polish team running that Mercedes.
Absolutely. Sir, if you're listening, and you might be, you're very welcome to come and join the party because, we want drivers of his quality in endurance racing. This Code 60 will continue for at least another, 30 seconds at the moment. I fear it might be a little longer than that. But... Yep, shame that the 29 car's not where they want it to be. The Renault moment, though, was that the two RS01s, now in 11th and 12th places overall. I just watched the number 27 car on the way into the pits, soaking up a pretty, I think, hefty time penalty or combination of time penalties. But, of course, they've profited from the fact they're able to do that under Code 60. Although I believe if you take it under Code 60, they double the time penalty. I think that's correct. 27... in 12th position, Nicky Pastorelli on his way out now. Sam Crumfley, after that enforced reshuffle because of the team had too many pro drivers, currently 11th position, and they're just on different laps at the moment. The race will be getting back to green fairly soon. We'll bring that back to you as soon as we see those green flags wave, although you'll probably hear it before we say it.
Yeah, that's often the way things go, with the revs rising very quickly indeed, and most of so long as the radios are working, most of these drivers will be counted down to the end of the Code 60. We've had 5 hours and 15 minutes now of the 2017 edition of the 24 Hours of Dubai, and Ralph Bone, who's at the wheel of the 911 Herbert Motorsport Porsche, leading the way. 117 laps done. Jochen Krumbach in the Manthey Racing Porsche number 12 is in second, ahead of Manuel Metzger for Black Falcon in their Mercedes, Ryan Ratcliffe in the Optimum Motorsport 14 Audi, and Michael Broniszewski now at the wheel of the Black Falcon number 3 car, which is the green and black machine. That's running 5th, ahead of Jaminet in the number 71 IMSA Performance Porsche,
who is very impressively quick. Watch for that car to start to challenge the order ahead once this goes back to green.
Yes, Mathieu Jaminet coming from the same Super Cup season as Matteo Carrioli, and Sven Muller, I think, was involved last year as well. So
that's a very good crop, isn't it, from that year?
Indeed.
There are the 911 lights in the grille. I think there's been taking a bit of a pounding out there. But you've got to be careful when you do it with small lights like that, if you lose too many in the wrong order, it could say something unfortunate. But at the moment, we're okay. It's recognisably 911.
So there is the race leader under the Code 60, 118 laps completed. And just to give you an indication, the last lap around for Ralph Bohn was 5 minutes and 31 seconds, very nearly. That's how long it takes you to get around this 5.39 kilometre circuit, trundling around at 60 kilometres per hour. It is frustrating for the drivers that are raring to unleash the power underneath that right pedal, but as has been the case for the last few Code 60s, just this caution period prolonged very slightly to do a bit more work around the circuit, and the observers at various points on the Dubai Autodrome track will be reporting back to race control just to say, can we do this work that we've been waiting for maybe half an hour to do? And this is the prime opportunity. Now, the end of the Code 60 procedure will be within 1 minute. That message has just flashed up on the screen. So probably at 19:19 local time, we'll be back to green flag running. And that will be... Sorry, not 90... am I looking at the right time? Yes, I am.
Yes, you are.
Okay.
I'm just keeping an eye on the timings down at start-finish straight. One the marshals there has a flag in hand.
And before we get going again, let's hear a bit more from Bruce Jones about another car that they're trying to get repaired.
Yeah, it's the 246 Writer Engineering. It's the car started by Caitlin Wood, the KTM Crossbow. It's the black one with the orange bodywork. That we saw sitting at the side of the track as the flag, the lights go green again. And they're still repairing. Thomas Enger leading the way. There aren't many ex-Formula 1 drivers who would spend their time with tools, sorting out the washers, trying to get the rear end of the car sorted. He's doing just that. Glad racing is underway, but they're far from finished. 246 losing ground, but they will be out again.
Good news. Thank you, Bruce.
We do go back to green, and just before 19:19 in the evening, 18 hours, 41 minutes and 20 seconds still to go. That's one of those quiz questions, again, we often ask ourselves in 24-hour racing. We've got at least 2 ex-Formula 1 racing drivers in this field. We've just seen the guys speaking to one of them, Robert Kubica. Jean-Luc Verne in the Renault, the 28 car, I think it is, the Renault, the GP Extreme car, the second. Thomas Enger here as a team manager, an ex-Formula 1 driver, albeit just with the one Grand Prix start, and at least one other ex-F1 driver I've spotted in the paddock. His son is in that same car with Jean-Eric Verne, Louis Delatraz and Jean Denis at the back of the garage.
So we're now back up to full speed. Ralph Bohn leading the way in the 911 Herbert Motorsport Porsche, and his teammate who's just stepped out of that car is Brendan Hartley, who's now with Nick.
4 seasons in one day, introduction into racing, bit of multiple Code 60s, loads of fuel stops, but you came out in the lead.
Yeah, it was good. The car's running well. Still feel a bit scrappy out there, to be honest. First experience in the GT car. Still a bit to learn. But yeah, it's going really well. Teammates have been doing a good job. Team's been making the right strategy calls, and we're in the race. So yeah, at the moment, I think we have a pretty handy lead. We got pretty lucky with the last Code 60, just as we're putting. I think we timed that pretty well. But yeah, so far so good. Still a bit to improve, like I say, but yeah, going well.
How frustrating was that 45 minutes behind the at Code 60?
45 was it? It felt like an hour and a half, but
I think it was 45, then 30 seconds off, then 15 minutes more.
Yeah, a bit of a shame. Yeah, it was quite a big impact. I hope the guys are right. I haven't heard anything, but yeah.
So when you actually got going, how was the traffic?
Pretty hectic. I think especially in the night, there's a few guys probably a bit poor eyesight, don't really know where to go, so yeah, it was pretty hectic out there, I have to say, but I'm guessing it's the same for everybody, and it's normal with 100 cars out there. But yeah, I enjoyed it. I learnt a lot, and I'm looking forward to jumping back in and doing a better job again.
You're used to overtaking in all light levels, but obviously different cars. I mean, do you give a strategy for getting past the cars? I mean, do you think, right, I'm going to do turn 3 each time, or was it very much improvisation?
A lot of improvisation, but that's where once you see it a few times, you get a bit of a feeling, and I think when I hop in next time, you know, it's hard to get that flow, especially when every driver's doing something different and you're trying to read the situation. But yeah, pretty hectic, and it's hard to get that flow.
Final question, how long do you have to wait before you get back in again?
It's a great question. I've no idea, but I'll be ready.
Yeah, either have a sleep or a dinner or just drive.
Brendan Hartley with Nick Damon, and fear not, there will be a carefully planned schedule at Precoat Herbert Motorsport, and they'll know exactly when Brendan will be back in the car, but some very able drivers in the meantime as well. The regulars within the Herbert Motorsport crew, Ralph Bone taking his turn, and of course because of Brendan Hartley's hard work and that well-timed last pit stop, the car leads the race by... It's not quite a clear lap, but Jochen Krumbach with some work to do now. Circulating in the 208s, and Ralph Bone able to do 206s through the traffic.
I've got an apology to make, and it's with thanks to @PickledAxe, another great Twitter handle there. We've got another ex-Formula 1 driver here, actually drove for 2 different teams. I'm sure, like to Sam Smith back at home, if he's listening, he'll be screaming at the computer monitor. Michael Blekemolen drove for both ATS and the Ram Formula 1 team in his prior career. Obviously he's taken a step up now and he's doing the 24-hour series. So Michael, with apologies for missing your Formula 1 career. You know what? I bet there's at least one more somewhere.
There probably is, yes. Oh, I realise exactly why Bruce Jones shouted in my ears a few moments ago, Michael Blekemolen, but it didn't go to air, and in fact
He's shouting again, isn't
Bruce
he?
is shouting again.
Let's let him have a
because
shout.
I think he might have discovered another former Formula 1 driver. Bruce.
Well, this is a slightly oblique one. He wasn't supposed to be in the race, but hey, he started anyway. Hans Heyer, father of Kenneth. Austrian Grand Prix, more famous for a hat with a feather in it, but he was the gate was open from the collection area, so out he went to race anyhow. Just the once. Don't do that at home, children.
Feel free, genuinely, Bruce, feel free at this point to tell that story in a little more detail for those that don't know it, because it's a fabulous story.
It was the Austrian Grand Prix, correct me if I'm wrong, 1977. Driving the ATS, that was the second of the ATSs in the race. Wasn't supposed to be in the race because he'd failed to qualify, but you know, in those days they used to have, in case there was a problem at the first corner on the opening lap, they'd have the reserve drivers sitting there waiting, and then they'd be told to stand down. But hey, Hans stands down for no one, so he just saw the gate was open, thought, well, no one's looking, I'm going to nip out and join the back of the field as they go up to the Hellelift curves on the opening lap. Out he went, had a laugh, and I think after about 12 laps he was invited back into the paddock, but he made his one and only Grand Prix start.
Fantastic. I like that, and we've remembered it ever since, or certainly Bruce has. Here's Nick Damon with more suggestions. Bernd Schneider is not a bad shout.
It's a very, very good. I completely forgot Bernd as well. It was the 1977 German Grand Prix.
Right, that was the Hans Heyer incident. Okay,
that was Hans Heyer with the second Penske car of, indeed, new German team. So we've got 2 ex-ATS drivers here, but Bernd Schneider, absolutely correct.
Yeah.
Any more for any more?
I'm sure there's one more. I'm sure there is.
There's always one more.
Of course there is, yes.
So now we're at 5.
Okay.
Almost enough for a 2018 grid.
Steady now, steady. The 2 Black Falcon Mercedes are together on the screen, and they're separated by, well, I better tell you when Michael Broniszewski crosses the line at the end of lap 120. He does so now, in fact, and it's a little over 90 seconds, the gap between Manuel Metzger in the 2 and Michael Broniszewski in the 3. Ryan Ratcliffe still 5th for Optimum Motorsport. We have Mathieu Jaminet in the number 76 Porsche. So we have actually got at least the top 3 in the Porsche Super Cup from 2016 here this weekend as well. Sven Muller champion, Mathieu Jaminet in the number 76 car. I wonder whether there's any more drivers in the Super Cup as well that were in it in 2016. Answers on a postcard as far as that's concerned. Now, what are we looking at there, Graham, on the live stream?
I think that was the KTM. I only saw it very briefly, but I think that was the KTM 246 that Bruce was talking about a little earlier.
That would make sense, because the camera's never too far away from, well, Nick Damon actually on this occasion.
Isn't Christian Engelhardt in this race? I think he is.
Yes, he is.
Yep. He finished 7th in Porsche Super Cup this year.
So we've got Cairoli second, Sven Muller, as I say, champion, Mathieu Jaminet, Christian Engelhardt finished 7th.
Yep, Van Lagen was in the Super Cup this year for at least one race, and he's in this race in the Broken Silver Sting, which I've just seen being passed on the right-hand side there.
And Jochen Krumbach still negotiating lap 122 in the number 12 Manthey Racing car. That is a very Fach Autotech type livery for Manthey. I keep confusing those two cars. It's the white Porsche principally with the red detailing on it, but it looks like a really nice livery for Manthey Racing to have turned their number 12 up in this year, and it's going very strongly. 53.3 seconds the gap now to Ralph Bone, the race leader.
Klaus Bachler also did Super Cup this year. Josh Webster's in this race, is he not?
He is now, yeah. Yes. I don't think he was originally billed as such.
But one of two drivers that I can certainly name that did do Super Cup this year but not eligible for points.
Yes, but had a good result at the British Grand Prix support race. A little more from Nick Damon in the pit lane.
Yeah, the 53 Sally Racing Clio's come in with damage. It actually appears to have knocked off the front. It looks like it's hit something quite hard right nose on. Now, my guess is it's a barrier because they did pull out some polystyrene from a marker board, which obviously didn't do the damage because there's large amounts of GRP being ripped off. So that's probably a braking incident, either a brain fade or a brake fade.
Okay, thank you for that. Well, work continues on the live stream there. So the 53 car with quite a bit of work to do. In the next couple of minutes, by the way, we'll give you a rundown of the class leaders in Class A6, which should be relatively easy to do because that's the overall leaders. Class SPX, the 991/997 class, and for SP2 as well. So stick around for that in the next few moments. As track very, very busy down at turn number 1. Quite a lot of lappery needing to be sorted out. That downhill approach to the first corner here at the Dubai Autodrome.
Pickled Axe, by the way, adds to my woes by saying Nicky Pastorelli tested for Midland F1. Do we count test drivers? People standing at the back of garages with headphones, is that another one?
Yeah, it's tenuous.
On that basis, Joe Bradley's tested.
Yeah, exactly. That's true. And I think really you need to have been involved in a Formula 1 Grand Prix as in the race. But Nick Damon reckons he's got a better test driver if we are going to go to those.
Yes. I've got a feeling, didn't Jorg not qualify for a Grand Prix?
Do we bring Bruce in again at this juncture? Go ahead, Bruce.
If you felt like it, I don't recall him ever.
He's trying his best to answer there, but I think he might have disappeared into a garage somewhere.
He tested for Arrows and Sauber before joining BMW Williams F1 to do tests for the engines and Michelin tyres from 1999 to 2001.
He's not reading this, by the way. Here's Bruce again.
I don't think Jorg ever appeared at a Grand Prix weekend other than being in the paddock. I don't think he was a Friday test driver. I think his time was before those tended to be the fashion. A driver fully deserving as a Formula 3000 champion of getting the break. It didn't come his way, which was sports cars racing's gain, but I don't recall him going out to qualify.
Well, what it's all proving, other than the varied levels of knowledge of various forms of motorsport, is the high quality of the drivers in this race, gentlemen.
Yeah. Agreed. So, it is an A6 Pro car that leads the way overall. That's the 911 Herbert Motorsport machine. Second place in A6 Pro is Jochen Krumbach from Manthey Racing in the number 12. And third and fourth, the two Black Falcon Mercedes. Manuel Metzger in the 2, ahead of Michael Broniszewski in the number 3. There's about 90 seconds separating those two Black Falcon AMGs. Fifth position in A6 Pro is the number 14, Ryan Ratcliffe Optimum Motorsport Audi from Mathieu Jaminet in the IMSA Performance Porsche. Seventh place in that class and indeed overall is the number 5 Belgian Audi Club WRT R8 LMS. It's being driven by Michael Vergers right now. Then the number 4 sister car from that team, and at the wheel is Ruben Meis. And then we have Rolf Eichen in the number 963 GRT Grasser Racing Lamborghini Huracan that's just got by on that lap the number 33 car And 33 is actually the A6 AM leader. 10th place for that car collection Audi. Peter Schmidt currently piloting that. Whilst we're on the subject of A6 AM cars, second position in that class is the GP Extreme Renault RS01. Nicky Pastorelli currently at the wheel. Remember, the 27 and the 28 had a rejig of their driver combinations to make sure that one was in A6 AM and one was definitely in A6 Pro. And it's the A6 AM car which is second in class from the number 22 Gravity Racing International Mercedes. Vincent Rademacher at the wheel of that car right now. Third in A6 AM. Fourth place Peter Terting in the number 66 Attempto Racing Porsche. And fifth place in A6 AM is the number 1 Hoffa Racing car. Defending champions, of course, from 2016. That's the reason why they have the number 1 on the door this year. Kenneth Heyer is driving that brand new Mercedes AMG. 5th place in A6 AM and 18th place overall. SPX headed by the number 87 car, being Pierre Eretz, and he's at the wheel of the GDL Racing Middle East Lamborghini Huracan. It's a Super Trofeo spec Huracan, though, being from class SPX. Second position in SPX is the number 10 Lippert Motorsport Super Trofeo. And who's driving that right now? It's Harold Schlotter. And can I tell you about third place in SPX? Yes, I can. That's Jörg Müller. We were talking about him a short while ago. The 401 car is in third position. And we also need to be able to tell you about, now I've got an interview that we need to head across to in a moment with Nick Damon. We are running through the current standing order as far as the half-hour marker is concerned. So just got to do SP2. SP2 is the 247 car that leads the way in SP2. And car 247 being the Reiter Engineering KTM Crossbow. That's the one that still has all the bits on it then. Whereas that car we caught a glimpse of in the pit lane having quite a lot of work done. And class 991 is headed by the number 68 car, which is another Black Falcon Team TMD Friction Porsche 991 car. And at the wheel of that 68 car is Saeed Amouri. 17th overall and leading class 991. So, as promised, here is Nick Damon.
Answering my own question from about 2 hours ago with Ashan Silva. Ashan, first of all, why have you got so many fans in the garage?
So I'm from Sri Lanka, and this is my first 24 hours, so I've been racing in Sri Lanka for about 10 years, so I kind of have a big fan base in Sri Lanka. So once they got to know that I'm racing here, so most of my friends, they flew out to support me over here.
And what do you race in Sri Lanka?
Actually, I started from racing 1300 cars, then 1600, then 3500 cc. I've done formulas, I've done a lot of things, hill climbing, rally, all over.
So what's it like going from hill climbing in Sri Lanka to 100 cars going around the Dubai Autodrome?
It's, yesterday I went out in the night, it was crazy. I was not used to overtaken by so many fast cars, and it's an amazing feeling. It's hard to explain. I'm so excited, and I really love it. It's really nice.
Thanks, Asha. Thanks a lot.
Yes. Yeah. I love those T-shirts, by the way, with the track map right on the front. I saw a couple of guys walking around the paddock earlier on with those.
I'm going to wait to see someone really tired about 3 o'clock in the morning and mug them for one of those.
It's still one. I think you should, yes.
I'm afraid, with the collected motorsport knowledge of everybody up in this booth and down in that pit lane, we're about to hang our heads in shame.
Oh.
Because there's one we've forgotten as an F1 test driver, and it's a blindingly obvious one, I'm afraid, and it's somebody we've already spoken to.
Right.
And that,
this is not getting any better.
Thanks to Joe Twyman, who is awake at home,
yes.
Is Brendan Hartley. Toro Rosso and Mercedes, and it's all very well. It's all very well. Bruce Jones screaming and jumping up and down in the background.
Well, funnily enough, that's exactly what Bruce was doing. You knew that one, didn't you?
Well, I did. I just was waiting for you to finish. No, this isn't an excuse. I was waiting for the rundown through the classes. Then I was going to come back like a clever dick, but I've been exposed, sadly.
Oh dear, oh dear. You've
got to move fast in this game.
It's so easy to come back with a spurious claim like that.
Yes.
I'm afraid Bruce Jones's...
He was trying to be professional for once.
Bruce Jones's international reputation for that level of background knowledge now exploded to atoms.
Can I just finish off the 991 class, actually? Oh, as I say that, the screens have all gone blank, and they're going to be returned now. That's okay. Right. So, Saeed Al-Mouri, as I say, leading the 991 class. I'll do the top 3 within that, because I didn't mention the number 69 car, which is the other Black Falcon car, running second and 24th overall. It's Miguel Toril driving that, the Spaniard. And third in the 991 class is the 85 Pro Sport Performance example of the 991 Cup car, and Joe Foster drives that along with his co-drivers Charles Putman, Charlie Espenlaub and Andy Pilgrim.
It is indeed Andy Pilgrim. Got a car in trouble, and I think it's a Mercedes-Benz by the look. I may be wrong.
I think it's a Cayman.
Is it?
Just going around the corner there on the live feed.
It's come crawling through turn 11 into the pit lane now. Almost collected by a car trying to take the inside line through the final turn. You might well be right. It might well be a Cayman. We're getting to that time of the night.
Yeah, only because...
It is a Cayman. It is a Cayman.
There you go.
It is the number 777.
So as we have a keen eye on that Cayman, the 777 car that was picked up by cameraman over at turn 13 and 14. You're never going to guess this, Graham.
Go for it.
Bruce has got another F1 driver for
you're
us.
Joking.
I'm fighting back. Robin Frietz, Caterham. A couple of years ago, he did the Friday run at the British Grand Prix. Let's call it between friends 4 or 5 years ago.
How did you miss that, Graham?
I don't know. On the basis that
your turn in the corner, Graham.
Absolutely. On the basis that I am actually genuinely not that interested in modern Formula 1. But I'm genuinely not. But so we've gone from a maximum of 2 to now 473. Everybody that's ever raced.
And every car in this race has got a former Formula 1 driver as part of it.
We do have the ex-wife of a Formula 1 driver driving here. Cora Schumacher is in this race.
Right.
Ralph Schumacher's ex.
That's a much smaller category, I think.
I suspect with Formula 1 there's an awful lot of ex-wives, to be honest with you.
Ralph Bones leading the race, I hasten to add. 128 laps now completed for the Herbert Motorsport car. We're into one of those phases of the race, which is thankfully free of caution and a chance to get a real rhythm going here. Meanwhile, down in the pit lane, Nick Damon has got news on...
154 car that's come in just a second ago. It's one of the BMW Cup cars, QSR. They've right up on the rear ends. They obviously got an issue with things. I am slightly worried by this thing. Let me just show you, Sebastian. Look, does that not look like an old-fashioned, radiant heater that you'd find in your grandma's front room? Be warming herself and her cats in front of it. So that's a 1 kilowatt per bar fire, isn't it?
It does get... It does get quite chilly here, though, overnight, so that might not be a bad idea for the mechanics as they look after that car. Saves them wearing gloves.
It gets very chilly, and I'm hoping they do finish the repairs on that 246 KTM so that Thomas Edgar can go on his traditional coffee run for us into the...
Oh, yes.
He has told us he'll do that, despite the fact he's told me several times now he's too busy to talk to me because he's the team manager and keeps showing me his orange lanyard with team manager written on it to prove it.
It's all going to his head.
I'm afraid so. There we have the Beauvais Motorsports Brocanet Silver Sting.
And that car's going okay, isn't it? That is a scheduled stop. They're putting new tyres onto it.
That was leading its class for quite a wee while. I'm not sure if it still is SP2. I'll just double check that.
Car 207, isn't it?
It is not leading its class. It's the other KTM now, the SP2 version of 247.
So where is 207? 5th in SP2 and 44th overall.
Absolutely. Nico Verdonk, by the way, just putting in the quickest lap of the 6th place Pro Sports Cayman as I look down timing and scoring.
Meanwhile, out of the final corner comes the Nissan GT Academy car, Bob Neville's prepared machine. And that's the 123 car, isn't it? Which is one of our many on board cameras. There it is from the outside, and the front brake discs glowing red hot as it slows through turn 1. Continues, by the way, the track to drop down towards the kink at 2. It's quite a steep decline down to, and there's the Chevrolet Corvette from V8 Racing, which has had a little bit of an oopsie, and the car switching ends out of the view of our camera. We may be able to show you a replay of that, but it's rejoined quite quickly.
Yep. My attention, by the way, being drawn by various people on social media to a couple of drivers making very rapid progress in time terms and position as well. Tom Onslow Cole, very quick into the 201s last time aboard the number 16 SPS car. That number 18 car ain't right, is it? Something's wrong there. Getting back up to speed or not. It's actually off track and coming back at some pace, but not anywhere near racing pace. Tom Onslow Cole in that SPS performance. AMG GT3 up into 11th position and rapidly catching the number 33 car collection Audi ahead. He's got about 20 seconds to make up. The car ahead of that is Rolf Icon in the number 963, the surviving of the 2 GRT Grasser Racing cars, another man in the 201s. So both those cars beginning to make an impact on the order, and with places available to them at that pace in laps that won't be too far up the road.
Just trying to work out whether that car was down on the rear right corner as it came into...
It's got a broken wheel.
So that's why it was down on the rear right corner.
That's had contact, hasn't it?
With the tyre deflating, yes, a big style contact, wheel on wheel it looked like. There's some scarring on the arch as well.
It takes a lot to dent a GT1 Corvette. That's basically been hit with the equivalent of a space shuttle on full throttle.
Correct. The wheels, though, compared to that incredibly strong bodywork on a Chevy, has taken the punishment of that, and that, I'm afraid, will have to be thrown in the bin.
Indeed. New car up into 4th position. Ryan Ratcliffe, I think, has got up into 4th position in the Optimum Audi, taking that slot from the number 3 Black Falcon car, and the Black Falcon car at current pace is very soon going to lose 5th position as well. Jaminet in the number 76 IMSA Performance Porsche, just 4 seconds back, and last time around 3 seconds quicker than the number 3 in the hands of, it's Michael Bonachevsky, isn't it?
Yes, Bonachevsky taking that car over, I think, at the last stop, possibly the previous one. 0.2 of a second is the gap, though, after Ryan Ratcliffe has now split the 2 Black Falcon Mercedes. The live stream is another one of our onboard cameras with Alexandra Cugny at the wheel of the number 24 Cool Racing by GPC Motorsport machine, way down in 86th position. That car's pace should be a lot better than that, but it's not had a good run in the early stages of this year's race. And, back to the pit lane, and let's hear it from Nick Damon once again.
A name for you?
Yes. Aha, of course. Yes. You can see the cogs going round, Nick, now we've got you on screen. Yeah, well, keeps the brain active. That's always a good thing. Graham.
One other offer that I can't stand up from the source that is the internet is Alex Müller as a potential test driver at one point for Minardi. He certainly contested Formula 3000 for Minardi, but I don't think there's a reference to him actually testing. That one came actually from an ex-Le Mans team manager, Jan Kalmar. Good evening, Jan, who looked after the Jet Alliance Lotus Evoras at Le Mans, and Alex Müller, as I recall, if I recall correctly, Jan, was one of your drivers in the GT1 Aston Martins back in the Jet Alliance days. On to pit road, driver change for the number 93 Porsche. It's a car that was in trouble earlier on in the race. But, there's plenty of time yet to repair at least some of the damage on the timing screens for that effort. Just looking to see where that car sits at the moment. But of course, unfortunately where the lighting is, it's 71st position at the moment. That's just off our timing screens available immediately, and I can tell you right now that that car is running 9th in the 991 class and has been making a bit of progress actually since that early problem.
Just glancing through one or two tweets that have been winging their way towards us via @BlackpoolJohnny and @DSC Editor. You can fire them towards @Specutainment and @Radio Le Mans as well. Floodman11 says that's an impressive amount of monitors. Looking at the shot that was taken by, I think, Mr. Hindhoff of the two of us. It is, yes, I agree, but some of them have got the same information on. It's just because it's a very, very wide desk, this.
It's massively...
And our eyes aren't great.
It is a massive challenge to get this into carry-on luggage, it's got to be said.
Yes.
Just gets into trouble with Ryanair on the odd occasion.
The flight case that Paul Trustwell's brought with him this year is huge.
No, Paul arrived in that.
Oh, that's right,
The other stuff comes separately.
I wonder what that banging was from inside. Let me out. Ralph Bone continuing to lead the race. There's the 14 Optimum Motorsport car then of Ryan Ratcliffe, Welshman, on the move and up to 4th position now with 130 points. Now, that's the
WRT car. That's the pro car.
Yes, 8th position.
The WRT Audi 8th position has lost the 7th, taken not that long ago from Michael Vergers. It's turn 1, and that's the outside of turn 1. The car has just ground to a halt by the look of things.
Ruben Mace at the wheel, the Belgian driver, and the number 4 machine. Well, it's got a little bit of locomotion, just crept forward slightly there with a turn of the steering wheel.
That's almost worse than having none.
True. Well, rocking it back and forth possibly on the starter.
Well, is it...
We're going to get
drive shaft or
we're going to get a replay of how the car ended up there, and there was contact. Side by side contact with which car? It's a green machine. Might have been a Lamborghini Huracan, might have been one of the lower order cars. There are quite a number in the green livery. Very tricky to tell from that shot, as we're at full darkness now here in Dubai, and some of the track is floodlit, much of it isn't. Now, as a result of that contact, and possibly as a result of an aborted run to very nearly towards the barrier, I think...
it may be steering.
Yeah, that might not be a bad shout, actually. I think Ruben's had to back out of that pretty sufficiently to maybe just lose the engine. It's come back into life now because the brake lights work.
Yeah, well, he's shifting through the gears. I can see through the window. He's shifting through the gears, or trying to.
Mm-hmm. So the number on the illuminated steering wheel there is going up and down.
He's managed to... dear me.
Reversing and not realising there was a marshal right behind. Gets the advice there to...
not do that.
Please don't run me over. We're trying to help you out.
You were just presuming, asking whether or not it might have been a clash with a green car. Well, there's a green car.
Coming in for a stop, which may be a regular stop, or it's Rolf Eichen we're talking about, by the way, the 963 GRT Grasser Racing Lamborghini Huracan. Hazard lights flashing, going to be received by the team now. Do they look for anything unusual there? Well, it's going to go up on its jacks and they're going to change one wheel. Now,
question here. Could that possibly have been a battle for position?
Possibly so. Bruce Jones is on the mark anyway with the Lamborghini.
Yeah, well, I'm standing on the pit wall to get a high view of both. Vincent Voss has shifted everyone out of the WRT garage. They've got all the deck chairs out of the way. It looks like a very standard pit stop. There is a slight mark on the 963 being wheeled round into the garage. Bit of side damage, but that's from earlier in the race. Taped up. Still waiting for number 4 to make its way back, but they're getting ready to receive the Belgian club, Team WRT. Well, I'll let you know more in a moment when they get back. Zoida is helmeted up, waiting to take over from Ruben Mice when the pit stop does come to town. I'm going down to look at 963 now and see what they're doing.
Okay, thank you for that. Do pipe up when you know a little bit more. But if we are looking for a green car that's had contact with the number 4 Audi, then it'll be left side that was damaged. Graham.
It's a pit stop for the GT4 leading car, 31st position for the number 229 car. This is the Century Motorsport Ginetta G55 GT4, and oil being added to the car at that stop. Engine cover was taken off a little wee while before you see, and trouble for the number 4 still coming round, and trouble as well, not for the first time in the race, with the number 51 Porsche. rejoins after what looked like a rotation out east rather than up north. And that, I think, was at turn 4. Yellow flag there.
Thank you, Graham. To Nick Damon, who has got young Ben Green with him, who has raced Ginettas for a good couple of seasons in the UK. He often brings a big green double-decker bus with him. You'll have to ask him whether that's here this weekend, Nick.
Starting with the most important question from my colleague in the booth. Do you have a big double-decker green bus with you?
Not with us, no. It's back home. My mechanic owns the bus, and we used to race with it. We used to follow us around the country when we raced in Super Cup last year.
Terrific. So give us an idea, what was it like out there in the full dark and with the various chaos going on?
It was fantastic. I absolutely loved it. I went P1 yesterday in the GT4 class in the night practice, so I really enjoyed it. In the race, it was even better. There were loads of cars out there, and I just pushed from the start.
I noticed you had some fluids added during that stop. Is that because there was a precaution, or was there a warning light on?
It was just a routine fuel stop, so nothing untoward, so all went well, and looking forward to the next stint.
So are you kind of just rotating 1, 2, 3, 4, or are they perhaps getting more night time because you like it?
I think we'll rotate 1, 2, 3, 4, purely because all of us are good in the night and the day. We've got a very balanced team of good drivers and quick drivers. So I think we'll rotate it evenly to get the most sleep.
Okay, that's great, thank you.
Ben Green joining Nick Damon, and there's another green car that might have been the one that got involved with the number 4 Belgian Audi Club car, although...
Don't think so. That was
there doesn't seem to be too much attention to that left side.
No, Tom Onslow Cole getting out of that car after a run through the field to 8th position at the point at which the car pitted, soaked up a bit of a time penalty that may or may not have been with Tom at the wheel. Number 4 car, meanwhile, still making its way back to the pits.
Yes.
Turn 10 at last... sight of that car.
Limping back. Meanwhile, we'll hear from Bruce Jones.
What you wanted to know, Johnny, was 6. There was, as one wag said, I didn't know they made 4-wheel stick Lamborghinis. Change has taken place. I think Rick Broikers has just jumped on board, but it's a narrow garage, a very busy garage. I hope you can hear this. I'm breaking up slightly. So that has had contact side when it came. So one that was up close and personal with a number Audi. I'll find out more in a minute.
That's the 963 Lamborghini, by the way, that Bruce is trying to find out about.
And it's confirmation on the screens that it was an incident between cars 4 and 963. That's incident under investigation, with the 4 car about to come into our sight now through the hairpin towards the end of the lap, and is now going to have the tricky task of getting across to the other side of the track. Its drivers left at the moment will be looking to get back to the pit lane, may have to stop to do so with a stream of cars. We'll have an opportunity very soon, but we'll need to do it reasonably quickly if it can. And about to make a dive for the pit lane.
So, having just taken a break, I can see this is the Ruben Mas at the wheel of the Audi R8. And why is it going slowly?
It's because there's been side-to-side contact between that car and the 963 Lamborghini. Ruben makes a dive for the pits, frantic braking from the cars behind. The 963 came back with, well, we're not sure what damage to that car, but the number 4, a very slow lap in recovery after needing a little bit of, well, some time to actually select reverse. So we don't know yet whether or not it was steering damage or something more. Sorry, Johnny.
That's all right. No, straight to Nick Damon in the pits.
Tom, you're a bit of a star on the track and on Twitter. Apparently you've made up thousands of laps and millions of times, so obviously you're enjoying the car now it's working.
I take some credit for a bit of the car work, but Twitter wasn't me. Rebecca's obviously been doing a good job on that.
Independent stuff from real people, not just your fiance and PR lady.
See, not even biased opinion. Oh, well, then it must have been good. As always, you've grabbed me just as I've got out the car, so I have to find out from you guys how well I did. But I mean, it felt pretty good to me. We seem to be able to put into some consistently quick lap times and manage the way through the traffic, which is evolving. Like from hour to hour, it really changes. The guys you're racing against as it gets dark and people get more comfortable with the darkness. But that first part of actual darkness is a real lottery.
Well, it's a very good point, because obviously when you race in smaller fields, you get to know what people do, but you don't even know which driver's in which car. So how much of it is guesswork, and how do you get a feel for what a driver's going to do?
Do you know, I find that you still get a feel for the car. So I think when you have a load of drivers working really closely together, they seem to share the same ethos and drive in a similar way. They go into the same briefings, they have the same discussions. So cars get certain reputations, and you know there's some that you give a little wider room, and some you can really rely to race mirror to mirror.
Now, just for the benefit of the persons listening, who did you say was your favourite member of the team to me a second ago?
Who was the what? Sorry?
Your favourite member of our team.
Paul Trusswell. Like, this is my... normally now I like the debrief from Trussers. Like, how did I did, Trussers?
I know, that really upset me as well. Anyway.
I'm sure you're a close second, Nick.
Yeah, sadly,
or maybe third.
Sadly, Trussers was having his dinner while Tom was in the car. He's going to be gutted by that. So, but Trussers will be crunching data. I'm absolutely certain there will be a full debrief for the Onslow Cole family at some point in the following week. Trussers is stroking his chin now in a kind of thoughtful fashion and thinking, how do I sum up that performance from Tom Onslow Cole that I didn't see?
Well,
it was a very nice spaghetti bolognese.
By the way, I just wanted to say, these fireworks are not for you, Paul, in celebration of you being Tom Onslow Cole's favourite member of RadioLeMans.com. This is the traditional 8 o'clock display, and if you're watching on the live stream, you can enjoy some fireworks with us now as well. So we may have only had nearly 6 hours of this year's race, but this is a little bit of a milestone. And also a potential distraction, I suppose, for the drivers out there, having to focus on the lights around them on the track rather than in the sky.
Absolutely.
They make a right old racket as well. I can hear that in our.
There'll surely be complaints from the locals about the noise.
Yeah.
I think you can probably hear them from that hotel, can't you, Johnny? And
you may well be right. Yes.
But, a full moon to go with it, so picture perfect, and no doubt photographers around the circuit are all now lining up their favourite shots. So having had some lunch, or dinner rather, and very nice it was too, and nice to know that Tom Onslow Cole appreciates me. I like Nick Damon, I think he's good.
He's my favourite.
But apart from the incident that Graham just described to me involving the WRT Audi and the Grassa Lamborghini, it seems to have been fairly quiet once we got racing underway again following that last yellow or code 60 period. Brendan Hartley's handed the leading car over to Ralph Bone now. The man on the move possibly is the Black Falcon Mercedes, which the number 2 car, which Manuel Metzger is back at the wheel of, and he seems to be closing in on Jochen Krumbach, who's taken the Manthey Porsche number 12 over from Otto Close. The gap between the two of them at the moment has come down to 11 seconds, and Metzger is closing in on Krumbach at the rate of 2 seconds a lap. So I think by the time the fireworks are finished, we'll have nose-to-tail action between 12 and...
Thank you, Paul. That's the voice of Paul Trusswell. Graham Goodwin also to my right. It's Johnny Palmer here in the main commentary box at the Dubai Autodrome for the 2017 edition of the 24 Hours of Dubai. We'll continue on then into another hour very, very shortly here on RadioLeMans.com. So a mere 18 hours of this year's 2017 Dubai 24 Hours still to go, and the fireworks have been thoroughly entertaining. I think that might be it, just about. But
no, I can see through the gloom. Gary Willems is there with a sparkler.
Oh, he's very good. Maybe he's going to set off the next bank of fireworks. This is a traditional thing that happens at 8 o'clock every Friday evening for the Dubai 24 Hours, and it means that we've reached a quarter distance. Is there, Paul Trusswell, any sort of indication as to a rhythm that we're gathering? I know it's been interrupted by several code 60s. You'll already, I'm sure, be projecting ahead to 18 hours time to sort of work out what cycle we're going to be at. Is your equipment doing okay, by the way?
Yes.
Because I know that for the first 5 or 10 minutes of the race, seems a long time ago now, you wanted to make sure that everything was working like clockwork, and is it behaving itself?
Yes, so far we've done very well indeed.
Good.
And we had a very troubled practice in qualifying. Morning warm-up went very well indeed. And thanks, and I must thank him publicly as well, Andrew Hall, who is the man behind HH Timing, who I use for a lot of this, went beyond the call of duty as always, and provided me with so far a system that has worked for the last 6 hours. However, there's a long way to go.
Of course.
But we have two different ways of saying how many laps there are going to be in the race, to get back to the question.
Yeah.
The first one of those is suggesting we're going to have 637 laps, but I think that's very unlikely, because that's assuming we'd have no more code 60 periods at all. Even beyond that, 616 is being shown on another screen, but I don't think we're even going to make 600. I think we're going to be around the 500 last year was 588, and I think we'll be around 580, to be honest.
Okay. And what's the record, Paul?
The record is 628, which was before they invented code 60.
Right.
And that was back in 2012.
Right, okay.
So, but
unlikely to be beaten, methinks.
We're not going to get to that many, even if we can go green all the way, I don't think. But no, so I mean, what is perhaps more interesting to think about, though, is how the race itself is panning out, rather than the distance that the race is going to go.
Yes.
And I kind of think we're leaning towards a two-car race. In all practical terms, we've only got 2 cars on the lead lap now, between the Porsche from Herbert Motorsport and the Black Falcon Mercedes. The Manthey Porsche has now slipped back to 6th place, number 12, having had Otto and Joachim Krumbach doing the driving. It's not been as quick, but I don't know. Any of the top 6 could still win, because we're still sufficiently early into the race so that changes can happen. And it really is just a little bit of a lottery, working out how to make your pit stops. Do you come in at every code 60 regardless, or do you try and be a bit clever with them and try and stay out through a code 60 and then perhaps gain some time should a second code 60 happen after that? But the way that Herbert has managed to get his car into the lead, I do fancy the IMSA performance car, because they've been going around their business fairly quietly. They're getting good fuel consumption. What has surprised me is the best of the Audis has now managed to move its way up into 4th place. A little while ago, the best of the Audis was down in about 7th or 8th, but the best of the Audis has now moved up to 4th with the Optimum Motorsport car number 14. Ryan Ratcliffe is now behind the wheel, and they've already cycled through the drivers. It's going to be Christopher Haas's chance to get back into it again fairly shortly, I think. So, the Optimum car going quite well as well.
We have the opportunity on the live stream to have a look at the ranking after 6 hours. So this is the order. Herbert Motorsport leading the way. The A6 Pro Porsche 911, 140 laps completed, and it's Ralph Bone currently at the wheel, leading by 1 minute and 24.2 seconds from Manuel Metzger in the number 2 Black Falcon Mercedes AMG. Mathieu Jaminet driving the IMSA Performance Porsche 991. That's the 76 car, is currently in 3rd position, but 2 laps off make that 1 lap off the leader now. Ryan Ratcliffe driving the Optimum Motorsport Audi in 4th position, car 14, ahead of the number 3 of Michael Broniszewski. Sven Muller in the 12 Manthey Racing Porsche is 6th. 7th place for Louis Delatraz at the wheel of the GP Extreme, the number 28 Renault RS01. Then it's Peter Schmidt in the Car Collection 33 Audi. The number 17 is the EDEX Sport Mercedes of Nicolas Menassion currently, and Nicky Pastorelli at the wheel of the number 27 GP Extreme car is in 10th place. Page 2 of the rankings tells us that in 11th position Michael Vergers is now the best of the Belgian Audi Club R8. They were running more or less together, but issues for the number 4 of late means the 5 car now flies the flag, really, for the Belgian Audi Club team. That's the only car from that squad in the top 15. 12th position is the Gravity Racing International car, which is the only SLS in the field, car number 22, which is driven by Vincent Rademacher, ahead of Peter Terting's Attempto Motorsport Porsche in 13th position. 14th is the number 1 Kenneth Heyer Hoffer Racing Mercedes AMG, and just pitting from 15th position is the number 21 Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan that's just headed in to the fueling area. Graham.
In amongst that lot, 2 very recent improvements, and both for Renault's Louis Delatraz going ahead, I think, on track up to 7th position, ahead of the number 33 car collection Audi, and also into the top 10 again, not for the first time, and that was because Michael Vegas has just come out of the pits. Nicky Pastorelli in the number 27 Renault, the GP Extreme pair. So they're running very well indeed, and as we said earlier in the race, very good fuel efficiency indeed from those Renaults, not counting them out. And was the Le Mans back in the 70s the last time a Renault won a 24-hour race overall?
I suppose it probably was. Yes. If you know different, at Radio Le Mans, at Specutainment, at Blackpool Johnny, and at DSC Editor. But yeah, that's probably a good shout. Peter Schmidt is now pitting from 9th position in the car collection. Vincent Rademacher does likewise in the Gravity Racing car, the number 22 machine. Still looking down the rankings on the live stream, by the way. And some of the class leaders, actually.
That is the class leader, the number 31st position. That was the CWS Ginetta. That's the Colin White Ginetta, just taken the lead because of that pit stop for the Century Ginetta G55.
Okay, so the SP3 class leader. Yep.
That's Mike Simpson at the wheel of that car.
In the 178.
Absolutely. TCR class leader is in the 40s. That's the modern motorsport car, isn't it? That's the car that Matthias Besch is part of the squad for.
Mm-hmm.
And it's still in the 40s. It's the Peugeot, the 308, 208, the Peugeot 208, numbered 308, confusers, leads A3.
Okay. Class 991, by the way, still headed by the number 68 Black Falcon crew. And at the wheel of that remains Saeed Al-Mouri. So he's having a good old stint to make sure that car stays just ahead, or quite a bit ahead actually, of the sister car. Miguel Toril, also for Black Falcon, is 2nd in the 991 class, and then it's Joe Foster in the number 85 machine for Pro Sport Performance, 3rd position. And sadly for Autotech, their car is labelled as Stone Last, the number 95 car, or 95th position rather, for that number car. So we're going to get some highlights in a moment or two as well of the last 6 hours here on RadioLeMans.com. Interesting to see Mathieu Jaminet pitting from 5th position for IMSA Performance, though. That should be a scheduled stop.
Effectively, that was from 3rd.
Yes, he was.
Ryan Ratcliffe going up into 3rd position right now, and in close proximity, Michael Poniczewski is in the Black Falcon number 3 car.
Here are some highlights.
damage. They've been taking bits off steering racks off the shelf and putting bits onto the car. The job is pretty close to fruition. The front bumper just going back on the car literally as I speak, and they've already got the corner weights out. They're going to have to do a complete geometry reset on the car because it's all been knocked askew. So lots and lots of time for an indiscretion out on the track. I'm not saying whose fault it was, but I believe it's had a coming together with the 963 Lamborghini.
Which is back out on the track now. Rick Voiker's at the wheel of that car, so certainly less of an impact on the Lamborghini than there was on the Audi.
Indeed, it was let me get this right, it was Lamborghini up the inside of the Audi. Also on pit road just a few moments ago, Ryan Ratcliffe bringing the Optimum Audi from third position down for a pit stop, and already in the fueling area, Ryan, on pit road now for just over a minute.
Is that a double stint from Ryan? Did he stay behind the wheel?
Or
do we need to check?
We need to check, but he's got into the fueling area very quickly, so it may just be fuel.
He may have stopped and had tyres as well, but he only did 26 laps, which is about an hour's worth of driving, but because the beginning of the stint had yellow, I would have expected him not to be needing fuel just yet, but it may be that they're doing two shorter stints in order to optimise Optimum Racing the driving time to be closer to the 2 hours. The trouble is, if you do a full stint, you end up doing an hour and a quarter, and then you're over your stint on the second part of your of a double stint. So if he's doing a double stint, it makes sense to do two 45-50 minute chunks.
So it's the 911 Precoat by Herbert Racing 911 GT3R that leads the race. Manuel Metzger back at the wheel, of course, of the number 2 Black Falcon Mercedes-Benz. It's the number 3, the team car, up into third, so nicely poised. 2 in second and 3 in third. Ryan Ratcliffe fueling at the moment, still holds on Artong scoring fourth position in the 14 Optimum Motorsport Audi. Sven Muller back at the wheel and therefore lapping very rapidly indeed in the Montai. The number 12 Porsche has run so well through this race so far. Jaminet in the number 76 IMSA Performance Porsche. Lots of Porsche action at the sharp end of this race still. That car just leaving the pits a few moments ago after its most recent stop sits 6th, and Louis Delatraz up to 7th position in that 28 GP Extreme Renault RS01 running in GT3 specification for this race.
Yeah, young Louis has taken to racing the Renault RS01 like a duck to water. He's had a lot of experience in the Formula Renault category, winning race after race through season, it was 2015, I think, that he had a really good run in that championship. And a shame, I suppose, that the Renault Sport Trophy, as was, no longer exists, because that would have been an option for him potentially in forthcoming seasons. But he is aspiring single-seater driver and extraordinaire, maybe going as high as Formula 1, you never know, with Louis Delatraz showing great pace then this weekend. Joe Bradley has a little more for us from the pit lane.
Yeah, well, I've been having some dinner. Are you guys aware of the 112 Clio car? It's the Presenza EU Racing Team Clio entry. Are you aware of this car being in the pits for considerable time because it's had an engine change?
Right,
They've actually changed engines in this car. And destroyed engine off to the right of the car on the requisite pallet, and the new engine already in, bolted in, and it's at the moment just on a run-up going through the, making sure all the gears are intact. So, cracking job.
Yeah, just over an hour in the pit garage for that car. An hour and 8 minutes in the garage. I'm pretty sure it was Bruce who reported that the engine had a cracked block. And as a result of that, I don't know, it was 71, wasn't it? I'm sorry.
There's one with a bell housing issue, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But come on, Joe, you can tell us how good a performance by that team is an engine change in an hour.
Phenomenal. Under pressure as well. Pretty phenomenal. I'm surprised if it is gearbox related, because those Sadev gearboxes are absolutely bulletproof, touch wood. I have had engines go mainly on downshifts where the driver it's a sequential box, but you can still, the gear will still go in, and the road speed is supersedes the engine speed, and you hit a lovely 10,000 revs when it should really only be 7,500 revs. That'll do the job. I'm not sure, I'm not saying that that's the problem here, but it's had a complete engine and gearbox change. Just to be on the safe side, you may as well. But I tell you now, phenomenal job. The car's still on, the car's off its jacks as we speak, and about to come back out onto the pit garage, out of the pit garage, onto the pit apron, and no doubt rejoin the race. Phenomenal job. What's the total time then for coming off and into the pits?
Paul will find that out. He'll have somewhere in his data the exact time that little Renault broke the timing beam at the start of the pit lane.
An hour and 8 minutes it's been in the
total.
pits. In total, and as we were just hearing, it needs to go off and get some fuel first, but it'll be back out on the track in not much over an hour. That's great work for the 112.
I don't know if you could hear in the background the team applauding themselves. An hour and 8 minutes now. Remember, that's an hour and 8 minutes from tripping the beam in to coming into the pits to then establishing exactly what the problem is. So once the decision is made, right, let's get on with it, that they've soaked up a few minutes. It's less than, we reckon that is a minute, 1 hour and 8 minutes. Hang on, English isn't very good. Get Ralph in. Sorry, are you the crew chief?
Yes.
What's your name, sir?
Patrick Liechty.
We reckon an hour and 8 minutes since you. That's phenomenal. 1 hour 8 minutes from tripping the beam, not to change the engine, but tripping the beam.
Okay, wow, I'm also surprised. We have a big crew, they did a fantastic job, and now we hope the gearbox works. Yeah.
Was it a gearbox or an engine problem?
No, it was the gearbox. It was the bearing inside has too much space. We had an accident in the free practice, and we think it must be come from there. Yeah.
Very rare on the SADF box for a problem, I think.
Sorry, Bob?
It's very rare for those gearboxes to have problems.
Yes, and we have not so much space in the darkness, and very, very fantastic.
Yeah, I noticed, and most of those guys were just on feel without any light. Well done. Congratulations. Cracking awesome job.
Thank you very much.
Well done.
Well, there you go. There's a man who knows those little Renault Clios, and clearly Joe Bradley. It takes a lot to impress Joe Bradley, an awful lot in so
really
very many
know.
ways. But it's a team game. We keep saying it, don't we? Endurance racing, a team game, and fantastic stuff. Little car is on the fueling area and will soon be back out into the race. And fingers crossed that work holds together and they can bring the car home. That'd be a great story at the end of the race for them.
Joe makes a great point in that when you're trying to replace a part of the car that is deep in the innards of that Renault Clio, then the guys are probably on their backs without the ability to see what they're doing. They're just fumbling around and trying to, all right, that bit goes there, and we'll probably need this bit out as well. The lighting actually in the pit lane is very, very good. The flood lighting throughout the main straight and the pit lane as well. The garage is well illuminated, but it's just a question of how much you can see into the car. You don't want to strip too much out of it because it's a whole lot more that we put back in again, of course. So just to change a gearbox purely on feel, even more impressive, and within or just about over the hour mark. Splendid stuff.
So stories galore up and down the pit road, and of course out on the track. Lots of action, lots of incidents as well, and but we've got back into a bit more of the rhythm. It is still the number 911, the BES Motorsports car, Rathbone at the wheel. We've already seen Brendan Hartley in action and doing great work in pursuit of Jerome Blakemolen. Couldn't quite match the GT specialist, but he wasn't very far away. Very impressive speed indeed from Brendan Hartley in only his second GT race and his first ever race behind the wheel of a racing 911. Great stuff. So 911 from the number 2, Manuel Metzger, still at the wheel of the Black Falcon 2 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT3. And then the second team car from Black Falcon. Third, Sven Müller, though, is beginning to edge closer to that Mercedes-Benz in the number 12 Monza Racing Porsche.
And what's going to happen, Graham, is that Sven Müller is going to make up a lot more ground on those cars ahead of him, because all three of them are going to be due into the pits within the next, 5 minutes or 10 minutes at most, I would say. Probably with the Black Falcon Mercedes coming in before the Herbert Porsche, but expect Metzger and Broniszewski to come in, and then Ralph Bone to be coming in after that. Whether all three of them will be able to turn their cars around in time for Sven Muller to be able to take over the lead, I somehow doubt. Sven
It's going to be close though, isn't it?
It's going to be close. He's 2 laps behind.
And they will take about 3.5 minutes for a full service stop if it's green.
So 2 laps should be about 4 to 5 minutes, and the overall gap is 4.5 minutes in terms of time rather than measuring it in terms of laps. So I think we'll probably get the 2 Black Falcon cars and the 911 car back out, but Sven Muller will certainly be right on the tail of Broniszewski, or whoever takes over from him, which may well be Jelmer Berman getting back into the car. What will then also be interesting is to see whether the number 2 Black Falcon team allows somebody other than Tyrone Bleekemolen to drive the car, because between Metzger and Bleekemolen, they've done all of the driving thus far.
On the live stream, just catching glimpses of the Vortex V8 GC automobile, which is serving a penalty in the box below our feet, just peering around the Hankook Bridge there. So 203 was that car that looks a lot like a BMW, but it's a silhouette car effectively, the GC automobile. Now, news from the pit lane. Going to go to Joe first and Nick after that.
Yeah, I've just got Joe Foster, who's just got out of the number 85 Pro Sport Porsche. Joe, I was just watching you prepare for your stint. Probably you were unaware of that, but that's kind of what I do in my spare time. I saw you taking on a banana and a little bit of fluid. That banana come in handy there.
Oh yeah, no, you always have a process, right? You want to make sure, and then the car you're hydrated and fed, because you burn a lot of energy, especially someone my age. You know, got to be ready. So yeah, I have a process, and it worked fine. The stint went really well. We're having to make up some time. We're having radio problems, and that actually caused a strategy snafu on the very first Code 60 when it would have been best to pit, and it immediately put us back because we couldn't talk to each other. So we have a bit of a Braille method for understanding when to pit Code 60 based on the fuel number. So we got to remember 4 or 5 different numbers, and now based on the fuel number and where the Code 60 occurs on the racetrack, we'll know what to do. But we made back up a lap. I think I passed for P2 just before I pitted, so we're back, almost back in the game.
That's an interesting point. So when you're out on the track, how easy is it to see the Code 60 when it appears? Is it quite apparent from the marshal's post?
To see the Code 60 is not easy. Normally also the engineer will tell you immediately when he sees it. In this case, he can't do that, so we're having to be mega observant. Fortunately, the flags are lit, but they're quite far off the track. This track, for safety reasons, has fantastic runoff, which means the flaggers are very far away. So you've really got to have your head swiveling to make sure that you know what's going on.
And as you've described there, George, it's not just a simple process of every Code 60 means you need to come in. You've got to see where the fuel numbers are.
No, certainly without giving it all away. Where you are on within or the 3 segments of the racetrack, the 3 sectors, makes a difference. Where you are in your fuel window makes a difference, and also where you are in your driver time makes a difference. So we're now going back to old school Formula 1, where we're going to remember all this in our head, and nobody's talking to us, and know when to pit, and we hit the number, we just pit, which is what just happened. So that I never heard or spoke to the engineer that whole stint.
You'd be doing something else if it was easy, man.
I know. Well, it's fun. I don't. You know what? For once, it's quiet, so I like that. It's actually very peaceful out there.
Great stuff. Thanks, Joe. Joe Foster there. Thanks for talking to us, Joe. Great bit of insight, that, isn't it? We sort of we just take it for granted. Code 60 comes out and the cars come in. It's not quite that simple, though, as we heard.
The pit lane, the Black Falcon number 3 came in from third place. Michael Broniszewski changed over to Mauro Engel. We're expecting any second now.
Nick just disappeared there for no apparent reason at all, so apologies for that. We'll try and get him back in just a moment. Nick, let's try you on the other receiver. Are you there, Nick? No, that sounds like maybe camera battery has disappeared on us. We'll get Nick back in a wee moment's time. If you are just joining us, it's coming round to 8:30 here in the United Arab Emirates. 17.5 hours still remaining of the 2017 24 hours, the Hankook 24 hours of Dubai. And Graham Goodwin is alongside Paul Trustwell and me now. John Hindhoff as Johnny Palmer heads across the track for his pit stop and refuelling. Graham.
Hopefully not across the track.
We're under the track, actually. I'll tell you one thing.
He is hungry, in fairness.
He was off like Usain Bolt after another gold medal. I'll tell you one thing that I have noticed, and by no means am I saying that this is Le Mans style crowds in terms of numbers. The amount of people still going backwards and forwards with kids.
Oh yeah, lots and lots and lots of families. I think there's a tipping point been reached here. We've not seen it in these numbers before this year, where there's a more mature community in Motor City nowadays after the financial issues in the in Dubai of recent years, following the kind of financial crash. Things have come back, and you can see that people are now, they've got roots here, they're bringing the kids.
We can go back down to Nick Damon. The battle for position on the screen we'll get to in a moment. It's the battle for 13th and 14th, the 1 and 22 cars, the two Mercedes. We'll get to that in a moment. Nick Damon, are you back with us? Oh, you are. Perfect timing. Well done. Didn't get that, mate. Thank you very much indeed. And sorry about losing Nick for a moment. We have pulled this string just a tad tighter. Problem down the front straight with, no, that's going down to 13 with the 53. That is the Team Sally Clio Cup. That's a Mark III Clio Cup. Now that's 5th in class, but 79th overall. And that car is making its way back to the pits as the Lotus Evora, number 111, in 47th position. Comes in, that's 7th in GT4.
Yeah, and the 911 car, of which Nick was just speaking, due into the pits in, probably not at the end of this lap, at the end of his next lap. He came in slightly later on the previous cycle round, but that does mean that both Black Falcon cars have now made their stops, with Mara Engel at the wheel of the 3, and at the wheel of the number 2 car is Patrick Assenheimer.
Such a long break, and yeah, I enjoy driving here in Dubai a lot all the time, but it's, as every year, quite busy outside, especially in the night time.
Do you know why the team decides to just rotate just you and your own rather than bring the other drivers in?
I think it's just because our experience is the most here on this car and on the track. Patrick just did, not even did last year's race. Myself, I'm doing the 4th edition now of the 24 hours, so I'm very experienced. And the Chiron, I think we don't have to talk about him, that he is experienced enough and fast enough.
So you've done 2 stints. I assume now you'll get a reasonable break. What are you going to do?
Yeah, drink something, eat something. I'm sweating like hell, so I need 2 bottles of water now. And maybe close my eyes some time, because it's a lot of dust out there and a lot of dirt coming into the car. Yeah, and I'm looking forward to the next stint already.
Looking forward to it as well. Thanks a lot, mate.
It's Nick Damon down there with Manuel Metzger out of the 2nd place car, which is now in the fueling area, as in comes the 87 Pierre Iret at the wheel of the GTL Racing Lamborghini. This is the leading SPX car, 15th position when it pulled into the pit lane. I really kind of don't want to say very much about this, but that car has just been doing its thing when many Lamborghinis have not, actually. We've seen rather too many Lamborghinis in a bit of trouble, but not the Super Trofeo car, funny enough.
No, exactly, and I think, as you say, we better not say anything more for fear of putting the hex on it. Just to answer a question that we kind of set ourselves, and I don't believe we answered the question just before John Heintoff took over from Johnny Palmer. Ryan Ratcliffe has stayed out to do a double stint at the wheel of the number 14 Optimum Motorsport Audi, which is in 4th place now, so doing 2 slightly shorter stints in order to optimise the way that car is being run. So 2 sort of 45-50 minute stints probably to come from that car. Ryan did 26 laps and probably he'll do another stint of about 24-25 laps in order to bring him up to his 2 hours. Then he'll bring the car in, and that should give the opportunity back to Christopher Haase to cycle completely round the drivers in that Audi. And as I say, that car currently the 4th of the 3 different in 4th place, and so we've got Porsche, Mercedes, Porsche, Audi in the top 4 places. But Ralph Bone currently on his 38th lap of his current stint, and as I say, that should be the end thereabouts of his current stint at the end of this lap. And,
Problem Paul for number 80, I think it is. Yes, it is. The 991 Porsche Cup car, 9th in class, 70th position overall. That is, oh my goodness me, that is not a nice place to be. That is on the outside curb of turn number 9. He's got it moving again, and if he can get it about another 20 or 30 metres, he can pull off to the left. Plenty of light still on the car. That's a good thing, because that is the acceleration zone onto the back straight, just opposite where we're watching from. The yellow flags have gone out. Right, shortcut, turn right now, turn right. Thank you very much indeed. And that car is now at least out of harm's way for a wee while and can cut through to the very, very outside of the track on the infield at turn 14 and can come back in. It's a, now is that just a puncture, or is that a left rear issue with the,
I think it's just a puncture.
I think it is just a puncture. I was looking to see if it was sitting down a little bit.
Yeah, I think
let's go down to the pit lane. Nick Damon has an interview, and then Joe Bradley straight off the back of that.
What's going wrong?
No, nothing. I get the car on 25th, managed to be on P10, but because we have a totally different fuel consumption to the Pro cars, we drop down now to 15, 17, 18 maybe, and after the next pit stop we are back again in the top 10. So I think we are overall now between 8 and 12, so we are still in our game.
Do the code 60s, we've heard lots of, are they advantage or a disadvantage for your strategy?
Yeah, for us it's definitely advantage, because we can come in, put half fuel, and come around later, come back in, put another half fuel, so we're full. So for M cars, definitely advantage. For sure it depends where you are on the track and if the fuel stations are full or not, but the last 2 times we gained a lot.
What are your actual aims to the race? You're in the, I think the AM Advantage class, running at a 2:05 reference. Where can you get to overall?
I think it's not so far away to say we can finish in the top 10 overall. It's easy, I think, and the top 5 it's manageable. It depends on the level of accidents, because when you're out there it's like a war. Everybody's fighting like hell. The Pro cars are giving no centimeter to each other, so we had still some contact. I saw some contact, so we do our game by our own. We will run without any problems. We don't want to touch the car. Managed to be 2.5, and I think the top 7 overall is really, really manageable.
First race with the new AMG. How is it better than the SLS?
Yeah, for me it's the second season. I managed 2 cars last year. For sure, it's a new evolution of a GT3 car. The 3 amateurs of our team are much quicker with that car and much more comfortable. The feeling, for example, Chantal said she feels much more safe. So it's a big step on the safety side for the feeling of
John, you were very fit.
So for us, it's much better. So the gap between the SLS and the GT, we gain more for the amateurs than for the pros.
Thanks, Kenneth. And some good news is the 246 KTM is back on the track to join the flag because they won Jann.
Yeah, the 911, the leading Porsche, the Herbert Motorsport Porsche, has come into the pits for its pit stop. It was held up ever so slightly. Well, quite slightly, I would imagine. Very frustrating for Ralph Bourne, who brought the car in, to be met with the sight of a Renault Clio, the Team Sally car, being push-started by a group of mechanics. The Porsche invariably had to brake. It did cost him fractions of a second overall in the pit stop. The car, new tyres, new driver. Ralph Bourne has gotten out of the car. Could I have a quick word? Ralph's coming across. Been working very hard to keep that Porsche in the lead. But a great job. Ralph, I just wanted your thoughts on what your feelings were on being met by that Clio, being pushed by its team in front of you. It delayed you slightly.
Once again, please, it's too loud here.
The Clio being pushed in front of you on pit road delayed you slightly.
Yes, he did. I don't know what he had, but I lost some seconds with him, yeah.
Does it really matter that amount of time being lost?
Well, every second counts, so also these 2 seconds count.
It is a great battle at the front. You've been working very hard. Tell us about the stint. Everything went to plan, I would imagine.
Well, the stint was very good. The car's very good. So congratulations to the team once again. And I had a lot of fun. And when people have fun, they go wet.
Always great to see you guys smiling. Keep up the good work. Congrats. I'm not going to say anything more. I don't want to hex anything about.
Okay, thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
Rob Bond now going to get a well-earned rest there. And as he said, it may have only been a couple of seconds, but you know what? If you lose this race at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon by 2 seconds, it'll be down to that Clio being pushed.
Bradley,
I know.
How dare you say something like that? Thank you, Joseph. Joe Bradley down in the pit lane. It's never just one thing. Well, unless the engine drops out or the car grinds to a halt with 2.5 minutes and 8 miles of the race to go, but that would never happen. That would be fiction.
No, not in a 24-hour race. I mean, maybe in a sprint.
No, absolutely not.
That car has lost the lead, though, as a result of that pit stop. So next time they come round, Sven Muller will retake the lead in the number 12 Manthey car. Remember, we said that car had slipped down 2 laps off the lead lap, but had an advantage in the sense that it had more fuel aboard. So Sven Muller, will come round again. He led the race early on, and he's going to be taking over the lead at the end of this lap. Going back to Kenneth Heyer, from whom we just heard, he was talking about how that car is running to this 2 minutes 05 bracket lap time. He's been as good as gold, but Christian Frankenhout burned a joker we mentioned on the first flying lap of the race. But Chantal Kroll has gone in and burnt 2 as well. So I don't know if they actually hand them out to the individual drivers. I mean, well, they don't, but within the team they may have a system going. But anyway, so that car, the number 1 Hoffa Racing Mercedes, has now used up 3 of its permitted 10 jokers. And just to mention something that we mentioned in the practice sessions yesterday, but I don't think we've mentioned it during the race today, is that there's been a change of regulation this year so that you can use your jokers during the last 2 hours of the race as well. So those 10 jokers for A6 AM cars that you're allowed can be used in the last 2 hours as well. So we heard Ralph Bohn saying that every second counts. So, there's other areas where little things can make a big difference, and this is a very finely poised motor race still.
We've gone past the half hour, and it was half past an odd hour, so we should have a look at the A6 and other classes at the head of the field. 9-11 leads for Herbert by 16 seconds from the 12 of Manthey. The 2 Porsches at the moment have about another minute over the Black Falcon Mercedes in 3rd position. Those are the 3 cars still on the lead lap. 4th position, Optimum Audi. for the 14 car as the number 10 comes into the pit lane slowly. This is the SPX leader. I can't believe it. I've actually hexed them when I said that they'd been going all right and there hadn't been a problem. They've only just been in a couple of laps ago. Graham Goodwin.
They have indeed. Just took 19th position as they crossed the line there. But SPX leaders. Looking on down the time screen as well, there's an astonishing performance, by the way, from this. This is a car that's been completely rebuilt in about 24 hours from a donor car.
Scratch that. Of course, they've taken the lead from the 87 car, haven't they? Oh, no, they haven't.
No, they were already in the lead of the class. They've taken the 20th position from Josh Webster in the number 28 car, and that is a long stop at the moment now for that 28 Renault. Sorry, I've been away from the mics. I haven't noted whether or not that's a problem that you guys are aware of. Watching as well, by the way, the efforts in the number 22 Gravity Racing Mercedes-Benz. This is the older spec SLS GT3.
Let me go back to that Lamborghini. I was right. It was the 87 we saw in last time, which gave up the lead on the pit stop cycle and was held up in the pit lane a tiny bit.
Okay.
And now the 10's come in to make the same 7th pit stop. So that 87 car's been out 6.5 minutes. That was a 36 lap stint for the 10 car. Nice long stint for them as the 112.
Is that the car that's had the engine change?
Could be.
I think that was the car that had the engine change and then has clearly come back in for a little bit more attention back on the race.
Let me quickly run down some of the other class leaders then. The 991 leader is up into 16th position. It's the Black Falcon Porsche number 69 on 150 laps. The SP2 leader then is in 30th place. It's Santi Mantella in the Wright Engineering KTM on 146 laps. 69 Porsche has just gone wide as well in 29th position.
That's the second place car in 991 is stopped. That happened very suddenly.
Yes,
he cut across the track to the outside.
Now, that car, that is another Black Falcon car. That's the second place car in the class, and it's only about 20 seconds ahead of
It's
third.
already lost second place. Already by now lost second place to a charging class back there.
Is one of the leading lights in the Porsche Carrera Cup Middle East, and that is something you very rarely see. Out of the back of the car, steam or worse, smoke. Well, it's white. It's either oil smoke or steam. And Banda LSA, who has been doing great things in Porsche Carrera Cup Middle East this season, which runs effectively across the end of one year and into the next. And that car, I'm not sure that car is going anywhere at the moment.
Well, it seems to be the driver knew
Outside
something
of turn 9, I would guess.
Something went wrong and went wrong suddenly. Yellow flags there. An intervention vehicle with the car now.
Okay, I had 2 turns to choose from and I got the wrong one. That is the outside of turn 14, which is right in front of us if I'd stood up and looked out the window. Safety team 2. Oh, I hope that recovery
and fire
man is
extinguisher
okay. Took a little bit of a tumble out the back of the... Now that number 2 is another one of the Fords F-150s. For those of you keeping track of whether Ford or Nissan does the most recovery. The Nissans have all got fire suppression equipment and tend to be stationed around the circuit. New fleet of them here as we turned up on Monday. Well, they seem to be happy that the fire extinguisher that was pulled out of the back of the F-150 is not going to be needed, although...
watching the number display in the rear of the car, it's going down, down, 23rd, 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th now, off the first timing screen.
Brilliant.
Here. Also dropping off the first timing screen any second now is going to be Josh Webster, still stationary at 12.5 minutes now in the pits for the number 28 GPXM Renault RS01. Paul?
No, only to say that we seem to be able to be handling this with a local yellow. That Black Falcon Porsche sufficiently far off the track and hopefully close enough to the pit lane entrance that the recovery unit will be able to bring it straight into the pits, and it's being put on the back of a tow rope rather than a suspension or a flatbed, so it won't be very much longer under yellow. No need for a code 60.
Another car into pit lane and soaking up a penalty. It's the 123 Nissan 370Z. The Nissan GT Academy squad. You can see it there. Evidence of a little bit of combat on the side of the car.
That is not how that car came out of RGN, is it?
It did have contact and was asked to go and there was an investigation into contact with the number 29 Porsche, the Kubica car, the Porsche. So
well, that's smart stuff. That's the side of the car the team can't see from the pit wall. So while it's soaking up the penalty, the team member is just done a quick run round the car and is telling the team whether or not there's anything they need to worry about when they get it down to the pit box. A little bit of advanced intelligence there.
Very good. Exactly what you'd expect from RGN. Paul Trustwell.
The other thing I must correct myself on is that the change of lead that I suggested had happened didn't happen because Alfred Renauer got out in the 911 Herbert Porsche 15 seconds ahead of Sven Muller coming round in the Manthey car. So it's a Porsche 1-2 separated by just 15 seconds with 6 3/4 hours of the race gone.
Now there, the stricken 69 Porsche being pushed into the garage. Even if it had had motive power, it would have had to have been pushed. You are not allowed to drive in or out of the garage, but it was thrown in at the front of the garage because I'm pretty certain it came on a tow rather than.
Oh, no, it was definitely on a tow rope.
Yeah, rather than on the back of a flatbed. Nick Damon is there. Nick. That'll do it. Yeah, well, that would do it. Thank you, Nick. And when he says a fan belt, it's a drive belt. There's no fan being driven from it at the back of that, but it drives the alternator and the water pump, crucially, on the back of that engine. And without the water pump turning, the fluid, because I won't say it's water nowadays, particularly not in race cars, but the coolant is not circulating. And everything from a 996 series Porsche has had some other form of coolant, as well as just the oil that the earlier cars had. Graham.
Well, the boys are going to work on that car. 2 positional changes in the top 10 last time around. The first for 4th position, Mara Engel, and then the bit of better news for Black Falcon, the number 3 car, the number 3 Mercedes-Benz, going by Ryan Ratcliffe on track in the Optimum Audi to take that 4th position. A little lower down the order and up into 8th position, but that's as a result of the recent pit stop for the number 5 WRT car, and Isaac Tutumulu in the car collection Audi, the 33 car, is in 8th position now from 9th previously. Just wanted a quick word, by the way, about a car that's been making progress pretty consistently over the last hour or so, I believe, and that is the number 22 Gravity Mercedes-Benz. That's the older spec Gullwing car.
The only one here.
Yeah, I'm delighted, and I have to say I'd missed this on the entry, to see Jarek Jannes aboard that car. And Jarek, well, pretty good in Formula 3000 cars back in the day, was a Spiker factory driver, you will recall, back in the middle part of the last decade, and suffered a horrible accident at Spa. Thankfully, and had a pretty bad back injury. He's not really been in full-time action much since those days, and delighted to see him out there and still clearly as quick as he ever was.
Tim Gray back on duty for us in the control centre in London. And nice to have him back as well on the controls. Thanks to Dia for the earlier part of today. At Specutainment, at DSC Editor, and at Paul. Are you just at Paul Trustwell or Paul _Trustwell, Paul?
No, I'm just at Paul Trustwell.
Excellent.
But I don't look at Twitter during races.
Oh, I know you don't.
But I look at them after the race, so it's worth sending me something if you really want to know.
Absolutely. For those who were worried about the KTM, it is back on the track. We did mention that Nick Damon spotted it going out. And it is circulating again. That's the 246 that was involved in that 3-car accident with the 131 BMW and the
92. Was it 82 or 92?
It was the Cup car from the same team.
The Porsche
Cup car, 82. And that car has returned to the fray many laps down.
Just going back to the Gravity car, Jann at the wheel, third in the A6 AM class at the moment, and there's a nice bit of variety there because it's being led by the A6 AM class by the car collection motorsport. We've got Audi, Renault, Mercedes in the top 3 places in A6 AM, and interestingly, the cars running with the 2 minutes 05 lap time are not yet bubbling up to the top of the class, and in some ways that's not surprising because they'll need the length of the race to be able to get their advantage back. So at the moment it's all being dominated in A6 AM by cars that are running in the 2 minutes 03 subcategory.
Water going into the coolant going in, because
I think if my water came up my tap looking that colour, I'd be quite worried.
Is that coming in, or are they pumping it out of there? You know what they're doing? They've pumped it out and they're looking for anything that might be bitty. Yeah. Hello to Moni Elysium, who is listening in on her lunch break in the car, linked up via radiolemans.com on audio. I hope we're conveying some of the atmosphere here. The ambient sound coming through quite strongly here, even in our double glazed box commentary booth, but also with our effects from our colleagues at TV, and thanks for that. But the atmosphere is really looking out of the window and seeing these cars coming through as we head towards another hour of racing completed in 6.5 minutes.
And another penalty having to be served, and it's noticeable how many cars. I mean, the race direction is being very consistent about handing out these penalties for whatever offence it is. Yellow flags, track infringements, they're all being handed out. Or code 60 speeding, they all get handed out, but it would seem this distance into the race that teams aren't quite learning their lesson, and hopefully as the race progresses and all the drivers realise that it's happening, then they'll behave themselves a little bit better. Ryan Ratcliffe, I reckon, in the Optimum Motorsport car will be due in sometime in the next 10 to 15 minutes, I would say. The number 14 car now running in 5th place. It was in 4th, but has now been overtaken by Mara Engel at the wheel of the number 3 Black Falcon Mercedes, as Graham just mentioned. Black Falcon then running in 3rd and 4th places, but currently off the lead lap. But in terms of time, that is not a huge distance. The gap to the leaders is 3 minutes, and the gap between the 2 Black Falcon Mercedes is Maro Engel has now closed to within 2 minutes of the leader, so about a lap behind. The 2 Mercedes close together on the track, but separated by almost a lap.
So at the moment, race going the way as things stand in Porsche's direction, but it's a pair of Porsches, a pair of Mercedes-Benz, then an Audi, and a 3rd Porsche in the top 10. And it's been like that, if not necessarily in the top 2 positions, Paul, pretty much from the start. The Porsche's going very well.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying over dinner to somebody, it wasn't very... I know, it was a lovely dinner as well. But when the Stadler Motorsport Porsche won here, it was a big surprise that Stadler had been able to get to the checkered flag with a Porsche in 1st place, and it was largely just because they'd had a nice trouble-free run. So they'd had trouble, everybody else had been throwing their car off or having mechanical issues. That's not the case anymore with Porsche. Porsche is right back on the pace, and they're leading this race. They're 1-2 in this race by virtue of speed. It's not reliability that's got them up there over the course of the race. It's speed that's got them there.
It's an odd thing, isn't it? Because in certain GT3 championships, the Porsches aren't there. In others, they're right there. And balance of performance, depending on how it's doled out, can seem to have a dramatic effect on a number of cars. And Porsche, particularly sensitive to that, it seems.
It does. But I think the thing that is easy to overlook about Creventic racing is that the balance of performance is not just in terms of the speed of the car, but also is in terms of how long it spends in the pits. And also in how you use your differing driver gradings, because the teams all have to use AM drivers, at least one AM driver. They're limited to no more than 2 pro drivers, and so that kind of really doesn't pan out until you get towards the end of the race and you say, well, have all the drivers done their requisite amount of laps?
That's just taking the pictures on the live stream of the 207 Brokenet Silverstone coming in. That has got damaged, the right hand bodywork. The light cluster that should be horizontal is currently vertical. They're just going to do the Bosch engineering job of trying to bend it back, but that's had contact with something. Just want to say a quick good evening while we're watching this to Simon Pullen, late of Roll Centre Racing and British GT back in the day with the mighty TVR. Simon, by the look of his Twitter page, currently residing in Sicily, back from South America then, Simon. I hope you're enjoying this. We'd love to see you back in a race car at some point. Features in a legendary piece of Photoshop wizardry that regularly pops up on the internet. The flying TVR through Dingle Dell, as was. There's a good story to be told about that. We nearly got Simon fired by Martin Short.
Shall we nip down to Nick Dearman, who has some news? Nick? Give it its proper name. No.
The Brokenet Silver Sting. Imagine yeah. That will be because, Nick, the bodyworks hit it.
Yeah. I've never really had a proper look at the side of that car before. The way the windows are doing, it's very Subaru RVX with the... Yeah. Bit of a modular look at the front.
I think, to be honest with you, it looks nicer and more contemporary now than it did when it was new. And I'm not taking the mickey, I genuinely think it does. The one slight problem here is, because it's a one-off, I'm not sure how much spare bodywork they've got.
Yeah, it's a fair point.
Well, that'll be handy.
Thanks, Nick. Let's go down to the other pit lane reporter, who is Joe Bradley.
Down in Clio land it is for the 172 Cook Sport Clio. Just out of the car, I've got Ollie Cook. He's just handed the car over to his cousin, Josh Cook. Ollie, good so far?
Yeah, everything's going well. We've had a couple of minor technical difficulties, but team's done a cracking job to keep the car going. It's going really, really well out there.
Now, I noticed you put new tyres on the front end, and you put the tyres from the front end onto the rear. What's the thinking there?
Just trying to keep it as balanced as possible. Being a front-wheel drive car, everything loaded to the front end, we need to make sure those front tyres stay nice and grippy.
The rears we'd run from the start, so they were starting to lose their grip, so we just wanted to get something with a bit more tread on the back and keep that balance going.
What sort of racing have you done with the Clio? Have you done Clio Cup with this car, Ollie?
No, nothing in this. This is my first competitive race in the Clio Cup car. All of my experience previously has been in a 172 Cup, which isn't quite the same. So it's a big learning curve for me, but really, really enjoyable.
I would imagine the learning curve that really hits home is being on the same track as GT3 race cars.
The difference between what we've done up to now is just, it's like chalk and cheese. But like I said, it's so enjoyable. I'm getting endless amounts of experience here, and hopefully I'll come out of it a better driver.
I'm sure you will after this experience. Thanks for talking to us, Ollie. As it shows, it doesn't matter what you race in this race. There's races throughout the field, and the Clio Cup class has got to be said. It's got to be one of the most competitive classes that we've got here this weekend.
Thank you, Joe. Joe Bradley and Nick Damon down in the pit lane. We used to have far more Clios. They're starting to be usurped by more and more GT4 cars. That does seem to be the up-and-coming class here, Grim.
And the TCRs, and yet another convert to the endurance racing mixed class formula by the sound of it. Wonderful.
Yeah. Well, what's not to like? Come on. Even Robert Kubica. Kubica was absolutely crushed when he was talking to Bruce Jones earlier on that he wasn't going to get out in the dark. He really wanted to get out and do some darkness driving. So we are just past an hour's worth of racing. Here's where it stands. We've got just under 17 hours to go. And it's the 911 Herbert Porsche with just on 10 seconds of a lead now, with Sven Muller closing that car down-ish. They've still got the exact same best lap time at 2 minutes point 321. Third place is the Black Falcon Mercedes-Benz, and that car is on the lead lap as it's gone through about 1 minute and 20 seconds behind the leader, so that's 1 minute and 10 behind second. First car off the lead lap is Maro Engel in the second of the Black Falcon cars in fourth position, and he has got a full lap on fifth position. Ryan Ratcliffe in the 14 Optimum Audi. Check that, actually he's got 33 seconds on that car. And then it's the IMSA Performance Porsche in sixth position, about to complete 164 laps, so that is a further lap back. As far as the A6 AM is concerned, that is the seventh place Car Collection Audi on 160, about to complete its 163rd lap, and that car is being closed in on by Marcel Fez. It's not actually. Oh yes, it is. It is being closed in, and he's also closing in on sixth position rather quickly at the moment. In the 991 category, it's Anders Fjordbæk at the wheel of the Porsche from Black Falcon in 15th position. They've done 161 laps. SPX leader is back to the 87 GDL Racing Lamborghini, 159 laps against 157 for the second place car, Ollie Webb, behind the wheel of the Dubai Motorsport Lamborghini. Those are the Super Trofeo versions of the car. Jens Klingman, who always seems to be behind the wheel when I mentioned the 401 BMW M4, that non-homologated GT4 spec car testing for the factory here under the auspices of Schubert Racing, is in third position in class, 27 seconds behind Ollie Webb. In the SP3, that's the GT4, Nathan Freak is in 29th position and leads by about 25-26 seconds in the Ginetta number 229 from Mike Simpson in the CWS Ginetta. That's a very sort of British looking battle there with Ginetta, Nathan Freak and Mike Simpson for Century and CWS having a crack, and they are 29th and 30th overall. SP2, Ryder Engineering's KTM back out on the circuit. Oh no, that's the one that didn't have the problems, excuse me. The 247, Brett Sandberg at the wheel of that car in 32nd position. And in TCR, whisper it, but the debuting Audi from Card Speed, 38th position on 153 laps, is leading that and has a full lap on the second place Matthias Besch in the Team Modena Seat, the 216 car, in 42nd position. And A3 is Team Ultran in the Peugeot. Guillaume Romain driving the Peugeot in 52nd position. And Paul, have you got the Cup 1 leader on one of your screens, because it falls off the bottom of mine?
I'll give you the A2 leader. That is the lap 57 Motorsports
Right,
Honda Integra.
And Paul, the Cup 1 class car?
It's Max Partle at the wheel of the Bonk Motorsport car, number 146 in 54th place overall.
Thank you very much indeed. And that's your update at 6 minutes past 9.
And on the subject of what you were just saying about the SP3, not the SP3, the SP2, was it the SP3 or the SP2 class battle? It was the SP2 class battle, wasn't it, between the no, it was SP3 class battle, get it right.
SP3 class battle is between two Ginettas, currently about 28 seconds apart, and just behind them, and the overall order is the SP2 battle, and that's 14 seconds apart for the lead.
The interesting thing with the SP3 battle is that the Century Motorsport car is running to 2 minutes and 10 seconds in its lap time, and the CWS car running to 2 minutes and 11 seconds as its minimum reference lap time. So separated by nothing at all, but running to two slightly different categories. In fact, the second difference in lap time gives them an extra 10 litres at every fuel stop.
And it's only very recently that it's moved from being at a Ginetta 1, 2, 3, because the Optimum car has just dropped back a little into 4th position behind the Alfa Racing Porsche, which pits now, in fact, from 3rd position in SP3 GT4. So it may very well be that on pit stop countback that comes back to being a Ginetta 1, 2, 3 very soon. And,
on board busy. Nissan, the 1, 2, 3 car with the rather dented driver's door, heading up to turn 8 and 9 with traffic, so about to go onto the long back straight. Jan Mardenborough, who was with us in the studio a little earlier on, a couple of hours ago, that car fighting back from a left rear suspension failure, damper that pretty much fell apart. And
happened at a very inopportune moment as well. It
could have been a bigger moment.
It was Ricardo Sanchez that happened, didn't it, into turn 10? No, into turn 14, sorry. When almost collected one of the intervention vehicles with a car under tow, and Ricardo, it would seem, pretty powerless to do anything about it. Probably missed by about, I'd say, 15 feet. But dramatic enough to have Sharpin take a breath here, I can tell you. Number 92 pits from 32nd position, and that is the SP2. Number 92 is the 6th place 991, the MSG Motorsport car. So those battles in the top order, Johnny's absolutely right, by the way. It's nip and tuck between those two Porsches. 8.6 seconds is the gap. Both cars in the 203.4s last time around. Marcel Fessler, meanwhile, is, though, closing in on the 33 Audi ahead for 7th position.
Sven Muller, although he's been in the car for longer than Alfred Renauer, is lapping on average more quickly than Alfred Renauer or Ralph Bone before him. So the number 12, the Manthey Porsche, over the course of time that Sven has been in the car, has been closing on the Herbert car, the number 911 car. But of course, the fact that Sven's been in there longer means that he's going to have to pit first. I was surprised that he wasn't able to get into the lead on the pit stop turnaround, but Herbert very, very quick in the pits and turning the car around quickly enough to stay in the lead of the race. But of course that means that Sven Muller is going to have to pit before Herbert come in again. So the Manthey car currently on its 33rd lap, in fact just gone through at the completion of its 33rd lap of its current stint, and the furthest that car has been on a fully green stint has been 34 laps. So Sven Muller likely to come in either at the end of this lap or the one after, I would say, the second placed Manthey Porsche number 12.
back on board, and the AMG that's directly ahead of us has just done a lunge up the inside, successfully so. But
that's still Jann.
I'm not sure who's in the AMG ahead, but it is hauling.
Who's that we're on board with there? That is... It's the
Ogilvy car.
Yeah, so that's the Porsche Cup car. Third one-handed driving that car. Down into second for turn number 10. Does he go down to first? No, he doesn't.
He's in a battle here. He's about 14 seconds ahead of the next car in the class order, and about a minute back from second.
By the way, you may have heard drivers talking about the grip or lack thereof going down into turn 1 and how it's there sometimes and not. I was out the back earlier on just grabbing a breath of fresh air before I walked over for a bite to eat, and our mate Phil has put some very, very bright spotlights on the back of the grandstand here, and I was sort of watching them shining into the night sky, and I looked and I thought, oh my goodness, it's raining. It looked like it was pouring of rain.
It's dust
been blowing around, even at this time of the night.
It is astounding, isn't it, what can change conditions on a racetrack. I remember one year at Spa-Francorchamps, as we get a cracking night shot of the number 2 Black Falcon AMG getting towards VMAX, the side exhaust absolutely glowing red hot, that where, for whatever reason, just at that time that nature decided it was time to do so, plumes of pollen coming from the forest, and there was we got a little bit of a shower, and there was a yellow river of pollen running down Radion into Eau Rouge, and the cars were slipping and sliding. I think it was FIGT days. Anything on the track surface, when you rely so much on mechanical grip, can have a pretty dramatic effect on the difference between expectation and reality. Number 2 car taking no prisoners in traffic here.
Let's go down to Joe Bradley in the pit lane.
Yeah, we've had the number 1 for the 14 Optimum Motorsport Audi R8. It's been in. Ryan Ratcliffe has now handed over the car to Christopher Haas, and the car has already taken on new tyres and is off for a refuel. What I have noticed though is the absolute awesome choreographed pit stops that the Optimum team are carrying out. These guys know they may not have the outright pace, and if they are going to win, if they are going to beat the cars ahead of them, then it's going to mean some pretty nifty pit work, and that's what we see. They're absolutely on it right now.
And a good long stint that from Ryan Ratcliffe. You get a chance to talk to him or not, Joe, I don't know, but it was very nearly 2 hours, 1 hour and 53 minutes of driving time, pit stop in the middle, and it was a full double stint, 55 minutes on each of those stints. So a good long stint for Ryan. And as you say, Christopher Haas are now getting back into the car for the second time, or getting back into it for the first time, if you will, because he started the race for Optimum.
Pit stop for the number 93, one of the MSG cars, I think. And driver change underway as well.
Just getting into that time of the race when people are starting to feel a little more comfortable. Had a bit of attrition, Paul. I mean, have we? I know we don't get official retirements here, but cars that haven't moved for a wee while, is that something that you can have a look at for me? I'll give you a bit of advance notice.
Well, I can pretty much do it straight away, John. It's we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars that haven't moved for a long time out of the 92 that started. So. You know, that's it's fairly good, but as we were saying earlier on, it's been as much down to accident attrition, or at least accident triggered mechanical attrition, as it has been down to the unreliability of the kit. I think the only one which we saw which was slightly dodgy was the Black Falcon Porsche, which we saw grind to a halt with what seemed like it was a thrown belt, wasn't it? So that was not accident induced, and I suppose depends how you want to do it with the Lamborghini.
I was just going to say that as well.
Had its puncture. I always think that punctures like that, when it's the only one that's had a puncture, might be bad luck. It might have run over something, but it might as well be something to do with the way they've set the camber up on the car and just put a bit too much strain through the tyres.
Into the pit lane for the leading GT4 car, and it's going into the garage. The 229 Century Motorsport Ginetta G55 GT4. Interesting, by the way, somebody's just pointed out to me on the Twitter at Specutainment that the M4 GT4 is pretty much a whole lap ahead of the homologated GT4 cars. And I need to ask Paul this question. The GT4s, the SP3s, do they have a target time, Paul?
Yes, they do.
Yes, they do.
And the SPXs don't then?
The SPXs do as well, but they're different target times. So
right.
the SPXs run at 2 minutes 4, 2 minutes 5 and 2 minutes 6, depending which ones they are. The GT4 cars run at 2 minutes 10, 2 minutes 11 and 2 minutes 12, depending what they are. So the Xs are automatically quicker than the GT4s, and the GT4s are automatically quicker than the SP2s by virtue of... Sorry, the GT4s are slower than the SP2s purely by virtue of the way that the balance of performances work.
The 229 had a very slow in-lap and will hustle either Nick or Joe down to there. The problem with Joe is, of course, if anybody's got any cake out and he passes by, he won't be able to go by it.
There's no chance, is there?
No, and if anyone's playing show tunes as Nick walks by, then that's, you know, it's going to slow him down.
Are we still calling it a walk?
Wow. You know, our leader is out in the darkness, and it's very dark out there. Interesting stat this year is that the official darkness hours for this race and the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona are pretty much to the minute exactly the same. And it's gone back and forth over the last few years for our longest amount of darkness. Now, who was that trying to call me? Was that Joe or Nick from the pit lane? Didn't hear anything, but I heard a pit mic switched on. Gentlemen? Thank you very much indeed. Bruce, and where are you? Not so worried about the show tunes then. Where are you, Bruce? Good evening and welcome back.
I'd certainly expect 12 to be in before 76. It's Mathieu Jaminet's it's Juice's turn to get into the 76 IMSA Performance Porsche. Sven Muller is currently on his 38th lap in the number 12, and as I said a few moments ago, that's as far as the car has gone on a tank full of fuel thus far in the race. But Sven is going very, very quickly, and I say that's faster than anybody else at the moment in terms of his averages, with the exception of Maro Engel now, who has really got going nicely in the Black Falcon Mercedes number 3 that's in 4th place. That's going more quickly than Patrick Assenheimer in the number 2 Black Falcon Mercedes.
And did I spot red on the top of his screen against Mr. Schneider's name?
You did indeed, yes. The number 25 HTP Motorsport car, which is supposed to be limited to 2 minutes and 3 seconds for its lap time, just went round in a 2 minutes 0. So Bernd Schneider's got fed up of all this Creventic racing and having to do minimum reference lap times, and he's just gone in and put the car's fastest lap of the race in, and in overall times that was a 2 minutes 0.705, but no doubt Renault has got on told him to get off it.
Now the battle for the lead has hotted up to the point where it was 2.6 seconds across the line last time. It's now about half the length of a Porsche, and it's Renard and Muller together as they come across the line. Underneath us, the blue strips of light on the leader heading down towards the first corner. The pink and white second place Montai car pulls out. Their headlights are side by side as they go down into the braking area for turn 1, and it looks as though Sven has gone through. Did he hold on to it on the exit? Very dark out there. Impossible to pick out. Yes, he did. Saw the blue lights in the second position. Blue lights on the front of the car in the 911, clearly visible now as they head down towards turn number 6, and Sven Muller has gone through. It was 0.2 of a second in the favour of Renard at the line, but Sven Muller went through, dived down the inside at turn number 1, and now can he start to pull away? Muller, of course, has been in that car for about an hour and 20 minutes, an hour and 19, whereas Renard's only been in the car for 45 minutes. So it will be the 12 car that has to stop first, Paul, and I presume, well, I'm going to ask the question, how long can that car go? Can it do its full 2 hours with Sven at the wheel, or is it about its limit now?
It's on its fuel limit. So I was expecting it to be already in the pits with running out of fuel, but it's right on the limit of its fuel now, and I would expect it to be in at the end of this lap, which will be a 39-lap stint from the Porsche.
Sven Muller, John, for me, has been one of the drivers of the race so far. Very consistent, very, very quick and aggressive when he needs to be. It's the sort of performance so far that does tend to produce sparkling results at the end of any kind of endurance race. But it's got to be said, Renard not dropping him here.
No,
not being dropped by him, rather.
No, not at all.
Oh, a very late call for the pits.
So, obviously listening to Paul Truswell. Now, he had four. Oh, and their headlights have gone off on that car as he comes onto the pit lane speed limiter. Now, that I've not noticed that before as the cars have come in. As he went across the line, he was relegated to second position. So, in fact, bizarrely, of course, on the timing screen, he never showed us the leader, Paul. So, does that count as a lead change in your book or not?
I'm afraid not. He didn't. The lead didn't change across the start-finish line. I mean, you're absolutely right. He took the lead at turn 1, lost the lead at the final turn of the circuit, but never actually led across the start-finish line. So, the car into the pits, and it's Sven Muller getting out of it, and is probably going to be Matteo Caroli getting into it. Bruce Jones will no doubt tell us if that's right, and then they'll be off to get some more fuel. And so the 911 numbered Herbert Motorsport Porsche continues to lead the race, as it has done, in fact, since lap 115, and we're now on lap 176.
We're still waiting for an answer on the 229, gentlemen, as well. If somebody could hustle down there. And there was one. What was the other number, Graham, before you leave me? 28 and 229 are the two cars that we're looking for, both being in the pits for quite a long time.
8 minutes in the case of the 229, and very nearly an hour in the case of the 28. That's just gone over 51 minutes.
Klaus Bachler behind the wheel of the Race Pro Motorsports number 21 car. They're sitting, the number 63 car sitting in 21st position. The Porsche second position in the 991 category at the moment, with a very, very dirty windscreen. And at that point, you've got to think, what can Klaus Bachler see in terms of the detail? Now, there's not a lot of... oh, my goodness, very, very close indeed to the back of the number 87, the GDL Racing Middle East Lamborghini as he went through. Not a lot of lighting on the far side of the circuit. That's actually good news for Klaus, because there's nothing to reflect on the windows. And we have a code 60. We have a code 60 as Sven Muller is in the pit lane. In fact, he's in the fueling.
So he can take on full amount of fuel.
So that car went straight through. Just to recap, the car did not stop. Sven Muller, who had some drive time left.
No, he did stop. They did drive a change.
Excuse me, he did stop. And sorry, Bruce, who did you say took over that car? Thank you. Oh.
Let's see when he comes out of refueling if the proper lights work. It looks like that's a pit stop that worked for them.
Yes, it did. It did. Sometimes, as Herr Joost said to me, you better being lucky than good. It is a Porsche that is in the wall, and I thought from the quick flash there may be more than one car involved there as well, Paul, because they've sent a couple of vehicles out. There's a full set of intervention, marshals vehicles, a couple of the pickup trucks and a flatbed. And it's so annoying, it's just over the top, so I can't confirm. I can neither confirm or deny that. Now we get a look at the, of course, the number 10's parked right in the pickup truck. And meanwhile, in the pit lane, the 51 Porsche has come in, which is one of the cars that I thought it was. It clearly isn't, because that car is fine, dandy, and being refitted with a new set of tyres for the Swiss-entered machine. The sound of a flat six roaring back out, Paul.
Interesting. You said it's worked well for the Sven Muller car, having just made its pit stop, but it might actually work better for the others, because even though they can only get half a tank of fuel, they'll do the whole of it under code 60, and at first impressions this code 60 is going to be more than 10 minutes, which means you can get all the way around and do the fueling twice, so it may end up working out better for the others than it does for the number 12 car.
BMW number 401, this is the M4 GT4 car with the pearl paint on everything but the doors, which has gloss paint. As in comes the 123 Nissan, and is that all right, or is there a power steering problem there? Was that two hands on one side of the wheel? No, Jann Mardenborough brings that car into the pit lane right on the speed limiter, and the pits are about to get very, very busy indeed.
Yeah, we've already had the top three cars in. The Black Falcon Mercedes number 3 is the only significant runner at the top who has not made a pit stop. The other one that has not been in, having only just taken over the car, is Christopher Haase at the wheel of the Optimum car. John.
And Jann Mardenborough is going into the pit box, into the garage itself in the 123 car. So the woes for the NISMO 370. The RGN team continue. That car comfortably leading after Jan Mardenborough's first stint, and in with a real chance. Bob Neville, the team principal, thought of victory. Let's head down to the pit lane.
I've got something for you guys. If you, I've been kind of trapped in the Optimum and Century Motorsport pit because the number 229 Janetta came in with a puncture and had a little bit of bodywork damage and suspension needed a bit of tweaking. And the thing that I'm not sure who it is at the wheel of that car. The car's back out, but they've sent it out and. Talking to the team.
Sorry, was this a 229, Joe? Was
it 229? Yes.
13 minutes that car was in the.
13 minutes. Yeah, that'll be it. But the thing is, he's only got 45 minutes of drive time left, and they've got to put an hour of fuel in it. And the team now are debating whether they've gone and wasted a stop there.
Well, the time spent in the pit, remember, doesn't count.
That's right.
Against his drive time. So is that what he had when he came in?
Yes. Yeah, he's got 45 minutes left. That was what the issue was. Well, I've kind of, to be honest,
I've kind of
created the issue because I mentioned it.
What was the problem with the car?
Came in with a rear puncture.
And
the tyre flailing had caused some damage.
Damage underneath. Thank you. Thanks for that. Now, the only other one we need for Graham is the 28 car, which has been in the pits for pretty much an hour. So the 28 place. Also the 207 as well. That's been in. Oh no, that car's back out again. That's the Wolfgang Kaufmann car. It was in for 15 minutes, but now that car appears to be back out and circulating again. So, but yes, thank you. That was the bodywork on the back. The car has been confirmed as the number 73 Porsche, which had who at the wheel, Paul?
Holger Harmsen.
Thank you. And that car, now whether it was helped or whether it went off on its own, it was pretty stout clouting of the barriers at a fairly obtuse angle, which we never like to see. The good news about that is, though, that the car is built to absorb that, as are the tyre barriers and the Armco behind them. So we'll wait for that. The car seems to have been slightly turned around to the right-hand side before it hit the wall, so it hasn't, in fact, gone perhaps as straight in as it might have first appeared. Either that or it's bounced out slightly as the one of the Caymans goes out. That was the Rotec car, I think, just heading out of the pit lane. Now I know why I thought it was a car with the 50s in the number. The car was 55th when it went into the wall, and I saw the illuminated number. Joe Bradley?
Yeah, the 229 Janetta's back in. It's the Century car. This was the battle of the British, wasn't it, in this class?
Yeah, first and second.
Yeah. Well, this car's going to now drop down because it's been swiveled round. You can probably see from your perch, swiveled round, backed into the garage. Still problems then. I'm sure they're going to change drivers now after what I started.
Yeah, it was Nathan Freak who brought the car in with the puncture and took it out again, as you say, Joe. And
it's it's listed now in the pit lane with O'Brien behind the wheel. Oh, that's the 231. And we were talking about the 229, weren't we? Where's that gone?
It's not going to be Ben Green, because I'm standing looking at him.
This is the 229 car,
I think
Joe.
it's be Mitchell who's going to go
Joe,
in that car. Yes,
this is the 229 car.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And should mention that it is still the CWS car. Hang on, I'm completely losing the will to live here for a moment. It is still who? Which class was that we were talking about? That was SP3, wasn't it?
Yes.
Now I understand. The CWS car is leading by dint of the fact that it hasn't pitted. The 231 Optimum car has come in and is in the fuel stop at the moment and sits in second. The Alfab Racing Porsche now is third in GT3, SP3, GT4. And where has the Century, the 229 car of Nathan Freak out and in, has already dropped down to 5th position in the class and dropped a couple of laps at least on the leader. Now, the area that this accident, the accident occurring in a similar position as to where we saw the Ginetta and Ferrari come together, or at least where we saw the Ginetta end up last year after being clouted by the Ferrari. The 73 team waiting, I'm sure, the HRT Performance Porsche team with that 991 Cup car waiting as sure as we are, and we can speak. But Bruce is down there with the team, and we can speak to them now and find out here what happened and hopefully how the driver is. Bruce, what's the situation?
Well, I've found Jann, good friend of Radio Le Mans, the whole show.com, joining HRT Performance this weekend. Really looking forward to getting stuck in here at Dubai, but unfortunately the 73 is in the barriers. But I understand the driver is out of the car. Can you tell us any more?
Not especially. We don't know really what's happened. We think it's been contact again. It's we've suffered a lot of contact in this race. I mean, more than we think we did in the whole of last season. So we keep getting back out. We think the driver's okay. We're just waiting to hear back. We'll wait for the car to come back, and you know these guys are going to get it fixed, and we will get to the end. If we can fix this car, we will.
Just to clarify, the driver at the wheel was Holger Harmsen.
Correct, yeah, correct. Yeah, he's a really experienced driver. He's raced here before, and I'm sure he's okay, and we'll just wait and get word from him. But it was we don't think it was a particularly high-speed impact, but it was a lateral one, so he's gone in sideways, and that can always knock your head a bit. So, well, I'm sure he's okay.
Good. Well, that's the best news of the evening. Jann, thank you for talking.
Thanks.
Great stuff. Thank you, Bruce, for that. And the damage to the right-hand side of that 991 Cup car rather bearing out what Jann has said, and may well have been touched into spin, hit the wall on the right-hand side, and then bounced out to the position in which it finished. Let's have a look to the... there's some damage to the left rear as well, a crease to the rear three-quarter panel. And was that... that looks like it's taken a big hit there, and drive shaft rear corner on the left side, bodywork okay, the plastic bits around the valance, that's not so much of an issue as the creased three-quarter panel. I don't think we'll see that car back out, if I had to make a guess.
The concern I would have is, as JM was saying, they've had a number of hits, and they can be cumulative.
Yeah.
And I think the car will be taken to scrutineers before it's dropped back at the garage, in order for the scrutineers to assess the extent of the damage. And what JM says is entirely right. If it can be put back together again, I'm sure they will, but they do need to make sure that it's put back together again in a safe way for the race, for the car to be able to continue.
Yes, absolutely agree.
Whether we've got anything else to do to the circuit now, because there might be some barriers that need repairing, but I don't know if it's barrier there in the sense of Armco, or whether it's concrete wall. I've got a feeling there's a lot of concrete wall at that area.
Yeah, but fortunately there's quite a lot of tyres in front of it. Paul, we were due a rundown a little while ago. It is an even hour, so if you could do a quick rundown the A2, A3 Cup, TCR and GT4 leaders at least, that would be smashing.
Right, we'll get on with that, starting with the A2 class once I get myself onto that part of the screen. A2 currently being led by the Team Ava Solo K-Riser Peugeot RCZ. That's the number 171 car, currently in the hands of Jens Molgaard, and he's on the same lap as the second place car in the class, a minute of an advantage over the 570 numbered Honda Integra in the hands of Peter Jürgen. So that's 171 from 570, both on the same lap, leading in A2. In A3, the leader there is the Team Altran Peugeot, still in the hands of Guillaume Romain, as it was at last time we did the update. Number 308, the Peugeot 208, but it's car number 308, and that leads the A3 class by 2 laps, just about, from the other Team Altran Peugeot, car number 908, which is in the hands of Gonzalo Martin de Andre. That's A2 and A3. In, what was the other one you wanted, John? A2, A3?
A2, A3, Cup 1, TCR and SP3, please.
Right. Cup 1 is still in the hands of Bonk Motorsport. The BMW with Rainer Partel behind the wheel at the moment, and they have a massive advantage, 3 laps in terms of an advantage over the next placed car in Cup 1, which is a Sorg Rennsport car. In SP2, it is now Brett Sandberg who leads that, or is driving the leading car, the KTM Crossbow of Reiter Engineering, car number 247, which has a 2-lap lead, not quite a 2-lap lead, no, it is just 2 laps lead over the Porsche 991 Cup car, which is second in SP2. Number 78, the Speed Lover car, currently in the hand of Pierre-Yves Pac. And in TCR, that's being led by James Kay in the Cadspeed Audi RS3, the new RS3, and that has a lead in TCR of 3 minutes, a lap and a half, from car number 100 in the hands of Sebastian Bleekemolen in the Team Bleekemolen Seat Leon, which is second in TCR. And we've done A2 already, so I think that's the rundown with 7 hours and 41 minutes of the race completed. 16 and a bit hours still to go. The race leader has completed 180 laps and is still the 911 Herbert Motorsport Porsche.
Thank you, Paul. And the sight of those cars chasing down towards turn 1, quite remarkable. I spent quite a while in the last break that I had, just standing virtually open-mouthed watching the cars go through. Josh Barrett, among others, asking about the drivers from the earlier incidents. When I was on my last break, so at about 8 o'clock, I asked about the drivers up until then. Nobody with any issues at that point. You may be aware that there was an incident in private testing earlier in the week, which has put one of the drivers into hospital locally. But in the race itself, all the incidents that we've seen have not caused any lasting damage to the drivers. I don't think we can say the same about all of the car. The racing then gets straight back underway with the withdrawal of the Code 60 flags, and Mirko Bertolotti in the Grasso Racing Team Lamborghini is amongst traffic. This is what you live for, though, coming back off the Code 60s right in front of one of the TCR Seats, goes past. Well, that was dealt with very, very easily indeed. Up on the high side at turn 9. Oh, and there's been a problem down at turn 10 and 11, which is where Mirko is heading. The yellow flags have come out, and well, can't see anybody pointing in the wrong direction there. This is turn 10. A couple of the marker boards have been absolutely destroyed there as Mirko Bertolotti. Now, was that a car on the inside? I don't think so. So Bertolotti working his way through to the cars. He is 11th in A6 Pro and 26th overall. 35, nearly 36 seconds between the two leaders, Herbert and Black Falcon. And we were speculating, Paul, weren't we, about what the situation would be for the Montai Racing Porsche, and after having taken that pit stop, you're absolutely right, it didn't benefit them at all. They've dropped down into third position.
That's right, and they are nearly 2 minutes off the race lead. They're still on the lead lap, but they're a long, long way behind. In fact, it's probable that Robert Renauer can actually see the back of the Manthey racing car as he tries to put a lap on them. The other thing that might have an impact is that Herbert Motorsport, Robert Renauer now at the wheel of that car, having taken it over from Alfred, did 2 pit stops during that Code 60, whereas the Mercedes behind him, Patrick Assenheimer, A, stayed behind the wheel, B, only did 1 pit stop. So they're going to run out of both time and fuel more quickly in the Black Falcon Mercedes than Herbert do.
Having said that, he's done 1 hour and 11 minutes already in that car, so he might get to his time on the fuel that he's got. If he put an extra half in.
Because he didn't, because he hasn't got enough fuel to get into the end of 2 hours any further. So, no, you're right, but it will mean that the Mercedes stops before the Herbert Porsche does.
And they will want to take a full tank at that point, rather than having the flexibility perhaps not to have to do that. They will be pretty much forced to do that because they'll be nearly dry.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the time you make a plan, you think, oh, we're well set now, and then all of a sudden you get another Code 60 and that pulls it all back together again.
Making plans in sports car racing.
Yes, quite, and then events take over. But certainly the way I'm reading it at the moment, the Herbert team has a little bit more flexibility should something come along, or rather should nothing come along and we get a long period of green flag racing. If we do get another Code 60, then that will probably negate the advantage that they currently seem to have.
MRS GT number 90, the Porsche in 5th position in its class, the 991 class, 25th overall for that. That is the problem, that at turn 11 the car was stopped there. Now I think it's just got moving again, but I don't think it's moving very quickly. We'll try and keep an eye on that for you. Down to the pit lane in just a moment with Bruce Jones. If you are just joining us, welcome along to our full, live, uninterrupted, commercial-free coverage of the 2017 Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai. It's John Hindorf and Paul Truswell in our salubrious accommodation overlooking the circuit, of which we can see probably about 75-80%. Joe Bradley and Bruce Jones in the pit lane at the moment. Nick Damon, the extra voice down there, who we will roll in shortly, and Johnny Palmer is the other booth voice, along with Graham Goodwin, editor of dailysportscar.com, who'll be rotating through the night. And the 90 car is now down at turn 12, moving very slowly. Well, Bruce, I can hear that your mic's up. Who have you got for us?
Into the pits. Yeah, exactly. It was really fair from Robert. He let me pass after the back straight. I think he knew that we're gonna pit in. Yeah, it's always fun here. Also at a 24 hours race, there's some fights inside the manufacturer. Now, Matteo Cairoli's driving. Recovered a lot from this stint, and yeah, it's really fun to drive. Still a lot of cars, but it's good because also the slower cars, they have in view to the faster cars, so it's not so dangerous, and yeah, it's really nice.
As soon as Matteo took over the car, the Code 60 came out, so it looked as though you got not a free pit stop. You could put a whole tank of fuel in, but then the Code 60 was so long, you lost the advantage.
No, in our opinion, the strategy worked well. That we had a good, that we could refuel the car. Yeah, I mean, now we will see how the others are back on the speed, but I think was good, was our luck.
But there have been quite a few Code 60s already.
Yeah, I mean, compared to last year, my opinion is less this year. So I'm really happy because we don't want to crash, and also for the others, we want to race. And and if we have more cars to race, it's even more fun.
Fun's a good word. You use it a lot. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Looks like the number 90 car hasn't made it all the way back. It got down the hill through turn 13 and is now on the outside of the circuit, just beyond the apex of turn 13. It's not really out of harm's way, and at the moment it has some lights on, and it's being joined, in fact, as I speak, by... That's got to be the dark red. The dark red one again, is it? It's so dark out there, you really can't see. Thank goodness for the reflective jackets and the head torches that the marshals have on. No, it's not. You see, it's so dark out there. That is one of the silver Ford F-150s, but you only see that when you get a group of cars heading towards it. I'm pretty certain that's the number 90 car. Yes, it is. And it's the safety team number 2. So if I'd looked at the screen instead of looking out the window, I would have had a much better chance of seeing that. The 90 car is about to... Well, I was going to say it was about to lose 5th position in 991. It's got a couple of laps before Bandar LSA comes through in the Black Falcon Porsche number 69. But those... That is going to drop away. Now that car has lost a left front wheel arch. The whole of the fender has gone, looking more like a open wheel car at the front than a Porsche. That is not how that car came out of Weissach. Oh no, there's some of it's there. Or was that just? Oh, it's just an optical illusion with the black paintwork. My apologies. So what has ailed that car? It still has marker lights on it, although it's not picking up the... Oh, it's got no lights at the back. That was very dangerous indeed. And you can understand why the pickup truck was dispatched very quickly now in the pit lane. And we'll head back to its pit box, where the team will set about it. Robert Renard's just gone through to complete lap 185. Now, where's Patrick Assenheimer for Black Falcon? A 2:03.557 last time around by the leader. The Mercedes-Benz due to come through any second now. Let me just look to the right-hand side and see. No rumbling Merc yet. I tend to go more on the sounds rather than what I can see. Huge gaggle of traffic coming to the final corner. That sounded like a Merc. Oh, it was, but it was the SPS car. Lance David Arnold, in fact, has just gone up into 8th position that last time around, having gone past the car collection Audi, the number 33 car. There's Assenheimer gone through. 42 seconds, 41.6 actually. Now, where is Matteo Cairoli for Manthey? That's an easy car to spot. He can't be that far ahead of the leader, Paul.
Exactly right. He and I suggested a moment ago that Robert Renard can probably see Cairoli up ahead of him when they get onto the long straights. It's about a minute further behind the Mercedes is the answer to where Manthey is in relation to the Black Falcon Merc. The other thing which happened, or rather which didn't happen during that last Code 60, was the Optimum Motorsport Audi didn't make a pit stop, stayed out throughout the Code 60. So Christopher Haase, out in the car, wasted his time in a sense in the fact that he couldn't drive at full speed, but he didn't waste any time coming into the pit. So Christopher Haase still in 4th place with the Optimum Audi, beg your pardon, 5th place in the Optimum Audi.
Paul, have we lost the 86 Porsche Cayman as well, somewhere in Sector 1? That car seems overdue. That's different. I'm looking across and I can't see any activity as far as recovery vehicles are concerned, but that car hasn't been through, and I'm a tad concerned for the Pro 4 Cayman.
Currently in the hands of Jörg Wiebahn.
It's just gone through in a 4 minutes 31.
Yes.
So I want.
I think that is not an outlap. So I think it might have stopped and got going again.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
So whether that has anything to do with the 90, I really have no idea. But
they are well into their stint. 1 minute 20, 1 hour 21 into the stint and only had a 1 minute 24 pit stop last time around, so that was almost a drive-through, wasn't it?
Well, what it was refueling during the code 60. So Jörg Wiebahn came in during the code 60, took on fuel only, and his stint time, apart from the pit stop window, has accumulated.
It's dropped him a class position there as the 243 Black Falcon Porsche has got ahead of him and now has a 12.5 second gap. Beginning to see more variety of classes now within the top 50 or so, which is the two screens that I'm looking at most often. Paul is scrolling through 126 different screens. How many have we got this year? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 if you count my phone, 12 when Graham's here. Well, about a dozen.
Personally, I only have 4.
So you are using another one though. You're using another timing screen, so 5.
And I do look at the pictures from time to time.
Pretty, aren't they?
And look out of the window and see racing cars, which is the best bit.
That is the real issue that I have here and at Daytona, funny enough, is that I want to look out of the window all of the time. Right, somebody's... We've coming up to 10 o'clock. Marius Nacken standing by down in the pit lane from the number 90 machine, the MRS GT racing car. Bruce Jones is the man on the spot down in the pit lane.
We don't know why yet. And it seems it might still be a problem because just as I asked you to do the interview, the car stopped in the pit lane, your mechanics went after it, and then it got going again, so it really is fingers crossed now.
Yeah, really. We are running again, I think. We cross fingers and hope everything is okay.
Well, you're with a good team with MRS GT Racing, so let's hope all is okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
So just coming up to 10 o'clock here in Dubai. Hello there. Paul Trustwell and me, John Hindhaugh, in the booth. Robert Renard with a 2 minutes .277, the fastest lap of that car's race so far. Now, if you remember, the Manthey and Herbert Porsches had 2 minutes .351s or something like that as their fastest laps. They were exactly the same, and the Caroli car has gone down to a 2 minutes .077. So they are still very, very tightly poised. The Patrick Assenheimer Black Falcon Mercedes in second place now, some 55 seconds ahead of the third place Manthey car, a 59.2, that car's best. But they're all lapping, well, 2 minutes 2 last time around for the leader. Is a good couple of seconds faster than pretty much anybody in the top 6. So maybe a little bit of a gap, some clear laps or some clear track for Robert Renard, but certainly he's making the best of it when he sees it, Paul.
Well, yes, absolutely. I mean, it is an indication either that he's found himself a clear track somehow and that attrition is beginning to have its effect, or that as the temperatures cool and the track gets the sand, because a lot of people were complaining about a lot of sand earlier on in the race, that even with some overtaking during a lap, and I can't believe you can get around a whole lap without overtaking anybody, but it's possible, I suppose. But it is an indication that conditions are getting pretty optimal, and that lap, incidentally, from Robert Renauer, you're right to say it was the fastest lap of the race, but the Sector 3 portion of it was the overall fastest. It was faster than Blakemolen had gone, so the lap itself wasn't the fastest lap of the race, it was the